JJ Vance, not your vice president. More like the glitch in your system. Started as a cameo on the Purge. Now he's riding shotgun in the chaos cab. Dropped heat on the Idaho scene. Hitler said, let him figure it out. Cool. And to the whole charade, go fuck yourselves. Go fuck yourselves. They patched up lies like they meant to last. We pulled one thread, watch it flash. No robes, no gloss, no courtroom act. Just boots and grit and a loaded fact. You stage the play like Broadway pros, but truth ricocheted, he knows. Doesn't lean, doesn't flinch. Every line cuts inch by inch. Lights on, masks off, crystal clear. We're not your echo, we're what you fear. We ain't your nod, we ain't your clone. We roar like thunder through your comfort zone. You toss the truth like it don't weigh. Now it's torching lies here to stay. You built your bluff, well toast that lie. We're the storm you can't deny. This stage is rigged, but here's the twist. We ain't the clowns, we're the catalyst. Suits talk slick with a guilty spin, while the real ones break, we dig in. Kane hit record, drop rebel flame. Now Purge runs wild with truth in frame. Static hit hard, mass fell fast. Your shiny script couldn't last. Truth don't beg, it kicks through gates. Drowns the courtroom, flips the fakes. We ain't your nod, we ain't your clone. We roar like thunder through your comfort zone. You toss the truth like it don't weigh. Now it's torching lies here to stay. You built your bluff, well toast that lie. We're the storm you can't deny. This stage is rigged, but here's the twist. We ain't the clowns, we're the catalyst. This ain't justice, it's make-believe. Scripted lies no one believes. Trials on deck, and where's the proof? Defense still begging for the truth. 3 years deep, and still no light. But we see through, we know the fight. We ain't your nod, we ain't your clone. We roar like thunder through your comfort zone. You toss the truth like it don't weigh. Now it's torching lies here to stay. You built your bluff, well toast that lie. We're the storm you can't deny. This stage is rigged, but here's the twist. We ain't the clowns, we're the catalyst. This ain't a courtroom, it's a rigged up show. KJ lit the mic, turned lies to ash, burn the whole script on the Purge splash. Kane brought heat, truth with flair. This ain't for clout, it's justice laid bare.
What is up, everybody? How you doing today? Nice to see you here. Brian's Ramsey, Mr. Mojo Rise, and Deborah Ackland. And I thought we saw justice for Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana. What's up? How you all doing? Welcome in. We're going to try to do this today the right way and give everybody a little bit of a benchmark of how to record audio. That was an old video. You might have recognized it. I just threw the new JJ song over it. I hope you like that. We got a whole album for both channels to roll out. I'm going to get rid of this stupid filter. This is ridiculous. Nice to see everybody today. Let me get rid of this thing here. And we'll get ready for the show first, just in case. this dog and pony show gets underway before they called it. A lot of people starting at 10:45. I wanted to be ready and Freddy, all good to go. I got the AC on in the background. You forgive me about the noise. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mother. Welcome in. Good morning. Hope you all are enjoying. I got some espresso. That's happening today. And then I'm doing kind of the healthier thing today. So I've got the cinnamon roll and some grapes. I'm gonna make a salad with some beef and chicken a little bit. That's the snack update for today. The hearing is going to be or presenting whatever evidence on both sides. I don't think there'll be anything about the alternative subjects. I don't know. We'll have to see. However, for the pretrial here, for the hearing, it looks like JJ will be joining us at some point, I think. I got a email from him. Let me see if you're back there, JJ, you'll pop up now, or whenever you go back there. Yeah, I sent him the link, and hopefully we get him rocking and rolling in here today. Other than that, let me get rid of this stuff here. Sandra, hi. Let me see. I have a lot of stuff. I want to make sure that we are absolutely 100% prepared for DS here. I'm going to do it as you watch. Unfortunately, you can't see what I'm doing right now. But I'm going to... This is not where I want to be. Where's the trial? Ay. It's here somewhere. I will show you where I'm going.
Criminal justice program promoting hands-on training and courses taught.
Stop. Now multiple windows. I've cloned myself. Alright, there we go. I plan on cloning JJ today, so you'll be here for that. I'm not sure. Okay, let's get to. Let me see. Where's this deal? I have it open. Somewhere. Oh, it's not YouTube. That's why. Okay, I can just go to it. I have a window. It's falling apart. What is it? There it is. Okay. Alright, we'll be ready for this. I'll switch over if I can. So, okay, let's get rid of this. And just taking care of business. Taking care of business for the business. There it is. Okay, now we're ready on that. And let's get the super secret agitator where it needs to be, so we can hear Hitler when he. Not that we really want to hear him, right? But you know, hey, it is what it is. Alright, I'm going to bump this up to 15 to start, and then I can subtract. He is really a mumbler. It's really bad. Hopefully I'm not a mumbler today, and I'm talking shit about myself. But yeah, I'm kind of quiet too. It's weird because, okay, I don't know if my mic is close enough. That's what it is. Alright, good morning everybody. Welcome in. Yay! We're here. We made it. Camera down. Alright, that's better. Heather Fitzgerald and her mac and cheese. Alright, so we're ready when this thing goes. I have a couple of thingamajabbers to show you guys here. Let's go through them. Not sure. Fitzgerald and her mac and cheese. Alright, so we're ready when this thing goes. I have a couple of thingamajabbers. Put the gain on. Sorry about that, guys. Now I was super loud. Fitzgerald. And there's 3 me's already right there. That's way too much for this early in the morning. Alright, let's see now. Where are we? Heather, you missed the JJ song. Let's see now here. Okay. That is this one. This is Girls of the World. Can't see it. Wow, Girls of the World, amazing. Ohio girls are the best. Twiz, are you in the hearing area? Twiz, I don't know if I'm gonna make it to Idaho. We're almost 3 months. I'm gonna have to really start busting my ass. I'm short on everything. I'm not only short in height. All right, let's see what else is going on. Miss Potts or somebody said you were
TikTok
there.
live stream ended in terror when a
Oh, this is an interesting story, actually. Check this out. Let me get the audio right.
23-year-old beauty influencer was shot dead on camera at her salon in western Mexico. Valeria Marquez had thousands of followers on social media, where just moments before her death, she showed off a stuffed animal that was delivered to her. Then, in her final few seconds, she is seen looking into the distance right before she is shot dead.
Isn't that crazy? Nuts. Alright, let's see. Is this the page? With the thing and all the things? I can close this brother yet. Sure, keep on top of this here. How did it get so? Here we go again. These are every year the alligators start knocking on the doors, and don't open the door, guys, if you live in Florida. This seems to happen every year. This is from 7 News. Here we go.
Let's talk about credibility. I'm Dr. Brett Osborne, a board-certified neurosurgeon with over 20 years of experience in medicine. This is real medicine led by a real doctor. Many so-called longevity clinics are run by
One Florida family had a different kind of wake-up call when a scaly neighbor tried to barge in. The family inside heard the door rattling and thought it was a burglar, but the last thing they expected, a front porch predator. Only in Florida do you sometimes have to deal with an eager door-to-door scalesman. Courtney Beck says she and her parents woke up when they heard scratching at the door. Their dogs barking. Her family worried someone was breaking in. Her worry turning to shock seeing the toothy trespasser making a surprising visit.
That was just not what I was expecting. I thought maybe it was the UPS guy, or it was the last thing I was thinking was a gator.
The UPS guy. We got a delivery, ma'am. Land gator. Good morning, McPhee. Good to see you. I don't know if he drove up in a launch or not, Twiz. I gotta go find the Fund Me thing again here. Let's see. I've opened up 6 windows now with this. Ooh, looks like we're getting close. No? Okay. Let me hit play just in case. Sometimes that helps. Alright, nothing yet. Okay, let's keep this close to the chest. And I got a whole show ready. I'm not gonna have time to get it out to you right yet. This was from my Jen at Criminal Confidential. Here.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely. How many more do you need? You're working the gym. Actually, do this. You're working the gym. You're still light.
Cool. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So in the beginning, there was Kane, and then there was the Purge. There was no Purge before the Kane. I always said, if we could just get a lip reader to this grub truck thing, we'd have something. I just don't look right without it. Is that better? Somebody asked me, is that my Neuralink band? I can't. No. Oh, what's that? Oh, okay. I need grapes. And cinnamon roll. Speaking of big fat slob, no, I won't even say it now because that'd be wrong. Okay. Yeah, lip reader. Yeah. Like they did in Seinfeld, right? Espresso. Alright, yeah, JJ should be here. I don't know where he's at right now. Theoretical wet work. Okay. Everybody's stealing lines from JJ. That was great. JJ should be here. He'll ask if we're purging. I'm sure at some point. Okay, so let's keep going on this right up. Let me double check on the hearing. We're still Gucci, you guys. I'll give you a little taste of the wet work. And Meg P, good morning to you, sweetheart. It is very nice to see you. There was some kind of nursing question. Oh! Prayers for Echoes and clarity. She's in the hospital still, I believe, because she ran out of blood. She had no more blood. Or whatever. That's the story I got. I'm not kidding. So please send some positive thoughts to her. She's done a lot of hard work here for the Purge. And also she has a great channel with the tarot cards and the whole thing. So please, please, please send her some love. Okay, and let's see. This one here. Okay. What is this? I'm just going to play that for Heather. I decided not to. Okay. This one, that one. This is another one. Check this out.
By renowned professors.
They have an entire house, they call it the crime scene house, that is used for simulations for crime scene investigation or collecting evidence or crime scene photography or responding to other emergencies.
But according to DeSales boasts a robust criminal justice program promoting hands-on training and courses taught by renowned professors.
They have an entire house, they call it the crime scene house, that is used for simulation.
So when I saw this, I said, well, Jen's stealing from the vault, because a lot of us have already seen this. I think it's a good refresher to think about where that sheath possibly could have come from, right? Doug, yeah, I don't know if you missed it. I did sorry, I'm loud. I did a replay of an old video, and I put your Judge Hippler song over it. Wu-Tang caught me off guard. I was totally cracking up. Okay, let's see. All right, let's keep checking the thingamajabber. My mouse is running out of battery. Let's make sure we're still Gucci. All right, we're on play, so it should start as expected at 11. We're at 10:50. 8, 2, 3, 1, go. Okay, next. So this is from Euphoric, and again, here we are stealing from the vault again. But look at the. Everybody's yeah. Ethan really did have a pretty angry face that day, and I think they throw it in with some of the Ethan smile stuff there. So it's just very interesting look back. And that's behind Sigma Chi there. I was looking at that one part, and this is euphoric, by the way. Thank you, euphoric. Right there. Oh, he's just going nuts. I thought he was punching people. This is really intense tug of war. I don't know. So a lot of people about it is that's Ethan right there, I guess, right there. And so, excuse me. Kane, were you rude to my alleged daughter? She's your daughter like I'm your son. Let's see. I was a preacher. She bothers me all day. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see here. What's this? Okay, this is your alleged daughter. What are the chances that the agreement in Idaho Oaks about the IG tip will be explained as if it came by the way of 52 card pickup with 100,000 decks of cards and all the backs look the same? I'm control F'ing myself. Is this real life? So, alright. They got the knife sheath. They tested the knife sheath. Then they got a tip from the FBI. Then they allegedly tested the knife for the IgG with Deborah Gooch, right? And so they and then they got Kohberger's dad's DNA. I don't know. It doesn't even. I don't know. They used they used CODIS. That didn't work. Then they use IgG. They find the four brothers. Then they go to Pennsylvania to use his dad's DNA when his DNA was sitting right there in Pullman. So yeah, you talk about metadata, Brian, Jiminy, Joseph. All right, let's see what else we got here. This is Angel Great Britain. What happened to Ethan fits this story, right? And so I thought it was interesting, and I was really only going to put it in the reel, and this looks like a K-bar to me. And Sigma Chi rule number 1: eliminate the biggest threat in the room. Right? So you let that be put in a trial. How come this isn't evidence at the trial? So thank you, Angel Great Britain, for that. And I'll put a little comment because the comments gets it out there. There we go, sweetheart. Okay, and let's check on the trial. No hearing yet. Interesting. Alright, we're waiting patiently. Okay, I've been through all those. There is a new document. Miss Potts, I think, went through that today. So this is from Fox.
Been at the place before. We've got phone, GPS. We know that there's evidence that he'd been at the place before. We've got phone, GPS, location evidence. We've got the fact that things were found in his apartment at Wazoo. The evidence in.
I don't know if she's talking about the pizza cutter or the brown stain in the microwave as far as what they found at Wazoo. I just think it's absolutely effing hilarious. Hi, Chelsea. It's this guy. I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing? All right, and okay. So I just like to, as usual, keep you abreast as to what's out there. Let me look where I am. Let's see where I am. Just a couple minutes away, guys. Okay, hope you're sitting on the edge of your seats. We'll try to get this audio right out of the gate. Okay. That happened. A 54-year-old Lewiston man is facing charges following an investigation by the Lewiston Police Department. I'm going to mute window capture just for future reference here. Carl Joe Lutonsky, also known as Lutonsky Hupp, was arrested on May 8th. Charges stem from this month now a 20-year-old woman. And in recent months, if you guys haven't been keeping up with the Purge as much, we're starting to lean towards this was a filmed event, if you know what I mean, in some kind of way. It's starting to look like the MO of Process Church, of these sickos, and there's another one that I'm dying to play here from Euphoric that is fantastic, that I don't know, it's one of those things you just kick yourself, how did you miss it? But Joe Vito is holding this can of Coke, and he keeps holding it behind his back, which for a fat dude, I can tell you, bro, holding a can of Coke behind your arm for a fat dude is not a comfortable thing. And you could see he even references it with an item on Amazon that has a camera and a USB port and a charge port, and he's facing it at the girls the whole time. So it's very telling. I hope I can find it. Let me see if it's right here, I think. Oh, darn it. Where the heck is it? I don't know. It was a great little piece by Euphoric there. Let's see here. Okay, we left off there. Alright. So, this is in my town here, and I did a little live from downtown Clearwater the other day, and that usually the Scientologists are smart enough to stay out of the politics and all that in the area, but they're making a big fuss over South Garden Avenue, and the backstory said it wants to build an auditorium and a park right next to the street in question. And it also wants the city to close the street. In April, council members decided to table the final vote to sell a portion of South Garden Avenue to Scientology. They own everything else down here. So, anyway, this, you probably don't understand. Wesley Chapel. A Tampa area family had a different kind of wake-up call when I'm getting nervous about this. Let me try to. I think we're up. Maybe here we go. Make sure we got the audio right. I hit window capture. Stay in the browser. Let's see what's happening here. I think we're about to get into it, folks. No. Nope, not yet. Am I right? Let me look around the tubes of you here just in case somebody else has started. Who knows? Maybe I'm on the wrong page. Idaho, Dinky. Let's check it on Dink.
For some reason.
There it is. Dinky, Dinky, Dinky.
Just in case. Is that true? Are you joking, Fitz? Doesn't say S1, does it? That would be funny. Here's the other thing, right? So people are... I mean, we don't know. I'm guessing that majority of people are right. But this whole agreement about the IgG stuff and the DNA, people are saying, well, you know, they're all going to lie now, and Anne's going along with it. What the fuck's going on? Well, what if they've agreed to exclude the knife sheath? Anyone thought of that? Hey, Kane's in the house. Jody, look out, folks. Yeah, how do we know that they haven't agreed to get rid of the knife sheath? We don't know that. We don't know which way it's gone. We don't know what this agreement is. I can't imagine for a minute that Anne and her team are like, hey, Megals, you know, are going to let them get away with just lying. It's not going to happen.
Alright, so yeah, I'm on the right page. I wanted to make sure. Just double check. Because sometimes I do stupid stuff. It happens. We all do it, right? Let's see.
I see.
So, pause him there. And let's get back to my stories. Guilty with the stories. Chelsea, it's nice to see you here today, my dear. Let me see here. I got a lot of them. Where did they all go? Oh, that's the God. That story. The mainstream media, the worst one that they did was the Dateline one, when what's his name, the Charlie or Keith Morrison kept saying, I found you. Welcome in, Stormy Jane. Nice to see you today. Is when they were like, yeah, and then she was called down to Bethany's room, and she looked over and she saw Xana. Now, here's the thing that I've heard. Okay, I've heard two things. That Ethan was in the hallway, and then I heard the bed. Now they're trying to say the bed. Anyway, so they say, yeah, Dylan walks by and just nonchalantly, oh, she was just on her way downstairs. She thought she saw her drunk roommate passed out on the floor. First of all, okay, you're not going to rent her age, so she might be choking on her vomit or whatever it may be. Enjoy your coffee. And they try to paint this, just gloss it over. She was just on her way. She was 2-3 feet away from the body. And then, when they get to Hunter Johnson and the police coming in, all of a sudden, it's a butcher scene. And she's laying in a puddle of blood. And it's the worst thing that anybody's ever... But she was just able to walk right by. I'm like, they just so contradicted themselves on that. It's ridiculous. Alright, let's not miss the opening here. Because we don't want to start with an untruth, do we? No, we don't. No, they're really... Are they going to broadcast this thing? I wonder. Let's see what Dinky has to say about it. Take the pressure off of me. Oops, I went to the next video. Oops-a-daisy. Let's see here. I'm ready for more of that cinnamon roll. Yum, 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 yum. Stupid commercials. Sorry, I have to play a commercial coming in, but I don't do one during the show anymore at all.
Sorry, anybody know if Twiz is at this hearing?
Twiz is at the hearing, I believe. Twiz is watching.
Oh, I'm waiting for him to go, isn't it?
I forgot. Dude, he's face down in the dirt. Look at this cap. Tony's here. Oh, what's this? Is he just doing stuff? Pause it and play it. I don't know what to do here. Where's that little... This thing helps sometimes. Rochelle's really good at keeping me on my toes with this one. Yeah. He can really ducktail down the stairs. There's Rochelle. I know. He was literally face down in a pool of BLOD. Chelsea, I've never been mid cinnamon roll. Now I'll be honest with you, I am eating healthier. This is a grape, the red grape without seeds. You can almost taste where the seed should be, but this has a lot of butter. But it's that I can't believe it's not butter, which is probably a seed oil, which is probably bad, right, Chelsea? But for lunch today is salad day, as Heather puts it, and we're gonna have meat. It's gonna be a meat salad. Yeah, I've never been mid cinnamon roll. I wanted another cinnamon roll. Oh man, I bet that's good. Is it a vegan cinnamon roll though? No, the butter's on the cinnamon roll, silly. Alright, I've reached the end of the espresso. Miss Potts would be so proud. Alright, okay, I'm this down. Now, because of the nature of this show, Kane, listen, Kane, you have to put the prime in the coconut, and then you take the coconut, and this is how we do it. So this is a Publix lemon soda. I don't know if I get a copyright strike for that right there. You put the lemon in the coconut, and then you shake it up. Yeah, man, yeah, brada. Oh, you know, you want some Publix lemon soda and oh, you should see it bubbling up. Look at that. It's fierce. When is this gonna start? It's driving me crazy. Oh, look at that Amazon outside. I don't know if you guys can see outside. It's a beautiful day here in sunny Florida. We're back up to the 90s almost again now. But it's cool at night. I can leave my doors open and relax and do whatever, all the things that I do, all the Kane things that I keep secret. Love Tina. Cinnamon rolls, love Tina. The cinnamon rolls. That's what we're doing. You missed it. I have more news stories, but I'm very tenuous about clicking away from this trial because I know Chelsea is watching. And she's very much a peculiar stickler on facts and time. You do not be late with Miss Chelsea Whitaker. What? Hello? What? I'm on it right now. Go over here.
It's in your seat.
That's not Heather. I'm gonna call you false alarm, Heather. Has not started. Jeez, give me a freaking heart attack. Yeah, earpiece is right here, and I saved you the good curve. It's very buttered. What is that? Uh-oh. It's a commercial. Okay. Dinky.
The face masks and did you see that? Have you all seen the video of Christy and Steve forcing Kaylee to shoot a gun when she was young? She really didn't want to do it, but they were pretty forceful.
Too fast. I should play some guitar.
Yeah.
That would be kind of cool, right?
With me, because we don't do that over here, do we?
Is today? What's the date today? Can I give memberships too? I want to give memberships. I think I blew my nut, so to speak, in the beginning of the month. Make you too fast. You do look lovely today. I'm going to take him to a romantic spot later. Oh, you see the Amazon truck? Amazon truck.
You saw it, Meg. Yeah, it was horrible, wasn't it? I found it quite traumatizing. Like, obviously, we don't come from gun backgrounds and stuff around here. It's like firearms. You know, unknown.
Yeah,
a bit.
one more sip of espresso.
So to watch them
don't look at that clock. It's a little
really
behind.
Want to shoot
I don't know why. It just, no matter what, I set it at the right time.
Out well, did it?
And it goes back 10 minutes.
Harry, for protection. She didn't have a gun near her. Forcing a kid to
now, okay.
shoot like that.
Let me tell you the story about this Nespresso. I'm going to just hang with Dinky over here, just make sure we're on point, because I'm only one window away.
Anybody got like contact with Twiz to find out?
So, okay, I got a thing of Nespresso canisters, and they're like, oh, they're so delicious. That is the best coffee. It's better than Starbucks. And I tried to put it in my Keurig, and they don't quite fit in the Keurig. They're a little too wide, a little too short. Anyways, I decided I'll slam it in there. And so I got my coffee, but then the Keurig didn't work. But I was able to Kane fix it. So it's Kane fixed. And the regular, and so I got, what I did in all my genius, is I just popped the top of the espresso, and then, hold on, I'm starting to wonder if they're going to broadcast this thing. Let's hit the refresh again. Yeah, Doug, I did find the songs. I told you already. Okay, there. Let's make sure here. Make sure I'm up to date on DK. Oh, I'm way fuck back. Yeah, I'm okay. This is unusual for them to start late.
To watch it on DTS or Chelsea. What the fuck? Right, that's it. Somebody blocked Twiz. Ban him.
They talk about blocking Twiz. Wait, what, are they putting Chelsea Whitaker in the same category as DTS? That's not right. Okay, let's see. Now, what's making me nervous is that this is blocked out. Let me go to the old link. Let's look at the old school link here. Maybe I can read some dockies. I'm on the edge here.
You got an ad?
Huh?
That's why I have premium.
I feel like I'm.
See, this is the thing. It's annoying as shit because you guys still get ads. I've set the ads to like the lowest possible amount you can do,
which is every half hour.
Because I pay for premium. So the only thing I can say, guys, is like the only way to get rid of ads is to pay for the premium. And I know.
Well, the thing is about the ads, you can set it like I do. I have it. Let's go on a tour of my back room, because I know that's where you guys are just dying to be today. Let's see here. Okay, and so, oh, Dago's doing it too. We'll check in on Dago. Still waiting. Oh, this is getting scary. Oh, I would not be surprised if he struck it or whatever. Okay, so what was I going to show you? What were we talking about? Oh, the ad rolls. Okay, so first of all, for some reason, like I do co-hosting with the Occult Rejects with Operation GCD, who it's almost to 1,000 subs. Thank God he finally got there. And so if you see over here where my big fat head is on the right, you'll see this is monetization. You can turn it on. Okay. And so you can see most of mine have cleared except for this one here, limited. And can you see the thing that pops up? And so it says confirmed by review. And this one, they don't even give me a reason. This one, they gave me a reason here. Which one? Where is it? And for some reason, anyway, I'll do a live, and then it'll go yellow, and you have to get a review. And so, anyway, they don't tell you why. One of them was because my thumbnail had cleavage on it. I mean, it's not even a whole boob. This one right here. You can see. I stole the picture from Lana. Right here, this picture here, and let's check on the hearing. Still waiting. Let's do a refresh. Ooh, okay. I just want to get this one over with. I want to get this. The other one, I was a nervous wreck, and I was running around like Chicken Little. The last time, what was it, last month? And then now today, I don't know what it is. Too much caffeine. Rochelle, don't let me drink that Prime. Yeah, it's not even a whole boob. And they said it was my thumbnail was adult material, so it's not. Now, okay. So the way they have it, they have the settings is you go to analytics, and you come here and you do the thing with. No, maybe it's under here. Monetization. Okay, and you can set it. And you don't have the choice to have mid-roll ads, but you can you can make the choice before the whole thing goes. This is driving me crazy. I'm just gonna close it. Okay. Before, to have them set the mid-roll ads, and then you can time it out every 5 minutes, every half hour. With the Purge, every 5 minutes would be like 50 commercials. And some of these commercials, if you're off doing the dishes, loading the dishwasher, cleaning the counter, doing the vacuuming, decorating the Christmas tree. Yes, I'm hinting at a future thumbnail. And then you get stuck listening to some butt plug ad about something for 20 minutes. And you're like, oh my gosh, my kids. And that's how it goes. And so what I've figured out, and I think it was good up until just the other day. I don't know, they changed something that you can say set the mid-roll ads frequency myself, or win the mid-roll ad, and I never play them. So they never come up as far as I know. Good. Okay, good. Let me see where Tinky's at. It should be loading. It should be Meg. See how freaked up I am right now? Let's play. Dun dun dun. Okay, I hope let's see if I got the audio on even at least here. My mousey is wowsy right now. Where's mousey wowsy? Okay, we're not wowsy yet. Do I look nervous? Why am I? I'm not the one on trial. I'm gonna pump it up the volume. Oh man, I've really got this thing feather dusted right here. Let me change this filter down a little bit. I have it way too high, probably. I'm gonna put it to 12.7. Just remember that. Remember that number. Oh, this thing is flickering. Like it's a bickering. Okay, here we go, guys. You wanna see me put tape on my face? Did I just end the live? I think I hit an F7 key. Oh, we're so good. I have the choice to stop streaming and end broadcast. So after this, hopefully, I want to have Miss Potts on, because I've given her a couple months off, just for a quick recap today. I'm not going to be as lenient with other creators anymore as I was before. So she will have a mandatory appearance today. I know she's probably watching out there doing her thing. This is how you get rid of clogged pores, you guys. Just peel them up, and then you can see I have a lot of them. This is like a BRYAN strips. I know you want to see my mucus, right? It's there, though. You can see. Alright, and there's that. Gross, Kane. I'm going to love Tina's pie right now. Oh, is anybody else nervous like me? Don't you wish your boyfriend was hot like me? What? Dad jokes all day today. Man of your dreams right here, baby. Well, I'm assuming, yeah, it's the dollar store kind though. Let me make a warning for you. Because we were doing that, and this lady thought she's a grown-ass lady, thought she'd be clever and get the Gorilla duct tape. And she did it with that and ripped off part of her face. And she came over and she was missing a chunk of her face. It's up. This is my Stolen Valor shirt, Rochelle. You know this shirt. Operation Iraqi Fury. Oh, I'm backwards. I didn't even know. I didn't mean to be backwards. Oh, camera down, camera down. There we go. Alright, court will begin soon. My goodness. Just get it over with. The Meow report has been upgraded now. I thought we'd have JJ. Maybe we'll do JJ post hearing, or maybe at the interim, and we'll check in on Twiz here, of course, like I always do. Let's see here. No, yeah, backwards. It looks like Idaho. I'm so nervous, Rochelle. This is what it looks like after many bogs. Many bog. What am I doing here watching this idiot? I could translucent myself over the whole show. Want to see how that's done? I'll show you. I can't fuck around right now. Let's listen to Dinky until it starts.
Like Daniel obviously is now taking this as a job and really pumping hard on the clicks and views by even like uploading stuff twice, which is quite clever. You know, you get 7,000 views on a live stream, then you just cut out bits where you're talking in between and then upload it again and you get another 7,000 views, which obviously is going to
He's much more pleasant to listen to than I am, let's face it.
Since being off work, I guess Daniel's got to pay the bills.
He's such a gentleman, Kane, isn't it?
It's just the way he goes about it, isn't it?
Where's he goes about it? I wonder what his accent is technically called, because you have Birmingham.
Let's go.
I think he's Birmingham. Birmingham. It's not Cockney. What happened? What did he do? How did he do that? My heart is literally, and I haven't even had one sip of Prime. Let's get some Prime in me. I need a Prime up.
I couldn't imagine it either. It's like literally the last few weeks. Weather.
I try to keep that in mind, Heather.
Mind blowing. I've been out every single day, like walking miles and miles and miles.
He looks thin. He does look thin.
I'm really reluctant to be sat here now. It's like 20 degrees outside.
Looks well. His hair is very perfect. Like, it drives me crazy. He never does himself big. I do myself
who
big.
Thinks I'm gonna hear
all like too
alternate
big.
Suspect names today?
Look how many gray hairs.
Anyone?
If you look at
since
we started
suspect.
broadcasting here at the Purge with
Is
me
that
and
why
Heather
they're taking so
Fitzgerald.
long to go live?
It was just me, Twiz, Heather Fitzgerald, and Jen.
Arresting Twiz.
How many gray hairs I've taken?
Yeah, I noticed he has done that.
And I added a wrinkle
Don't
somewhere.
get me wrong, it makes a lot of sense.
Can you see it?
Sort of
Is there?
being able to put out more content. I think when you hit like 100k, you
They go down easier.
Anyway.
I'm gonna eat Tina's cine.
So we'll see more people are gonna see it. YouTube push it more because they just sent you a magic button.
Yeah, you need a Prime. It's Prime powder, actually. Come on, clown, entertain me.
I hate this. And then you know it's just going to drone on and on. It's just going to sit there rubbing its fork. Worm. That's 420.
Dinky versus Kane. A caged match. The winner gets Willie in perpetuity. Kane is bigger. Nom, 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 nom. I'm eating him like Pac-Man.
Wow.
You calling it, Megs?
What's
Megs is
going on?
calling it. Let's go back over. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think we're on to something here. Pause. Play. Pause. Play.
No. No.
I don't know, but his finger looking good.
No.
A Tootsie Roll. Yeah, I saw the Tootsie Roll thing. She was graped by a Tootsie Roll.
It was,
there was something funny tasting on a cinnamon roll there. I'm about ready for my salad.
What's going on? They're probably
Trying to keep
just
it healthy
arresting
here, too.
Twiz. Because his beard makes him look so sus.
I was wondering one of those little Tootsie Roll penny banks, and then I found out they have them at the Dollar Tree. But it's like pointless. I'm not going to eat those Tootsie Rolls.
So far Hitler's worse than Bev with his punctuality.
Yeah, that's why I'm wondering, Dinky, if he's even going to show, if they're going to show this.
Like my short-term memories.
All right, okay. You got it, Chelsea. I will do that.
Remember what I did 2 days ago? Sat there earlier on trying to remember where I went 2 days ago. I couldn't.
It's okay. It's all right. We're trying to stay ahead of the competition here.
Only because I haven't got my glasses.
I'm going to download this twice. Is that what Daniel's doing? He's literally downloading his own videos twice.
I got coffee. Thank you, Kane.
Oh, you're welcome. What'd I do? Somebody bought him a coffee, finally. Finally somebody bought it. He's got that damn QC. Meg Peace. What if I said he looked horrendous? I'd get my ass kicked. Those British guys, they know how to throw a punch. You know what I'm saying? They like to box it out. That's how they do it. We'll solve this with our fists.
What's going on in Karen retrial?
USA! USA! I'd love to hear a bunch of Brits shouting USA. USA! USA! Boom, 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 boom! And they beat us all up. Let's see here. You get the pin of the day there, Rochelle. That's good. Or this hearing is a hoax. Oh, gosh. It's going to be a backwoods hearing here.
That's why nobody's here. Everybody's in Harshes. Harsh doesn't bother streaming any of this shit live.
Who else is live that we know? That we're like,
but then decides to today.
I think Dinky is entertaining enough. Where's Willie? Still hasn't gotten yet. He probably doesn't know there's a hearing right now.
Oh God, that Jules is live.
But thanks again, Too Fast, for the 10 memberships, and congratulations to all the lovely folks that are now stuck here as members of the Purge forever. I've got you. Becky got one. Chelsea got one, ironically. Maybe I'll take her wrench away.
God.
Christine T. Hey, you know the car's called
I'm glad
Christine.
You guys.
Just Amber received one. I think a lot of the people are. It's not necessarily people in the chat. I will keep refreshing Chelsea. Just in case.
As loud as I can get it.
They don't have to be in the chat. It's just people that have watched the channel and participated in the chat. YouTube makes all that stuff up anyway.
She's live with it. Bloody hell.
Did Stormy J get one?
Grizzly True Crimes live streaming it. So basically everyone on YouTube is live streaming this hearing. And Kane is as well.
I don't think Carol Willis likes me. I think
Kane's live streaming it. I get it.
I'm watching you though, watching it.
I'm glad you're here.
What do you call it?
Yeah, the whole world is live streaming.
I don't even know.
That isn't even happening yet.
You know, I'm starting to freak off vibes. That still cracks me up.
There are a few.
Is it? Okay, yeah.
Quite a few.
Yeah, should I? I'm gonna text with.
Listening to.
It's been so long since I texted.
Can you hear?
Let's see what he says. Yeah, prayers out, please, for echoes of clarity. Our Patricia has some serious kidney stones and blood problems. So please send some prayers for her. I would really appreciate it.
On break.
If you do.
Can't read thing. The court isn't even bloody going.
Let's see what I've got here. Notifications.
You wouldn't have 0 viewers.
Idaho is uploaded. Alright, let's take a
Everybody
little.
loves listening to you.
We can take a step. Oh, shoot.
Taking things.
Let's open it. Okay. I love colder coverage things. I wanted to talk about something.
She just wants to shout.
Hold on, wait. I knew it.
26 minutes past now.
26 minutes past now, Kane. So that could be British. I
Maybe
am
I should
British.
have,
My
like,
whole family. I
streamed it
come
to
from
both my accounts.
a family of learned doctors from Britain,
Half an hour
actually.
to use.
Believe it or not. Yeah. 10 inch Tootsie Roll tail. Let's. Kane versus Dinky. I'm keep getting bigger, and he keeps getting smaller.
Small channel should be supported by big channels.
I could freak myself. I could do a freak out.
Yeah. I mean, I've live streamed every single one of these hearings since like the get-go, since the first ever one. So I've always said for continuity, I would live stream every
it's
single
not
one,
responding.
so that I've got a record of them all.
Okay. It's fussy that way. It's fussy.
You know, a lot of the larger channels also have backs on the smaller channels. If you kind of look at it,
They don't call him Dinky for nothing. Get it? Wait.
But to me, this is all about like community.
I eat the
Everybody helps each
competition.
other, you know what I mean? All support each other. I support so many other people that do such
I'm
good
crushing
things.
your head. I'm gonna crush his head.
Ed Fitzgerald, she is the all-knowing, all-seeing.
Crushing your head.
Oh, I know.
And I eat the bits. That could be smaller than
There's
this.
going to be more and more.
I could go
I noticed
quantum.
there's a few creators
Small.
that are coming
I could
out
go
from like
super
TikTok
quantum.
and stuff now that
This is
getting
entertaining.
a lot of attention
Hello,
on
I'm at
YouTube
Dinky's
because they've come
house.
from
Hey,
TikTok,
everyone. Hello. Wait, hold on. I
which
was
is
there
fine.
for a
It's
second.
good to have
Hello.
fresh people look
I'm
at
taking
it,
over
but
Dinky's live stream now.
I find it
Hello.
quite frustrating watching
Hello,
people have the same
everyone. Love
arguments
to
and
see
same
Twizzy
discussions
and
that
Willie.
we all
Hello,
had
Kane.
2.5 years ago.
Oh,
I can't deal with that. It's like they're having arguments about stuff that
Freak,
debunked or
freak,
sorted out.
freak. Okay, I wanted to talk about something serious here. Somebody tell him I was eating him.
Thank you, Sauce. It's very nice of you.
I would always be bigger than you, Dinky. You'll always be Dinky to me.
Anyone open
I
tweets?
don't know, Ro.
I don't know if it's like if they're in there yet, or if there's a
I'm gonna
delay.
hit the Chelsea Whitaker button
Oh,
again,
you
the
got
panic button.
boat face.
It's starting to freak me out, bro.
Yeah, they are causing a lot of trouble.
Oh wait, did
It's,
Twiz take back?
You know,
He
they
takes it back.
sort of
He must be
decide
in
to
the
come and
courtroom
invade
now.
this platform. That's what it
I
feels
don't know.
It's like they bring all their followers.
It's too many primes, and the espresso
fine,
really gets me
it's
going.
just frustrating.
And the nice thing about the
Having
espresso,
the
it's
same
a
arguments.
nice, even hum throughout the day.
And
And
then,
then,
you've got
I take
people like,
Monday
say,
and
like
Tuesday off.
JD Gunner, they
with the
put
caffeine.
a post up
Is that good?
basically saying.
But I don't even really do the prime. I did the prime for
They
you
are,
guys
and now I'm convinced
because I
Brian's
care,
guilty.
and I didn't want to start with the untruth.
And then you got all the people that listen to him going, yeah, I agree, JB. Yeah, he's guilty. Whereas
Yeah,
like
guilty,
5
guilty.
minutes ago, he was
I was
saying
thinking,
that,
what would
he's on the
happen if
fence,
I
he's
became a
probably
guilter
innocent,
channel?
and all of his
That would
people
freak
going,
everybody out.
yeah, I
wouldn't it?
agree, JB. So it doesn't really matter what he says.
Blah, blah,
So you put a
blah.
post up
I'm
saying
thinking,
something
and I'm
else,
just
and
trying
someone
to
else
kill
did
time.
it,
Blah,
and
blah,
you obviously
blah.
didn't like
I'm
the
really
response
tiny.
because
Blah.
you deleted it.
No, I want to talk about something serious and
And then, of
a
course, all
couple
of
things.
his
Okay, so there was this birdie guy.
State
They-
Kohberger.
Oh shit, we're on.
Defendant and counsel for both sides previously identified are present. We are in the public session now. I have my own agenda for what to cover today in the pretrial motion, and so I'm not sure what you have. I didn't receive any specific motions to cover today, other than, I think, the ones previously submitted by defense related to questioning of the jury. As I indicated, I don't intend to discuss in the public forum what specific questions would be asked of potential jurors, because I think that inhibits the ability to get frank and unprepared answers. from potential jurors. And so we may have to cover part of that in a session at the end of the day. I think we can talk about it generally without discussing the specifics, but if we need to go there, that's what we will do. Apart from that issue, as what I intend to do is kind of break down the trial process through stages, and as you have issues or questions about whether how to handle something or how the court handles something, that's your opportunity to ask as it relates to that phase of the case. And we'll just sort of proceed in that fashion. So starting with some general issues, I just wanted, and a lot of this is unfortunately going to sound like me simply lecturing about what I want and don't want, and that certainly is a large part of it, because if you know what I expect, I think it makes your job easier. And so I, particularly where I can't recall whether Ms. Massoth has had any trials with me or not, but I know she's been in front of me a few times, but the rest of you have not. And so it's, I think, important that you get that information straight from me rather than from the sources that you may get from asking around. So to start with, I'm not a fan of surprises, as you may have figured out by now. I want to know in advance, as far as possible, when there are issues that need to be addressed. That includes evidentiary issues. So if you know that you're going to object to some line of evidence, or you anticipate that there's going to be objections to a line of evidence, I don't want to wait until that is offered in the middle of trial. For a couple reasons. One, I don't have the opportunity to look at the issue to the degree that I would want to in order to give you the best ruling that I can. And two, it doesn't give you the opportunity to make the best case for me that you can for either excluding or overruling any objection. And perhaps even more important than all of that, from my perspective, is in what is already going to be an quite lengthy trial, it just extends it. And nothing frustrates jurors more than sitting around in the juror room doing nothing while we're in here doing something. And so that helps guard against that and minimize that amount of downtime that we may have. So we'll have periods, as I will explain to you, before court each day and after court each day, where if you are anticipating issues that are coming up, that's the time to talk about that, not in the middle of the trial itself. I did receive the parties' stipulation regarding how to handle the IGG tip, if you will. I'm fine with that proposed instruction, and so that will be given. I think I'd asked you also to work on instruction related to the use of the terms surrounding touch DNA and other variations about that in the event that I decide to correct somebody about the use of that term. As I said, with respect to the professionals in the DNA community itself, I'm not going to prohibit it in the sense that, you know, I'm going to sustain an objection. What I would likely do is to clarify with the jury, if the parties want me to, about that being simply a convenient title and not meaning to imply an actual source of or method of the DNA being present. And so if you haven't worked on that, please do so to get me an instruction you both can live with. Otherwise, I'll end up drafting one myself, and perhaps neither of you want to live with it. So with respect to the model, I think referred to as the dollhouse by Mr. Thompson. Has that been produced for the defense to inspect?
It has, Your Honor. It's actually here in this courthouse, has been for a few weeks, and Mr. Hurwood facilitated the defense viewing it yesterday.
Okay.
It is available for the court's inspection well if the court would like to look at it. And just for the record, to the extent that the model was characterized as a dollhouse, I think that was an inappropriate characterization. It is an inappropriate characterization. If I'm responsible for it, I assume responsibility, but that's simply not an appropriate way for it to be described, given what occurred there and the victims.
I think a better term is simply a model.
Yes, sir.
Rough model, given that it is admittedly not to scale precisely. So, Ms. Taylor, any record about that? You had a chance to look at it?
Your Honor, we did. We were able to bring 2 experts in per our request yesterday, and we appreciated being accommodated while we were here. We do have a remaining question about where the model house will be stored during the course of trial.
Where are you storing it, on the 3rd floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like it's stored with the evidence vault of the prosecutors down there. And so I suppose if she needs to get access, or our experts do, we can arrange for that as well.
I should have asked a better question, Your Honor. When it's brought in as a demonstrative aid, I am curious about when it's not being used by the prosecutor or the defense and a witness, where it will sit in the courtroom.
I will find some place not in the courtroom, because I don't want it in the courtroom when it's not being used, but nearby in the event that a witness does wish to use it.
Thank you, sir.
The other thing that I would point out, as it sounds like you've been, at least to some degree, working together, and I appreciate that. As you come to stipulations on agreement on things, it's important that those be reduced to writing for your own protection. Because too often what I see is in the middle of, for example, trial, well, Your Honor, the other side said that they were going to stipulate to that, and then they're not. That leaves me in a difficult position, because I wasn't part of those discussions, right? And so for your own protection, I think it's just important that you get those reduced to writing as much as possible. I did receive the parties' spreadsheets on the exhibits, which we'll go into a little more when we get to the exhibits portion of today's menu. But I appreciate getting that. There's some questions that I had about it generally, and then some more homework to do on it. In terms of the witnesses, I had asked, and I think my law clerk reached out to make sure that we get a description of those witnesses, kind of like if they're who they work for or where they're from, something that will allow me to categorize those on a juror questionnaire, so that they don't just get a list of 300 names, but can say, all right, these are witnesses, these people live in Pennsylvania. These are witnesses that work for the FBI, right? And so that they can put in context those names, which will be result in a more accurate review by them of those names, to see if they know anybody. And I'm not sure if that's been accomplished yet or not. And so if you haven't done that, please get that to us as soon as possible so we can incorporate those. I think the state had, and last I had heard, but it's been several days, the defense had, we were still waiting for someone from the defense.
And I believe that that's been provided. My hope is that it was sufficient, because I think it came back and we re-provided it.
Okay, I'll check.
If it's not sufficient, let us know.
I'll check on a break to see where it's at. All right. So I did, as I indicated this morning, receive the defense's proffer regarding alternate perpetrators. That will be sealed per request, I'm assuming per stipulation. And I want some additional information. What I'd like is by the 23rd, if possible, for the defense to do two things. One, provide me with whatever actual evidence you have that supports those allegations, rather than just allegations. And two, provide for me how it is you believe that what you are offering is admissible. Because it seemed to me much of what you had put in there was fairly potentially fairly objectionable in terms of admissibility. So I would like to see that. And then I would have the state respond by the 6th, which is 2 weeks. And then I would propose a hearing on the 18th.
Your Honor, on June 18th, Ms. Massouth has a conflict in the morning, but we could do an afternoon hearing on that day.
Can we do the 20th? The 19th is a holiday, and the court is closed. I'm just not sure whether it can be done in a half a day or in the afternoon or not, depending upon where we're at. That's my concern.
Your Honor, for me personally, the 20th is a little bit of an issue for personal reasons, if we could avoid that date. If we can't, then I guess we can't.
Well, let's, can we start by like noon on the 18th?
12:30 or 1. I'm in federal court.
All right. Let's do 12:30. Are you handling those issues?
Alternate perpetrator, I'm, yes, very involved.
All right. Let's do 12:30 on the 18th. All right, next I want to go to juror questionnaire discussion. Before I do that, this was that was, as I said, sort of a catch-all category. So I won't ask you if you have questions now because I suspect it will fit into, if you do, a more specific category and we can address it at that point. But if you have a question or concern about anything we've talked about thus far, now's your chance.
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, juror questionnaires.
line has all of the evidence.
Your time is better spent in reviewing the questionnaires than watching people fill them out. The process will be such that as we bring groups in to fill those out, those will immediately be scanned and then provided to council on a shared drive. And so I guess I wanted to get your feedback on whether I suspect this is a all for one or not proposition.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding is we have both agreed that there's no need for counsel from either side to be present during that stage. We'll focus on the tasks at hand.
Okay, very well. Is that accord, Ms. Taylor?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Through 10,000. And then we will bring them in to fill out the questionnaires beginning with 1. So that the questionnaires that you receive first will be the jurors most likely to be in the line of fire, so to speak. Because once we have enough jurors, we'll stop. So that's the plan. Anybody have any concern with that?
No, sir.
No concerns, thank you.
Technically, under the rules, you are entitled to watch the scramble process, which literally involves the jury commissioner hitting a button. I don't know if any of you want to be there for that.
No, thank you.
We'll waive our presence for that, Your Honor.
Very well. I do want to stress the security and confidentiality of the juror questionnaires, as I'm sure you're aware pursuant to Criminal Rule 23. Those are extraordinarily confidential. The copies that you receive will be, we'll maintain a copy, obviously, for appellate purposes, but the copies you receive will be returned. The defendants, they're supposed to be essentially attorney's eyes only. I'm fine if you both agree to allow an investigator to see so that they can be doing, whatever online investigation they feel appropriate as you go along. Doing that, in terms of the defendant, his access has to be with attorneys present. In other words, he can't have a copy or whatever to go back with him when he's not with you.
That makes sense, but I have one question for
Sure.
the court. In addition to our investigators, we have 3 that are working on the case. We would request our paralegals be allowed to assist us. Just with the magnitude of the task, we'd like to have the assistance of our paralegals in organizing and reviewing.
Sure.
And likewise, Judge, we would hope to use our administrative assistants in the process, and they are part of our staff.
Sure, and by court and bar rules, you're responsible for their conduct, and so you'll need to make sure they understand the confidentiality of those questionnaires, and it's really your ticket on the line for their behavior. So that's fine. But I do want to stress that confidentiality because it is part of what I'm giving the jurors on the instructions, is letting them know that there's a very limited number of eyes that will review this, and that the public never will. So. The plan will be to try to process the first questionnaires. As I said, you'll get them each day and go through them. After 3 or 4 days, we will start to have hearings. Those will be sealed hearings because we'll be going over the questionnaires in detail, in which you folks identify the concerns you have with the questionnaire answers, specifically whether there's a motion or agreement to strike a particular juror before we ever have to bring them in based upon the questionnaire answer, right? And the idea is to dismiss those who are unlikely to be put on the jury because of either perceived bias, knowledge of the case, or hardship. And so, I think it helps everybody if we are trying to agree to that as much as possible. It's the reason that we are summoning as many people that we are, is so that we can really cut through the chaff and get to the wheat. Any questions about the juror questionnaire process?
Sir.
So the next topic I have is voir dire, more specifically. Traditionally, the way, as you know, voir dire works in Idaho is the court first does its voir dire, touching on some essentially statutory kinds of bias or knowledge. And then counsel is given that opportunity. And so much of what would be the court's voir dire, I have incorporated into the questionnaire so as to limit my role in actively questioning the jurors or potential jurors. I may follow up on some of the answers given on the questionnaires if I feel there's a need to. But otherwise, the time will be yours. What I intend to do, and I'll get your input on that, is using a model very similar to the model Judge Boyce and I came up with in the Daybell case, bringing in groups of anywhere from 15 to 20 people at a time, having a general session of questioning by the attorneys, approximately 30 minutes aside of those folks, get through challenges for cause or dismissals for hardship, et cetera, of those folks. And then who's ever left over of that group then would be subject to individual questioning by the attorneys. And so the jurors that are left over will be taken to, for example, the jury room and wait in there. And then we'll bring the jurors in one at a time to answer questions from counsel. The goal is, I'm not going to stop you if you're getting important information that needs to be got to, but the idea is after that more group discussion, the individual voir dire will be more for very sensitive topics, also for knowledge they have about the case from media or otherwise, because I don't want them to talk about it in front of other jurors. And then other topics that you sense were too sensitive to talk about in front of the others. Hopefully we can get through each of the individual jurors in 10 to 15 minutes apiece, but we'll play that by ear. We'll see.
Ask a question?
Sure.
So the 10 to 16 people in the general session, is that going to be the court's few questions and then each counsel has general questions? And just to make sure I understand, then whoever's left from there, we pull in and then we talk about case-specific information, the media items?
Media items, correct.
Okay. And would you envision that during the time we talk about media items, I can also find out their views on capital punishment?
Yeah, it may be that you are able to talk about that with the larger group to a degree. There may be some who appear sensitive to that and prefer to talk about it outside, and we kind of play it by ear. So it's not a subject I'm going to forbid from being discussed in front of the larger group. And you'll have limited time with the individual, so you need to balance how you're going to use that time.
We may have to see how it plays out, Your Honor, but in my view, talking about the views on capital punishment is fine in a bigger group. My preference would be to be able to get the media items, people that aren't going to make it, to let them go before we do that. I think it would save time to have them gone before we do the capital punishment views. If we know they're not coming, they're not going to stay because of media coverage and those kind of beliefs and views, it makes more sense to have them go before we start talking about something else. My concern is the amount of time and that the media coverage items might find their way into a discussion of capital punishment.
Well, I will make it clear to the jurors that they're not to discuss anything they may have heard in the media during that general session. And we'll play it by ear. If it's not working, we can change it, right? So let's, and this is very similar to the way Judge Boyce had done it. I think it worked well. They got a jury fairly quickly. Now, as much as the attention was in that case, obviously this one seems to have more publicity. But I think that handling it with first going through the general, because we're going to lose people based on hardship, based on, have they made up their mind? Yes, right, kind of stuff. And so we don't even need to talk to them. And then we can get into the issues, or they may, simply give a view of capital punishment and that one that it's clear that they're not qualified, either one side of the coin or the other. But if you want to deal more, if they're hedging or you're sensing some concerns, you can use that follow-up time in individual session to follow up on that rather than trying to do that in the public session. Any questions about that, just in terms of how the questioning will go? So my intent in terms of public access to the voir dire process is that during the group session, victims and defendants' family will be present. A small number of public seats will be available. And then it will be streamed to a larger room in the courthouse for anyone else in the public that wants to watch. It will not be broadcast outside of that closed circuit, because then I lose control of the recording in the event that a juror's identity is revealed, and then I get all the internet sleuths out there trying to figure out who everybody is. And I want to protect the juror's privacy as much as possible in that regard, and so this does allow for a public access is the right, but also allows the court to tightly control that process. And then the individual voir dire will be counsel and the defendant only. And there'll be no stream.
Potential jurors' faces and names obviously won't be broadcast.
Correct. The faces will not be broadcast, and you are to only use their scramble number as their identity throughout this. So they will never, you will never speak their name, nor will I or the court. It'll only be by that scramble number, and the camera view will not show their faces.
The juror number by which we'll name them, will that be on them, or does this court use paddles so that their numbers can be held up when we want
They'll
to
have a
register?
laminated paper, like 8x10 paper that has cardstock laminated that has the number on it.
Thank you.
And it'll be the scramble number, not their original reporting number. My goal is to try to get through 4 panels a day, which may not seem like it's much, but I know from the prior trial that they struggled to get 3 a day. So my goal is to try to get to 4 a day, but I want to get to at least through 3 panel a day. The plan would be is once we get through the number of jurors we need to sit, including alternates and peremptory challenges, plus a few extra in the event something changes before the time we exercise the peremptory challenges. Once we get that number, and let's say that number is 50, that's where we would stop and then go to the peremptory challenges. Does that make sense? Any questions about that?
Just to clarify that I understand it, we'll get enough people that we get 50 that have not been challenged for cause and then exercise.
That have been passed for
peremptories.
cause, correct. So once you get that, if you will, struck panel, then we will exercise the peremptories. With respect to the number of jurors, prior to Friday, I had intended to use 6 alternates, and after Friday, I intend to use 8 alternates for a total of 20. That's about the maximum that I can fit into the jury box that we intend to use. So that number, 20 plus strikes, which would be 12 strikes apiece pursuant to rule, gets us to, I think, 44. And so the plan would be to get, 50 to 55 that have passed for cause to bring back for the peremptory challenges in the event that we lose somebody for some reason in between. Any questions about that process? Okay. So, and then when we're exercising the challenges, what I do is I give you a time limit geared to the number of peremptories that you have. So here, for example, you have 12 peremptories, give you each 30 minutes to exercise those. And it's a chess clock. So while the paper is with you, your clock is running. And once you hand it to the bailiff, it stops running and the other side starts running. Once you reach your 30 minutes, absent some showing of something happened outside your control, then your peremptories are over. Now, that's usually I give 1 minute per peremptory in the typical trial. I'm giving you far more than that here. It shouldn't take that much time, particularly with the number of people that you have keeping track of everything. If you both pass on a round, or let's say the defense passes at the end of round 4, and then the state passes at the beginning of round 5, that ends the use of peremptory challenges, because you both have said to me, by passing consecutively, there's nobody that you want to strike. So understand that rule as you go in. After the panel is selected, the jurors and the alternates, which the alternates won't be determined until deliberations, when by lottery, who's ever left will be determined to be the jurors, and the alternates, those who are drawn by lottery to be an alternate. But that group of jurors, and so the 20, will be taken to another location in the courthouse. I will briefly meet with them, simply to introduce to them the people that will be talking to them, which will include the trial court administrator, the jury commissioner, and Judge Cawthon, who will be acting as it relates to this case as the administrative judge during the trial, to help them understand the process that we will use for juror security, for juror privacy, for reporting, and all of that, to answer any questions they have about that process so they know where to go to ask questions about the process, and sort of, if you will, onboarding them. Counsel won't be at that, nor will I, other than to introduce the people. And then I will leave so that I don't inadvertently hear anything that I shouldn't hear on my own. I want to stress the importance of no contact with the jurors in any way by you, your staff, your witnesses, anybody affiliated with the case. And so they need to be instructed as to that. So if you happen to see a juror somewhere else in the courthouse or at the grocery store or at the coffee shop, you're not to even engage in pleasantries. Turn tail and run the other way as fast as you can. If you have any contact with the juror, you need to report it immediately to myself and to opposing counsel so we can then make any inquiry that we need to. I issued yesterday an order in this case regarding sort of the rules of the road for those attending the trial, as well as an administrative order that I imagine will be on the court's website here if it's not already, outlining some of that as it relates to outside the courtroom. So my order in this case relates to the courtroom. The order, as I signed as administrative judge, relates to the courthouse at large. Make sure you have reviewed that and make sure your team understand that. There will be portions of the building that will be off limits to the public and to you. So make sure you understand that as well. I think I told you when you were here to look at the facilities, it's important that we know where it is you intend to stay as soon as possible, as well as any witnesses you put up, et cetera, so that to the extent that we ultimately may need to sequester jurors, which once it goes to deliberation, we will have to at a minimum, that we steer you away from whatever series of hotels that we've reserved as potentially available for us to use, that you're not there. So let staff know if you intend to stay at a hotel, if you intend to put witnesses up at a hotel, if you intend to have staff stay at a hotel. Let us know where that's going to be. You will each be assigned a conference room outside the courtroom, and you'll be given a key to it that you may lock each day, that nobody, including janitorial staff, will have access to, where you can keep your papers and files if you'd like, or other materials, and use to meet with witnesses, et cetera, as we go along. All right, before we turn to the trial itself, any questions about the jury selection process or the jurors?
No, sir.
No questions, thank you.
So the trial itself, the plan is to go from Monday through Friday with the session with the jury beginning at 8:45 each morning and ending at 3:30. Once we hit a sequestered phase, whether that be, for example, in a penalty phase or earlier in the case should it become necessary, I will likely extend the hours of the trial to fill up the jurors' days. Part of the reason to give some time at the end of the day is so that they can do the errands of life that they need to do. But if we are hosting them, so to speak, we don't have to worry about that, and I'm sure they'd rather have their day taken up moving forward on the case. So that is the general plan. Counsel and the defendant dressed, ready to go at 8:15 each morning. From 8:15 to 8:45, if there are issues to discuss, that's when we will do them before trial starts. As I encouraged you when I first started this morning about this would be a really good time to discuss anything that you've just uncovered that might be an issue in the case. We will likewise have a period at the end of the day from 3:45 to 4:30-ish to similarly address issues that may be coming up the next day or in the near future. At this time, I do not intend to have trial on October 2nd and 3rd. Because of a previous commitment that I have. I had talked to you before about potentially being gone on the 14th and 15th. As of now, I've been able to make alternate plans. So for now, you should plan on being here for trial on those days. Holidays that I could spot quickly on the calendar include September 1, October 13, and November 11. So those are holidays for which there would be no court, with the exception that if we are sequestered, we may have trial, and we'll address that as we go. Because I can't send jurors home for the holiday, and so we might as well use the time. Any questions about that trial schedule? Okay. All right, in terms of special needs that you may have for trial, I'm assuming there's no need for us to have interpreters for any witnesses?
No, sir.
And then technology needs, be sure that you make sure whatever technology you intend to use works in the courtroom in which we will be. The best way to do that is to contact Ms. Barrios, the trial court administrator, and reserve a time to come down and try it out. I also suggest that you use on your team somebody that is far more technologically savvy than certainly I would have been in your shoes. Perhaps you are, but it's important to have your own IT kind of person there to deal with any issues that may come up. If you have litigation presentation software and it's not working, you might get a short recess of a few minutes to work it out. But if it's after that, we're just going to move forward and you'll have to figure out something else to use. So it would behoove you to have staff there that can deal with that. Likewise, in the event that something comes up last minute and there's a need to redact some portion of audio or video or other presentation, that you have somebody there that can do so quickly and knows how to do so quickly. And I would encourage you to plan ahead to have alternate versions of such things so that if there is a concern that's unresolved going into it, you have version A and version B you can use depending upon what the outcome of that may be. Any questions about technology? In terms of what we provide, it will be a overhead, what we call the Elmo device, which is the device where you set a piece of paper down and it projects onto the screen. And then we have a HDMI link for your computer to present whatever you want to from your computer. That's it. That's our technology. So anything beyond that, you'll have to bring. All right. Let's talk about seating in the courtroom, counsel table, and the trial broadcast. Each side, I think when we toured the courtroom, each side will have two counsel table put together, which should give you, depending on how closely you want to sit together, anywhere from 4 to 5, maybe 6 seats at that table to use how you wish for yourself and your staff, and in the defense's case, the defendant. As I also indicated, I would provide a small table behind defense because they're not really as close to the bar as the state would be. A table behind you where you can have staff, 2 to 3 staff members. The state will have some room behind the bar, directly behind them for its staff. What I need from you are numbers. Understanding the space that you have in the well. How many seats do you need? How many seats are you requesting and how many seats do you need are two perhaps different issues, but in terms of requesting, this does not include, for example, the victim's family or the defendant's family, but for staff. So apart from the 2 or 3 seats behind you, I'm assuming that's enough for you? For the state, likewise, 3 seats, 4 seats?
You should be able to make that work, Judge.
In terms of reserve seating for the victims, it will be for those statutory victims that was agreed to by the parties. And for the defense's family, it would be those 4 members that were identified in terms of reserve seating. What I would like to do, though, is I suspect that it's maybe that everybody won't be at trial every day. And so what I would like, is for those that have reserved seating, in particular the victims, and I should point out I am going to reserve 2 seats for the 2 surviving roommates who are technically victims of the burglary. I don't know whether they would have any desire to be here. I suspect not, given the way they've been treated in the media, but if they do, that they would have seats available. But anybody who has reserved seats, I'm asking that they notify the trial court administrator what their plans are for each week. So if you tell me you're not going to tell the TCA, I would like to know, for example, we're not going to use 3 of the seats on Tuesday. So that we know, so that we can make those seats available for the lottery system, or it's not technically lottery, it's a first come system on a computerized basis. But if we don't hear from you and you haven't made arrangements, we will assume that you don't intend to be here. So it's important that each week you let the trial court administrator know. She'll give you an email address if you contact her, where you can send an email to tell us whether you'll need all of your seats or not that week, and which days you won't. That goes for both the victim's family and the defendant's family. Right now, the plan is, and this is subject to change, to have a reserved seating, I don't want to say reserved seat, a seat selection process by which People can go to a website each day and at a certain time, and it's kind of like buying concert tickets, indicate a desire to have a seat, and the first X number that are available that get through will have a seat. It will be necessary to bring identification to show that you are who you are, or are who you say you are, to get into the courtroom. Again, that may be subject to change. I think the intent is for Judge Cawthon to have a town hall meeting with media in June at a date to be determined later to go over sort of what that process looks like so that gets, so the media is aware and so that then it gets publicized to the general public that would want to be here. My intent at this point is to allow a stream of the trial proceedings controlled by the court to be run on the court's, where, if anybody's watching today, where it would be today, on the court's broadcast page. The views will include counsel table, the podium, the witness stand, and the bench. There will be no production of the video, meaning there'll be no close-ups and zoom-ins and zoom-outs and things of that nature. It'll be the static views.
Before the court goes further, when we're talking about the reserved seating for families in the courtroom, if we have some other members of Mr. Kohberger's family that travel and want to attend the trial, can we request an extra seat for a day for them?
Yeah, we probably be able to accommodate a few days here and there, but seating's going to be very limited, right? And so I don't want to extend that beyond the immediate family as a general rule, but if there's a specific day or two where there are going to be a couple other folks in town, talk to the trial court administrator and she'll see what she can do.
In addition to that, we have one other person on our team that would like to have sit with the victim or with Mr. Kohberger's family. It's not somebody who would testify. So if we could have 5 seats, it's somebody who will just assist them as the media might try to talk to them
Sure.
a lot.
All right, I don't have a problem with that. I'm assuming the victim witness coordinator will want to be there as well, so.
And Your Honor, as the court is aware, we have, unlike most cases, we have multiple victims here. So we will have multiple victim coordinators to work with separate families. We will coordinate that with Ms. Barrio's office to let her know.
Are you talking about one per family?
Hopefully not like that, but we're going to need to split at least, we're going to need to have at least 2 separate groups.
All right, let's try to keep it as limited as we can, just because seats are at a premium, but.
Yes, understood. Your Honor, may I also ask the court in regard to the live stream from the witness stand? I believe that we mentioned this, at least in passing, in our trial brief. State anticipates that we may have witnesses who, for reasons the court articulated about the other 2 victims, surviving victims, that a public live stream where their images could be captured and played games with in the media world. Is it possible for the video of that live stream when they testify to be shut off and just have the audio? We also may have a small number of law enforcement witnesses who also do covert work, and broadcasting their images publicly would be undesirable. We will advise the court. We've asked the agencies to identify anybody in that capacity and to specify the basis, which we'll bring to the court. I just wanted to give Your Honor a heads up.
Your Honor, this case is very high profile, and we've had people who have expressed reluctance to talk to us and being willing to testify for similar reasons. I did have a chance to speak with the state this morning, and we agreed that what we'd do is take a look at our entire witness list and try to figure out people that might be more sensitive to having their video camera on their face while they testify, and we may approach the court with a stipulation for certain numbers of them.
Well, my intent would be with respect to victims, and I've already indicated I think the two roommates are victims. There is a compelling interest to protect them. And so just as typically when media is present, they're not permitted to photograph or video victims that may be in the courtroom. If the victim requests it, their face will not be shown during the broadcast. In terms of those that work covert, I gotta see where the parties land on that. If they weren't covert in this case, I'm not sure about that. I'll have to think about that, and you may have to convince me, because I think there is public interest at play here. And so we'll talk about it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
And as for anyone else, you're going to have to really convince me because of the public's right. And their hesitancy can be overborne with a subpoena. And that's what subpoenas are for. So I'm probably disinclined to do that in general for other witnesses. As you can see, I'm even hesitating with people that may have a line of work that is undercover if they weren't undercover in this case. So other folks who may be shy, probably I'm going to have to weigh heavily the public interest there.
Your Honor, I wonder if the same could be accomplished with a room where there could be a feed for certain bits of testimony to a larger group. I mean, it's still a public open courthouse, and live streaming something that gets captured for millions of viewers that lives on for a very long time might be different. And I can work with the state and then give the court a little bit more on that, but off the top of my head, that's what I'm thinking.
It's going to have to be a very compelling reason to do it. So aside from victims, while we are open in the sense that the people in the courtroom, the likelihood is we can't fit everybody in there that wants to be in there. And if I start not broadcasting the testimony, the full testimony of people who would otherwise prefer not to, that's going to fill up, that's going to be a large number quickly. And the best way that we have to ensure that the public is accepting of whatever verdict may be reached in this case is for the public to have the ability to see the evidence. So I'm not saying no, I'm just saying you're going to have to really convince me.
Thank you.
All right, any questions about either the seating or broadcasting besides what we've talked about?
No, sir.
All right, let's move to then opening statements. Let me start with what you've probably figured out by now. I am not tolerant of argument during opening statement. So if somebody is arguing and there is an objection, it will be sustained. Please don't do it. What I would like you to do is, by about the time that we're meeting again to select jurors, let me know what you estimate the time you need for your opening is. I will then look at that request and give you a time allotment based on consideration of that request, each side will be given the same amount of time, and then I will hold you to it. In other words, if you tell me it's going to take an hour, I'm not going to tell you you only have 30 minutes, right? But if you tell me you want 5 hours, I might have some questions about that. But if you tell me you need an hour and I give both sides an hour, in about an hour, you're going to hear me say, counsel, you've got 5 minutes left. Use of exhibits or potential exhibits during opening statement. Because exhibits are not pre-admitted, even if stipulated to, there has to be an agreement to show the exhibit during the opening. Hopefully you both work together knowing what is coming in and isn't coming in, particularly where there's an agreement that something's coming in, other than spite, there's no good reason to not agree to it because the shoe will be on the other foot, so to speak, down the road. Courteous typically pays off with reciprocal courtesy, so work together on that. But technically, if it's not admitted, which nothing is by the time of opening, and there's an objection to using it, I would likely sustain it. For that reason, it's important that you, if you're going to use, for example, like a PowerPoint or something like that, that you share that with the other side at least 72 hours in advance so that they have a chance to review it and then work out any concerns they have and lodge any objections that can't be worked out with me, 48 hours in advance, so that I can then look at it and make a determination. If I haven't given you a ruling by that time and you're coming into openings without yet having a ruling, I suggest you have more than one version ready to go. One that is anticipates the objection being overruled and one that anticipates it being sustained. Let me reiterate again, please do not argue during opening statements or in voir dire, I should mention as well. Make a request at the beginning of your opening to enter the well and it will be granted. However, an invitation and permission to be in the well is not permission to invade the personal space of jurors. So understand that and stay a few feet back, at least from the bar of the jury well. If you are going to use a PowerPoint or some other presentation, you need to choose at the beginning of your presentation whether you want the lights on or off, and they will remain that way throughout your opening, rather than turning them on and off again. So I suggest you do a dry run based on what the light looks like at that time to see what that looks like, to see if you want it on or off. Any questions about openings? All right. Next, I have witnesses. Before we do that, let's take a break. We'll take 10 minutes and I'll be back. All right?
All rise.
Wow, let me turn this AC off. It's driving me crazy this whole time. Yeah. Right. There we go. Okay. I didn't eat any bees. I did not eat any bees. Oh my, I have carpal tunnel like you wouldn't believe from this one. He is just whispering. He's whispering 1 second. And then he's over there. And it's like, because if it's too loud, then it gets blown out and it becomes distorted. And if it's too quiet, you can't hear it, obviously. So he's absolutely jabber-jawing me to death here. And then the attorneys aren't stepping up to the mic until we get the opening statements here, which he was supposed to do. And then he decided to go take a lunch break. I don't know. It's been pretty much a lecture. They're going to keep the jurors private. They're not going to show their faces. Their numbers are going to be scrambled. A lot of stuff. I'm interested to see Heather's PowerPoint on this whole the Heather Meowry report there. Let's check in on Dinks. Well, Kenya Tonka thought I was back
Universe of
up
jurors.
for a minute there, but I wasn't. It's a live feed, and there's no going forward.
We should be able to see it all. That's the whole point of an open to the public trial. The people that are there in the court, they can see it, they can hear it. Are they going to dismiss people from the audience when these witnesses testify? Because if they're not, then why should they not be on camera like everybody else? Yeah, also the feds. And I know who he's referring to there straight away is Balance. It's Nick Balance, because he's the guy, he doesn't want to testify. And he's trying to hide under his... Can you hear anything here? Yeah, well, it's quite quiet, Kane. Like, the judge is quiet. I think even the audience in the court are struggling to hear him. You look at the people on the bench behind Bill. They keep sitting and like trying to hear what he's saying. But yeah, it's Nick Balance, I think. He's trying to worm his way out of this to whatever extent he can, and like this whole undercover stuff. And it's quite interesting what Hitler said there about, well, if they weren't undercover for this case, then he's probably not gonna hide their face or whatever. He keeps hitting home how sorry he feels for Dylan and Bethany, and you know that they are victims, and that he's going to reserve 2 seats for them for the whole thing. But yet, here's the other thing, like, so if Brian wants an extra member of his family there, he's got to request it, but the judge is like, well, I'm already generous by giving you 4 seats. But then Anne's like, but I also need 1 for, like, the advocate, because otherwise the press, I guess bodyguard or something, otherwise the press are going to be all over them, aren't they?
Yeah, this whole lottery thing.
He's already dead set on them being victims, so I can't imagine how well it would go down if Anne just disappeared. If Anne brings them up as alternative suspects. I don't think he's going to like that, and I wonder if that's what he was referring to right at the beginning. When he was talking about a lot of stuff. I mean, all he's done is talk.
I'm curious as far as being able to get into the courtroom. If like one day, I don't know if they select in pairs, because if I'm going with Twiz or whatever, then one of us gets in and one of us doesn't. It's just kind of have to stand out in the courtroom with our anti-firing squad t-shirts, I guess, and wait it out till the next day and see if they're gonna. Okay, this is courtroom 3, I believe, and they're gonna keep it small. They're gonna keep it in a small courtroom, and you can't really tell judging by the size of this courtroom, but it probably, how many people would you say this courtroom was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20. Let's say 50 people tops. And there's going to be, okay, so you -2 for Dylan and Bethany, for the family. I mean, you already have 20 seats taken. So at the tops, on the best day, it's probably going to be 50, 30 seats, 30 to 40 seats, or 20 to 30 seats open for this lottery. And there's probably all kinds of payola, for the press to get in because they want to get in.
I mean, if they were suspects, they weren't for more than a few hours because they put them all together in the same hotel that night. That's not how you treat suspects. So, I'm sure, Cara, I think they probably gave him stuff, but he wants more than that, of course. I mean, he's making this whole, he's in the house. Like, the whole jury selection thing just went on and on and on. And it sounds like it's going to be a pretty complicated process. But it sounds more like a game show. Like, having chess timers and giving people, like, limited time. It's like... It sounds like there's not going to be much seating for public.
I'm missing Willie today.
You're going to have to, if you're media, you've got to...
I'm assuming that him
and then they just randomly
Miss Potts are over at Lana.
And then
not able to hear a thing wishing they were here. I am at. Hold on, let me pause, Dinky. I am at. Okay, I guess I could show you here. Let me get rid of my filter here. Stupid filter. All right. So this is the window I'm using, right? And just in case, I'm going to go over to the thing here. Where's the thing? Oh, did I lose the feed? Where'd it go? Let's just open it again, just in case. Hey. What is going on here? Okay, hold on. I don't know how long this... They say 10 minutes, and it's 30 minutes every time. Hold on 1 second. I didn't know... I knew Hitler wasn't part of Skylar Meade. I guess I forgot that he... I knew that he was part of... oops. Oh, shit. Okay, wait, you gotta go to the post here. And then that. Okay, we're still in recess, I think. There it is, just so you know. Okay, and then... Okay, so this is literally just to show other people how it's done and where I'm at right now. Is you select the window, you go to the filter, add the gain, and so you can see I'm at 18 plus decibels right now. And I'm actually going to bump that up. Well, we're going to do opening arguments, and then once the attorneys are into the onto the microphone, they are usually much louder. I forgot. That's Rockford Files. That's the okay. And everybody keeps talking about in the Karen Reed trial, the Higgins, and I'm like, Higgins was Robin Masters, and nobody gets it. So if you didn't watch the last episode of Thomas Magnum, then you don't get that joke. Turns out that Higgins was all along. Release the lads. He was the guy. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure quarters on a break still. All right, I'm gonna start. Yeah, is the sound good, guys? Here, give me a 14 in the chat there. If because I get nervous because I know sometimes when you ride the slider like I'm doing, I have to. It'll be like. So let me know if you're hearing any of that kind of crap. And I'll try to slow it down. But when you jump from him going like this, And then he's like, and then it's like, thank you, Rochelle. And so yeah, I can't imagine that they can hear a damn thing that he's mumbling, and I'm glad. I was tempted to make it a requirement they have to be in a live to be able to use my audio, but I'm not going to do that because I know that Ms. Potts is loyal just to fuck with her to Lana. But I should. Why not? No, I wouldn't do it. Thank you very much, Rochelle. And Angel D, nice to have you here. I thought you'd be here earlier. I don't know what time. What do you guys? 12 hours? So you're at nighttime right now. 9 hours, something like that over there on Western Oz. Let me turn this up just in case we pop out. Okay, so I don't even want to play a video in the meantime. I'm going to give you the view out my window as much. This is as high as my darn... I used to be able to show you guys out my window. Cool and bright. Day slow, slowly in the night. That's maybe a little better. It's just a bright light too, right? So I'm gonna start my I'm gonna start my beef for my salad, and then I kind of toast the salad. I got this one hair right here, freak hair. Anyway, I'm gonna start that, and I'll be 2 feet away, and I'm gonna use the 10100. And I'll leave the audio where it's at right now, since you can't see me. And I wonder where... Now this is a whole different ballgame. I just added another decibel. So I don't know where we're going to come in. I've been riding it between 7.9 and 4.7 if you're interested, right here. So this is the slider that I ride. And so I'm between 4.7 and 7.9. And hopefully it's not getting... no, I'm not fighting with my salad. It's 3 a.m. Wow, you're up late. Well, I'm glad you joined us, Angel D. It's nice to see you in here. Everyone, welcome to. Please, everyone say hello to Angel D. She does like that. And I'm going to leave it here at 4.9. And hopefully we'll get things started on the Muppet Show tonight, and hopefully we can get JJ and Miss Potts to join us for a post. I was hoping he would pop in midstream here at the break, but let me get my things done. I'm gonna delete myself just in case they come back on. Let me do a quick refresh. Now I apologize for that little glitch. Somebody said other channels were having also stream difficulties. It looked like Dinky was okay, so I don't know if it was a me thing or an Idaho thing. But yeah, I apologize for that. And then what Kenya Tonka was right. Yeah, just delete it and start over, which I did. And that was just basic introductory stuff. Luckily, that happened in the beginning. I think a lot of people were streaming it, so their 10 is way up, way up. Yeah, bodyboard. That's 24. So yeah, I'll be right back. We got hurricane season coming up. I'll be definitely live streaming some surf sessions, so that'll be a lot of fun. And then we can watch hopefully I'll be able to take Rockford with the camera, and he can film me, and then we can watch the playback. Because in bodyboard on professional level, I'm like a amateur pro for stand-up surfing. Which is what I did originally, but I like body surfing a lot better, or bodyboarding, not body surfing. You can't body surf. All right, so there it is. Let's see what happens. I'm just gonna be back in 2 shakes of an ice tassel. All right, I'm back. Oh, I thought I was talking to you guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm back. I was saying I keep trying to put this to the end of the line. It gets lost. I gotta get rid of this silly Pope cat. Let's see what Tinky's up to. Should have put Tinky on while I was.
It's how they're gonna have much.
Earn points on rent at any home with Bill. Get rewarded every month on rent, travel, and other expenses around your neighborhood. Redeem points on airlines,
you can hear me?
hotels,
I'm sorry.
rent, fitness, and much more.
Yeah.
Take advantage of
It
our
happens.
world-class.
I thought I muted the mic.
Oh no, it's messed up, dude. It's all to do with trafficking in it, young girls.
Yeah.
All these politicians
dude,
and all
There's
these
Willie.
people there. That's what they're interested in.
Yeah, and
It's
that's
because they can have anything they want. They've got the money to buy anything they want. So they want the things that you
and not just that.
can't
If you're a regular,
legally buy.
Well, yeah, and if you're a regular person like you or I that was like a victim of this, and like we come forward as a male and like say what really happened.
My bad, sorry
Dude,
about
they put the guy in a psych ward that like told the truth, and now they're saying like everything he said in his interrogation was.
Gotcha. 3 in the morning
was the
too
truth.
over there.
It's like wow.
Sorry.
So you didn't believe him for 10 years, and all of a sudden he's your star. The government, man, is unbelievable. What's up, Kane?
I don't know what's going on with this case, dude. Something's changed in it. I feel like something's changed in this case. This whole IGG cover-up thing, I'm bewildered by that. Like, how have they agreed on this? I don't understand, because, like, it's a huge piece of evidence that could sway the jury either way. Do you know what I mean? So now what they're gonna say is like, yeah, Brian, we matched Brian's DNA to the knife sheath that we found at the house. Not, they don't have to explain how they did
supposed to be 10 minutes,
and won't be allowed to ask how they did that.
Yeah, joke, man.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they've changed everything as far as the case goes, as far as the timeline, and they don't have any kind of rhyme or reason or explanation for doing it. They just do it, and we're just supposed to be understanding, and then we're supposed to be understanding with the case that the prostitution is presenting over and over this bullshit. And then you have Dateline NBC.
As in, like, no objection, no whatever. Exhibits in opening statements will only exhibits that are stipulated will be allowed in the openings, because obviously nothing at that point would have been entered into evidence.
Yeah, he's been all kinds of late today. We started half an hour late.
Jurors.
Hopefully things pick up a little bit.
I'm taking it
He said that in opening statements that he said he's not going to tolerate any of to present any arguments. So I don't know that it's going to be a whole lot more exciting than the lecture that we've gotten so far. With he talks down to everybody, but we'll have to see. I don't know. Let me make sure that. Let me refresh this page again. Boy, 10 minutes has turned into 40 real quick. Come on, dude. Alright, full page that. Do you guys, let's take a vote here. I don't know what you want me to do. If you want me to keep it when when Ann is speaking, would you like me to zoom in on Ann and BK and Twiz? Or do you think it's better just to leave the full screen view and we could see Shushley and Bill and, gosh, I keep forgetting the new attorney guy's name. I just call him Mark Zuckerberg. Whatever you would prefer. Put a 1 for Twiz and put a 2 for full screen. Heather wants me to zoom in. What do you guys think? Chelsea said something about he didn't have his courtroom outfit on. He looks good. BK looks much better. It looks like they frosted his tips on the top. I don't know. He's definitely looking more groomed and better, in my opinion, than he did in the last trial. That's for damn sure. Again, he's not. I knew Brian was going to vote for Twiz. Ingrid Betty. I don't know. We'll have to see what. Anyone else want to vote on that? Twiz 1, full screen 2. I think in posterity, because you can zoom in on it later, it's probably just in case something happens. Because you never know. Something wild could happen at any given moment in this trial, or we see something. So I hate to miss something just because I'm zoomed in on Twiz's corner. He has assigned seating. The courtroom's more full, don't you think, than it was last time? In my opinion, I don't know. Let's check back. Thank you.
Missed the balance, but yeah, don't worry about it, dude. If you come into court, we'll just turn the cameras off and hide your identity.
Trooper Proctor completely fucked the whole investigation. Was looking up nudes of like a defendant and all this kind of shit, and this dude doesn't have to get on a stand. So, come on.
Do you know what I think they're gonna do? I think they're gonna like rail in loads and loads of like college kids and make it a very emotional.
That's of course.
Case. They're going to plead to the emotions
they've
of
said
the jurors.
That they're going to hold those interviews or whatever they've done with the people from DeSales and this type of thing until the penalty phase of the trial, to make him seem like he has the kind of character that's deserving of the DP. So that'll remain to be seen if they use those witnesses during the trial. I'm not sure how that's going to go. Does Dinky have a fidget spinner? We're back. Okay, we're back.
All right. We are back on the record. I wanted to, I failed to, when I was talking about the trial schedule, the 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. Lunch will be 45 minutes. Food will be brought for the jurors. We've already talked with counsel about the fact that they can, if they like, elect to also receive the meals the jurors do. They will be charged for that, obviously, and we'll have to pay for that. But for convenience sake, to keep things moving, be sure you let the trial court administrator, Sandra, you or Randy, let Sandra know about that. All right, moving on to witnesses. By 5 o'clock each day, you need to give notice to the other side, the witnesses that you will be calling that next day. If it's over a weekend, by noon on Saturday. The list should be a realistic one and not everybody on your witness list. And it should be tiered into 2. One is the ones that you definitely are going to be getting to. And then if you have time left over, who you would take and in what order. I do like to use the time efficiently, so I don't generally grant the request with when it's if we're normally stopping at 3:30 at 3:10 or so to say when you end a witness, well, can we just stop here? The answer is generally no. Let's use the 15-20 minutes that we have, because in a 3-month trial that adds up at the end of the day. So have enough witnesses ready to go to fill the time, and it's always good to have one or two who you always have at your side. So, for example, if the state, a law enforcement officer, who's there, for example, you can call and put on something if worse comes to worse. But I want to make sure we use that time efficiently. With, in addition to giving the list of witnesses you're going to call, you need to provide a list of exhibits you intend to introduce with that witness, short of obviously impeachment, so that the other side can look at those. That doesn't include exhibits that you would put in as part of redirect examination. So, for example, the defense in the state's case cross-examines on some other exhibits that you didn't bring up, or there are exhibits that you didn't bring up that would explain what the defense brought up. You don't have to give notice of those exhibits. You don't have to anticipate that, in other words. Now, this is not a remedy or a right that I'm likely is going to be resulting in exclusion of evidence. It is something that you're going to have to deal with me if you're not complying with it, and I will figure out something to make sure that you do, although I don't expect it will be a problem. You should know what exhibits you're going to use, and there's no real secret here about what exhibits go with what witnesses. And I say that because there's always going to be leeway where you have an exhibit that you forgot you need to use, or a witness testifies in a way that you now need to use another exhibit. So, there's leeway there, but giving the other side a general idea of the key exhibits that will be used so that they can review those to prepare, I think is fair. The corollary to my use all the time that we have is don't filibuster. I will give an example that I have used, that I have violated my own rule in the past. When I was in your shoes, where I had a young associate handling a witness who the next witness was going to be the client, and we didn't want to get to him that day, and he kept turning around thinking he was done, and I kept going like this, meaning fill up the time. Don't do that. Use the time efficiently, but don't filibuster. I've learned to come, as a judge, you sometimes feel like your client is the jury in some ways, right? You want to make sure that that they are comfortable. You want to make sure they're treated with respect, and make sure that things go as quickly as possible for them. And so I've come to respect that. And so I tend to want to make that happen as much as possible. So, don't waste their time, either by having gaps that we can't fill or by filling it with stuff we don't need to use where we could be going to another witness. The lawyer handling a witness, if that is the lawyer handling on direct or the lawyer handling on cross, is the lawyer authorized to speak on the issues related to that witness's testimony at the time it is being offered? And so that is the only lawyer that's authorized to speak about that witness. So if there is a sidebar, only the lawyers handling the witness need approach, if it's specific to that. If it's more general and I need to talk to more of you, I'll let you know that. but I don't want the whole caravan up here for those discussions. Likewise, please do not stretch the shirt sleeve of the lawyer who is handling it by the other lawyer constantly pulling on their sleeve and writing a note and saying, don't say it, they'll get it, just let them do their job. I'm assuming that there is, based on our prior motions, agreement, well, I'm assuming at least one of you would like to exclude witnesses pursuant to 615. Because if that's the case, then they will be excluded, generally speaking.
It was the state's expectation that that's what would occur, and that's why we raised with the court earlier on the specific individuals that we've agreed could stay even if they haven't testified yet.
So 615 is one of those rules where if one side requests it, it's granted as a general matter. And so I'm assuming that we're going to be using 615 to exclude witnesses except those excluded by the, or excused from it by the court. Or you can agree not to use 615.
I want to talk about experts, though.
Right.
Experts being allowed to view other expert testimony.
Correct. Yeah, experts are generally excused from 615 because part of what they rely upon is the testimony of other experts. Part of what they rebut is the testimony of other experts. So experts generally are excluded. The parties, or in the state's case, a designated party representative, such as a lead investigator, is typically excused from it. I've already talked about the defendant's family in another ruling, and crime victims are excluded from it.
I want some further clarification with our experts.
And I think you guys agreed that your investigators would be excluded from it as well.
We did make that agreement. I think that may have even been in writing.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just had that thought and I didn't want to lose it.
No, that's okay. I know the court has talked before about the live streaming and being mindful that witnesses not watch the trial when they're outside of the courtroom, just like they couldn't inside of the courtroom. What I want to know is with experts who are allowed to be in the courtroom, can those that are far away watch the live stream version if they can't make it to Idaho?
Mr. Thompson? Do you have any objection to that?
No, that seems to make sense, Your Honor. And I understood that the court was going to get an admonishment, acknowledgement from witnesses as they appear.
Bailiff, could you provide one of these to each side, please? This is an affidavit that each witness will have to sign, and you hand to me as they are going to the stand when you're called by them, specifically declaring that they have not watched the live stream. This is for witnesses who are excluded or otherwise consumed media about the testimony or evidence presented during the trial. That's not the, I'm not wed to the exact wording, so if you have wording suggestions, I certainly will listen to them, but that is the gist, is that they will provide such an affidavit each as they come to testify. Any concern with that?
Not with the wording at the moment. A question of clarification, though. If the case should reach a phase 2, does this admonition apply to those potential witnesses for phase 2?
So a witness who is only a phase 2 witness?
Only a phase 2, yeah.
And they attend phase 1, is that what you're asking?
If they watch or attend any part of phase 1.
Well, the problem with that is that phase 1 is also part of the state's phase 2 evidence, as is the defense's, right?
Your Honor, I think that would support the need for them to be able to know it if the state's going to rely on things that.
Are you talking about experts?
Experts and possibly lay people too.
Well, explain to me why lay people should be excluded from it.
I don't think they should be excluded.
So you think they should not be permitted to watch the trial?
I think I've got some double negatives going on. I think that if we get to a phase 2, I don't think that those witnesses have to be excluded from paying attention to phase 1. I think the protection for phase 1 is separate than phase 2 because of the rules of evidence that apply to any phase 2, the lack of them that apply to phase 2, and because the state's going to rely on what was in phase 1. So yes, experts, and some potential lay witnesses as well.
Mr. Thompson or whoever wants to address this?
Our initial inclination is to leave that to the court's discretion. I think the whole purpose is to avoid prospective witnesses altering their testimony in some fashion based on what they've seen going on in court. That's the danger. I don't know why phase 2 witnesses should be treated any differently than phase 1 witnesses.
Well, what I'm going to do is, I'll give you a chance to each submit something within 7 days in writing on that, and I'll look at it so that you can give me any authority that you might come across related to that issue. Give me a chance to think about it further, and for the two of you to perhaps talk to see if you can understand specifically who you might be thinking of to see if the state has a problem with that. Right. Counsel who calls a witness unless it's clearly an adverse witness, in which case counsel needs to notify opposing counsel that they have not admonished that witness. But otherwise, counsel is responsible for ensuring witnesses are aware of orders in limine, otherwise clearly off a testimony that is off limits. Make sure they understand, the Rule 615 requirements and the fact that they're going to have to sign an affidavit subject to the penalties of perjury that they have not watched this stuff. So it's your responsibility to make sure that they're aware, because when they don't comply, I'm going to be asking, why did you make them aware? I'm going to, while we were talking about the jury, I failed to give you the juror affirmation that will have to be signed by the jurors each day. Let me give you a copy of that along the same lines. So that is an affidavit each juror will fill out daily, indicating that they have not violated the court's instruction or otherwise been exposed to testimony or information about the case outside of the trial itself. If I exclude evidence and you need to make an offer of proof, The opportunity to do that generally is when the jury, when we're not working with the jury, such as the morning session or the afternoon session, so that you can make that record as best as possible. That can be done typically by simply making an oral reference to what the witness would have testified or what the evidence would have shown had it been admitted. Okay, let me. I think the rules are pretty clear, but some judges may have more leeway than others about objections. Let me explain to you what my expectations are regarding objections. So objections to questions or exhibits should be stated simply and without argument. It should not be a speaking objection. So for example, an objection, a proper objection might be, for example, objection hearsay. Objection foundation requires a little more. As you're probably aware, there's case law that is an insufficient objection. You have to identify what is missing from the foundation as part of your objection. If you think that doing so would put information in front of the jury that you're not certain I'm going to allow, please ask to approach. I tend to be a rather quick on rulings, on objections. I've been known to, testimony, objection, overruled, sustained immediately, without even giving you much of a chance to express your concern greater, because I can usually anticipate what the potential issue is and whether or not it's an issue. That said, if you think your ox has been gored and you need to address the issue more, either to have a record or in order to perhaps convince me that I'm maybe looking at it differently than what you anticipated or than I should, please just ask to approach, and then we can have a discussion here at the bench about that. If you need to make a further record for any reason on an objection or in response to an objection, simply ask to approach and we will have that discussion. I'm sure by the end of the trial we'll have to replace the carpet from the trail leading from counsel to the bench, but that's fine. As I've shown you before, the court reporter will have a device like this that will allow her to hear through her earphones what we're saying. There will be white noise that's played in the courtroom so the jury and others cannot hear what we're talking about. There will be a physical barrier that blocks most of the view of the jury from what we're talking about at the bench that's rolled out so that they can't see. And we can have fairly fulsome whispered discussions here at the bench about that, whatever the issue may be. I have found in, doing this for far longer than I care to remember that when I send the jury away to hear argument on an objection, what might take 3 minutes to have the argument on takes 12 to 15 minutes to get the jury back again. And then we lose a lot of time throughout the day that way. And so my preference is as much as possible to have those discussions here at the bench. Now, if it's a very significant issue that requires much more legroom, so to speak, to talk about it, then I will chase them out of the room, but I prefer not to handle the more routine stuff. One of the things about, I've had counsel before who confuse the idea of the need to make a record with the need to get my ruling and then offer a rebuttal to it. That is not making a record, that is making a rebuttal. And at least until it goes over to State Street, I get the last word, and not you. And so I don't generally afford that opportunity. So if after I rule and you tell me you need to make a record, it truly needs to be a record on something that for some reason you were unable to make when you had the opportunity to do so. and not simply to see what my ruling is and then try to pick it apart. I will reiterate what I started with is I don't like surprises. If you anticipate an objection or you anticipate objecting to testimony you certainly know is coming, let's talk it over before the witness hits the stand, before the jury's in the box, so that I have as much time as possible to be prepared so I can give you as best a ruling as I can, and so that you can make as best an argument as you can. If you anticipate the potential impeachment of a witness by prior testimony, whether that's grand jury testimony, whether that is transcribed witness interviews, whatever it might be, please get that to me before the witness hits the stand, and preferably towards the start of the trial, so that I have that available so I can have read it before the witness testifies, so that when you then ask to either impeach or to refresh recollection or whatever it might be, I will have read that testimony. Don't be mistaken in your belief that I have all that testimony. If it, for example, happened with Judge, I don't necessarily have all those transcripts, so get them to me. Or if I do, they're in one of 100 boxes somewhere back there.
Your Honor, if they've been supplied with exhibits and the purpose was just for that, will that be enough for the court, or should I have an extra transcript at the start of the day if I think I need it on paper for it?
So let me know as far as advance as possible, and I will have staff look for that. But otherwise, it's probably safest just to provide me an actual copy of it.
Thank you.
While I'm thinking of it, because I'm in my mind envisioning the materials from grand jury that we have here, the state did file a motion to get back its exhibits for use at trial. I assume there's no objection to that?
Correct. No objections.
All right. Mr. Thompson, if you may make arrangements with staff here to get those while you're here, okay?
Yes, sir.
And I assume you have replacements you have or will get to me for those.
And actually, we had a procedural question we were going to ask the clerk. I'll ask Your Honor.
Clerk probably knows better than I do, but I'll go ahead and try.
We can do one of two things. We can either get together a set of photographs or copies of the exhibits and exchange those for the exhibits, or take the exhibits, document them, and then give the clerk what we've documented. We're happy to do it either way.
Well, my only fear is that you take the exhibit and then I don't know what the record is of what it actually looked like. Not to suggest that you would be involved in any chicanery and switching something out, but just trying as best I can to preserve that record.
Understood. So we probably will not pick them up on this trip, but we will make arrangements to have that done certainly well before trial.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Speaking of chicanery, I'm not fond, and you folks know that by now, of making accusations against opposing counsel that are not well-founded and supported by specific actual evidence. I know that you can get along, but I also know that over the course of a trial, particularly a long one, tension rises. And so I remind you of that to be professional. Don't talk to each other directly when we're in court, right? When the session's going, everything goes through the court as you know, the protocol with courts generally is. Refer to each other by professionally, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Thompson, not by first name, while we're on the record. Again, avoid making accusations that you don't have the tickets for, or the receipts for, I should say. And under no circumstances should you make such accusations in front of the jury. It's a long trial, so as much as I want you to be prepared, needs to get out again at the end of the day. And so it may be that we need to stop one witness's testimony to get the other witness in and then pick the other one up. As long as there's no clear prejudice from that, I'm generally flexible in allowing that so that we can accommodate that. And I ask you to both be accommodating to each other in that regard. All right, any questions about witnesses' testimony?
Just one, it's kind of a takeoff of what the court just mentioned. We have at least one, maybe a couple law enforcement witnesses in particular who have testimony relevant to different stages of the case. And it's our intent, with the court's permission, to call them at different times instead of trying to figure out how to call them once and have them talk about what's going on at this stage of the case and then what may be happening next week with the case. Is that acceptable to the court?
Well, let's start with whether it's acceptable with Ms. Taylor.
Your Honor, I don't know that I have a strong objection or really any business in telling the state how to put on their case. That feels really cumbersome to me. I was hoping for leeway the other way when we would call a witness ourselves, but they're a state's witness. I'd hope to have a little leeway to do all of my examinations so they didn't have to come back. I would otherwise defer to the court.
Certainly, if you're somebody's on your witness list, if you want to go beyond the scope of direct as part of effectively your case in chief in advance, I don't have a problem with that. And so if it's going to save bringing another witness back, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem if it doesn't get too cumbersome.
Yes, sir.
If we're having a law enforcement talk about a broad area of one phase of the investigation at a time, that's probably okay. But, having them come up and narrate between every other witness is probably too much. Then the question becomes is how do we handle cross-examination? And basically I will defer to the defense on that or the other side on that to the extent that we allow, which is do you want to cross-examine about the information they just presented now, or do you want to wait until their last presentation and cross-examine about everything? And so that'll be up to you.
Your Honor, with that said, then I guess I'd request that the state let us know when they call a law enforcement that's for a limited purpose right now, but is coming back for another purpose.
Yeah, they need.
Yes, Your Honor.
And if you don't let them know that, and well, either way, it's your responsibility to ensure that they're back at some point available to the defense so that they can cross-examine, even if you decide, I don't need them anymore. You better not send them on an airplane somewhere where they're unattainable.
Yes, sir.
Because the remedy may be to strike all of their testimony as a starting point.
We would anticipate asking court and counsel if this witness may be excused if we're finished with them, and then I would give Ms. Taylor or other counsel an opportunity to let us know whether they still need that person.
Okay. Likewise, when you look at each other's witness lists, talk with each other and then write it in, get it in writing so we have it as to whether or not, for example, Ms. Taylor will need subpoenas to witnesses you have on your list that they want to also call, or if the other way around, you need subpoenas for their witnesses, or whether they will essentially agree to make them available. Anything else with respect to witnesses before I move to exhibits?
No, sir.
Okay. So I did require a meet and confer for you to go over exhibits, and I got those, and I appreciate the start that you have on those. There are a number of exhibits where appears to be, I can't tell. So for example, there's an objection to, for example, relevance or hearsay. Part of what I wanted to know, though, to start is, regardless of whether it's ultimately admissible for those reasons, is there an objection to authenticity? In other words, I want to make the trial go as quickly as possible, avoid the need to put on a bunch of witnesses simply to say, this is what this is, and they don't really have any substantive discussion about it. They're just authenticating a document that, if we were to be honest, there's no dispute that it is what it is. And so I may have you go back and look at that and add another column to the list, which is objections to authenticity. Some of the stuff, key actual evidence items, whether that's DNA or whatever it might be, obviously the defense is entitled to put the state to its burden with respect to chain of custody and all that, so I don't expect that. But on some of the other stuff, certainly to the extent that we can agree that if there's no good faith basis to contest the authenticity, then let's try to do that for everyone's sake. In that vein, I know the state had to withdraw its request to have certain documents self-authenticated to go back and do more work. Where are we at on that?
Ms. Jennings can speak to that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe that we've submitted all of the certificates of authentication for all the exhibits we plan to introduce that way.
Okay. And you've submitted those to the defense to review? And Ms. Taylor, are you going to respond to those?
Your Honor, we did. We met with the state last week, I believe, or the week before, and we discussed some of those records. There were some issues with them. Ms. Jennings provided me with a thumb drive, and I don't know if those have corrections on them, but I'll continue to let the state know what we think, if we continue with an objection or if we're satisfied that the rule's been met.
Okay. If you could get with each other and then provide me I didn't study the exhibits that I got a day or two ago, or the spreadsheet that closely, but make sure I'm aware specifically of which exhibits there is no objection to the self-authenticating or otherwise not an objection to authenticity. Doesn't sound like we're going to need a hearing on that, at least for the time being, though.
Not that I'm aware of now, but certainly we'll keep our eye on it. I can alert the court, and if we can squeeze it into June 18th, that's possible. Maybe we
Sure.
can start that at noon.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I would certainly caution, at least because the state goes first for now, I'll say the state, that belts and suspenders are good ideas when it comes to trial. So I would have my people I need to authenticate things under subpoena just in case. Especially if they're out-of-state witnesses, because that's not something you can do overnight. So the methods of displaying evidence to the jury, generally there's three ways to do that. One is by putting it on the Elmo and projecting the physical document, whether it's a writing or something else. The other is if it's a writing or something else, using litigation software of some kind to project it through the computer. And the third is passing it through the jury. That last one is the one I want to avoid as much as possible because that just takes too much time. So try to use the other two approaches as much as possible. Now, there are going to be some physical objects that it may be important for the jury to see, and I get that. But in general, photographs, things that are in writing. I think that's dangerous. And so the process, if there's a stipulated to exhibit, would be to, just as you normally would, identify it with the witness, or not even necessarily doing that. You're going to use Exhibit 6. Witness is on the stand. Just say, Your Honor, I'd like to go over Exhibit 6 with the witness. I understand that the defense has no objection to this. Look at you. That's correct. All right, Exhibit 6 is admitted, and then we go from there. On voluminous documents, if possible, try to avoid sending the whole thing back if there's only a small part of it that's relevant. If that's not possible, let's highlight the parts that are relevant and maybe even explain through the witness whether any of the rest of it is relevant, right, so that they know what to look at. In that same vein, if you have a voluminous exhibit and there are, say, 5 or 6 pages from it that are important, what I might suggest is the exhibit be, Exhibit 47, and then you have 47A, 47B, 47C as marked exhibits. They go with 47, but they're separate exhibits so that the jury can keep those in mind, and we can keep track of those. It looks like from what I received, the state's using S- number for its exhibits, and the defense is just using numbers. Is that accurate?
It is.
Hopefully that won't get too confusing for people. Where we can, what I also suggest is that the defense is going to use as part of its case the same exhibit that the state has used and admitted. Let's not admit another copy of the same thing. Let's just use, so I like to say, the parties don't own the exhibits once they're admitted, the court does. And so there's no proprietary interest there. So if you already have it admitted in the form, just use that exhibit. Okay. I think my staff explained to you that in terms of submitting exhibits to the court in advance, if you would provide 2 copies of the exhibits in notebooks, so 1 copy in one set of notebooks and 1 copy in the other set of notebooks, and try not to make the notebooks bigger than about 1.5 inches each, at least on the copy you give to me, because it's just too unwieldy to use a 6-inch binder up here, or if I need to take it home and read it overnight to do that. So try to keep it to about 1.5 inches per. And then for the actual exhibits that are going to be admitted, provide those first day of trial or whatever to the clerk in each exhibit in a manila folder with the exhibit number marked on the outside of the folder on the tab, with the sticker attached inside the exhibit, so that she'll have a box of the proposed exhibits, the originals, and you can ask for exhibit X or whatever, and she'll hand it to you to use. At least for the document exhibits and photograph exhibits. Physical object exhibits, work with the marshals on getting them in the courthouse. So for example, if it's something that's going to raise alarms at the security line, such as, I don't know, a knife, make sure you've got the aid of security in advance to get through that. The TCA can direct you to the Marshal Service and who to talk to there. We tend to use for dangerous items like guns and knives, a display box that the item would then be locked in to display to the jury, and so that can go to the jury without fear of an accident happening. I don't think there are any guns in this case, so I'm not as worried about that in terms of those being pointed at anyone by accident. But in terms of the knife, we'll probably be in a display case. If you're going to be using illustrative exhibits, give counsel notice of that as reasonably far in advance as possible for them to have a chance to look at those. Items for which chain of custody needs to be maintained until it's admitted, I'm going to leave that to the state to figure out where it's going to be stored and how it's going to be stored. Whether that's with a sister agency or whether you're going to have the sheriff up there bring down a trailer that can be locked up and kept at the sheriff's here property or something like that. However you want to do that, I'll let you worry about that. For physical objects, also provide color photographs so that we can have those in the record. At the end of the trial, we will likely give back physical objects to law enforcement to maintain. Depending on what it is, we'll see, and depending on what the outcome of the case is. But it's nice to have those color copies available for the record. Triple check all of your exhibits, particularly documents, audio and video, to ensure that there's nothing on there that is not supposed to be on there. Give audio and video to counsel far enough in advance they have the opportunity to determine whether they have an objection to anything in there, and you have the opportunity to either make redactions in accordance with the objection or to get a ruling from me about those redactions. What I don't want is the jury to be sitting in the back room while you all are making redactions at the last minute during the middle of trial. All right, for closings, kind of the same idea. I'll ask in advance for a time estimate, and then if it's reasonable, agree to it, but then hold you to it. A little bit more liberal, obviously on closing than in opening. If you're going to display things in closing, kind of the same light rule goes, which is lights on or lights off, so you'll have to choose. You can move about the well, but don't get in the juror's personal space. The state, when it gives me a time, I will keep track of that, and then for rebuttal, it'll be whatever you didn't use. So when you're giving me estimates, include your rebuttal in that. if you would like time reminders from the court throughout it, for example, if you're planning to keep 20 minutes for rebuttal, you can ask for a heads up at 30 minutes or something like that when you have 30 minutes left, so you know. Just let me know in advance. All right, questions either about closings or about exhibits?
Your Honor, as to the defense exhibits, it would be helpful if they could be separated or at least delineated between which is for the penalty phase and the guilt phase, as the court will see when it looks at our spreadsheet of our responses to the defense exhibits. Some of them, we could see we wouldn't object to them in penalty phase, but we would in guilt phase, and they aren't clearly delineated at this point. If that's something that we could have addressed sooner than not, that would be very helpful.
Any problem with that, Ms. Taylor?
Your Honor, no problem. We did go over that when we met last week, and I identified which ones were for a phase 2 if we get there. I don't have a problem stating so, but we did make them aware.
Okay, well, maybe if you can just put it in writing so that they have it, that'd be helpful. That way we don't have any misunderstanding between the two of you. Thank you. All right, once you get and revise your spreadsheets based upon what we've talked about today, I'll start about part of what I'm going to do with the time that we have between now and trial is start going through all those, looking at what your objections are, getting my preliminary thoughts together on that, and then we may have another hearing just to kind of go over some of that if it's stuff that I think I can rule on in advance for you, or if I have questions, et cetera, but I'll let you know. All right, anything else before I move on to jury instructions?
Not from us, Your Honor. Thank you.
As far as objections, Your Honor, the court has issued a number of decisions on motions and limine motions to dismiss. From the defendant's trial brief, the defendant indicates that he plans to raise those same objections again at trial. And it strikes the state that if that's going to happen, to preserve the record if for no other reason, that should be done outside the presence of the jury, as opposed to interrupting testimony and the presentation of evidence on matters that have already been ruled on by the court, if that is acceptable to the court and counsel.
So there's not a need to object again if I've already ruled on the objection. If you're asking me to reconsider, yeah, I think that's something you need to take up outside the presence of the jury, if that makes sense.
That does make sense. And on situations that may arise where we might want the court to reconsider, we'll definitely take that up outside the presence of the jury. I do want to make sure that things such as the model house that was the subject of a lot of objection, that there's a noted ongoing objection to it. I don't mind anticipating that and bringing that up before trial starts and outside the presence of the jury.
And to be fair, I only have what was proffered, right? And so I had a general proffer that the testimony will be that it, as I understand it, that it is consistent with the general layout, but not to scale, and that it would be helpful for the testimony. I don't have a problem with an objection based upon what that proffer is actually at the time. And so I think that's fine. I don't think that there's a need for an ongoing objection once that's done, but that helps.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Jury instructions, I provided to you, I think yesterday, maybe pre-proof instructions. Did you get those?
I did not receive those.
Have we not sent those out? All right, I'll send those out probably today or Monday. They're not particularly, I think, controversial. They're pretty stock. On the pre-proof, in a capital case, there's instruction. Normally what we instruct the jury is don't concern yourself with punishment, the subject of punishment. In a capital case, we are supposed to instruct them under 700B, of the capital instructions in the pre-proof phase that it is a capital case, which obviously they're going to know through jury selection. So there's that instruction in there. And what I've done is we're also supposed to instruct them with 700C, which is this is a capital case and you'll have to decide if you find the defendant guilty, what penalty to impose. But then 700C says, instruct them in a separate instruction, don't concern yourself with the subject of penalty or punishment in the guilt phase. I've combined those two things together, so take a look at that. I think it reads better than trying to do two separate, potentially contradictory instructions. I think that does it in a way that makes it more understandable. Other than that, they're very, very stock instructions. If there are other instructions that the parties want to be included in the pre-approve, for example, any stipulations that they want me to advise the jury of, let me know by submitting a request and copying my law clerk on that as well. I think you'll probably get before too long a set of post-proof instructions that are very loose in the sense that obviously I can't anticipate everything. It is based on what I sort of understand now. But it's helpful to have a discussion about that as early as possible so that we're all singing from the same hymnal in terms of what the likely instructions are going to be. And, you know, for better or worse, as you know, the Supreme Court in last year in 2024 revised all their capital instructions. And so in light of that, I will be as much as possible sticking with what they have provided, given that it's clear they've obviously given it recent thought. And so I think that best insulates the case from perceived error by the court is by using instructions they've recently given us. My plan would be if there is a guilty verdict on the any of the counts of murder, would begin the penalty phase as soon thereafter as we can. Certainly probably the next day, unless it's, you know, Friday morning when we get that, then we may not start till Monday or something. But given that the jury will certainly be sequestered during that process, the plan would be to go forward. I also will use as much time as I've told you throughout the day to get that accomplished as we can. If that happens and we are in a penalty phase and there is a finding of aggravating circumstances, where then the court's discretion about which penalty to impose is pretty limited in terms of my discretion. In fact, i.e. none. It's either life without parole or death, right? In that case, I just want to get, before we get to that, defense's position on sentencing for the burglary charge, if they have concerns about sentencing at that time as well, given that it's probably not even a tail wag on the dog, let alone wagging the dog. So, but I'm not going to make you tell me that now, but I will ask you before the jury goes out what you want to do. I'm going to hand you another piece of paper that I would like to get back from the defense sometime in late June or early July, which is a declaration of last best offer. In other words, identifying whether the defendant received an offer and whether he has accepted, rejected, et cetera, just so that for purposes of post-conviction, we've documented that. Okay. let the court reporter know whether you're going to want routinely daily transcripts or not? You don't have to tell her now, but.
Daily versus real time?
So there's two options. You can have none, both, or all, or either. One is I think we can set up real time where you get real time at your table for whatever the charge is from the court reporter for that. Also, there's the potential to get transcripts each day. I don't think those things are mutually exclusive. In other words, you could order both.
There's separate fees if I want both.
Correct.
May I make that decision?
Yes, not now. You may make that as we get close. And just contact the TCA and she will talk with the court reporters that will be assigned to this to make sure you understand what their structure is, or fee structure.
Thank you.
And we obviously need to know, particularly about the real time in advance, so that we have the technology set up for it. And it may require you to bring some of your own technology in the form of a tablet or a laptop on which it's displayed, right? Because we don't supply the hardware, just the software and the actual reporting. Okay. My plan today, as we sit, is to get through the jury selection. I see where we're at, with the intent that we not sequester to start. As I explained this morning, the more people talk to the media and the more things that are in the media that are not admissible, whether true or not, the more difficult it makes things. And so I'm going to have to figure that out as we get close. For now, intent is not to do that, but we will have plans in place to revert to that if we have to at any point during the trial. Do either of you want to make a record about sequestration at this point?
I would say the only record right now is that we understand what the court is saying during jury selection. If we still don't know if that could come up, the potential jurors should just be aware that it could come up prior to
It'll be part of the question that the questionnaire, as well as part of the hardship determination is there some reason they would be unable? I get that they wouldn't like to be, but would there be unable? Do they have a sick family member they care for or whatever, where they have to be home, right? So we'll talk to them about that. Anything from you, counsel, Mr. Thompson, about that?
Not at this point. I understand the court might entertain some things in a closed environment later today, and we do have some sensitive issues to raise at that point.
Okay. That's my list of things. Did I miss anything, Giovanna, that you can think of? All right. That's my list of stuff, and I know this has been a very sort of nuts and bolts kind of lawyer discussion today, but that's generally the nature of pretrials when there aren't contested motions to discuss, and so that's my list. I'm happy to answer any questions about my preferences or how I handle things that I haven't talked about, or address anything else that you want to talk about. I know we do need to go to a closed session at some point to talk about what will be asked of the jury specifically. I need to avoid that getting out to potential jurors, so we'll do that in a closed session. But anything else in the public session we need to talk about?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Let me just look at my notes real quick before I dismiss the public, and we probably take a lunch break and then come back and take that up. I do have a copy. I told you there's a new administrative order. I'll give you a copy of that just so you don't have to go dig for that. What's that? You've already given it to him? All right, perfect. Thank you.
Is there a spare that we could have, Your Honor? That
Sure.
Oh, it's already at hand. Thank you.
Actually, I have copies of the preliminary instructions for you.
Oh, thank you, sir.
In the closed session this morning, I indicated to you I am going to be entering an order requiring retention of records by the state, and I'm going to write another one extending that to the defense as it relates to violations of the non-dissemination order. I'm going to give you a copy of what that order is going to look like that I will execute likely over the lunch hour. It does require some action on your part, counsel. And as I indicated, I would be open to a request for a appointment of a special prosecutor, and that special prosecutor to ask for a magistrate inquiry so they have the power of subpoena and the power to question witnesses under oath, as well as the power to grant immunity. So I will be looking for that from you. And that one just deals with the state. I will get you one that deals with your side to preserve records, all right? All right. Anything else? All right, thank you. Why don't we come back in about an hour, all right?
All right.
Whoa, okay, yeah. Part 2 coming up, soon to be televised. So I guess that's why they started so late. That's why I was texting Twiz to see if what was going on. So there was a closed portion of this hearing. Well, I guess we're lucky to be able to hear him mumble and whisper his way through this one. I did see some guys in the chat. If you're still around, if you want to come up, we got an hour, and I'm gonna eat my salad. If you guys want to take a lunch, now should I let the stream roll, or should I do a new stream, like stop this stream and you know what I mean? Like I'm kind of torn. I like to have a good long stream. Anything under 5 hours is kind of pisses me off. Did it really, Chelsea? They said they were going to have portion of it sealed, but I didn't gather that it was the whole thing. We'll have to see. We do have an hour. Yeah, I'm going to eat my own word salad. Let it roll. Oh, yeah, I think so. It's probably the JJ. You're all right. We were talking about Heather. Let me see. I closed the window if JJ wants to come up, because I know that's going to be some entertaining damn shit. Willie, if you're out there still, love to have you join us. Willie is elusive lately. If Miss Potts is listening, I don't know. The link is in your email, Double J, if you'd like to join us here. I do have a few more stories, guilty of the stories, to roll over with you guys with, if you want me to entertain you and hang around. You'll just pop up, though, JJ here. Let me see if you want to come up. and offer some brevity insight here, whatever. These stories they keep churning out about BK and his search history. Something. I just can't help but think that all they keep trying to do is create a motive, and I've been saying, I don't know if you guys were all here for it, that, you know how I always say, the detective looks for means, motive, and a weapon. And so Ashley Banfield literally stole my move, did the thing, did my little climby thing, and said, what did she say? There's a means, there's a motive, and there's a way, or something like that. Totally fucked it up. Anyway, kids go to bed. But, yeah, I thank everybody for being here. I can't believe how close we're getting to trial. I am very hopeful still that I can make it over there. I'm gonna have to drive my ass off, and I'm driving so much right now that I keep getting jet lag, and I'm sleeping all day Monday. So Heather was trying to contact me Monday. She's like, "Where the fuck are you? What's wrong with you?" I'm like, "I was sleeping all day," because it's like jet lag. You know, because you're driving around and you're taking whatever. And so, anyway, well, hopefully we'll make it. I might have to sleep in my car, but that's fine. It's summer, so I should be able to go. Alright, cool. Alright, I'm going to put this on a break, you guys. And I'm going to mute my mic while I do my salad thing. I don't think you want to watch me watch my salad. Let's do something to keep you guys interested here, though. Okay, I don't know what song that is. It sounded like Benny Hill was about to play right there. Did you hear that? Oh, is that Double J? Oh, wait, no, that's the video. Okay. I thought it was here. Anyway, yeah. Grass, what is that? Yeah, okay. Alright, everybody, take your lunch. I'll still roll it. If you're still here, JJ's gonna pop up in a minute. I'm gonna eat my salad. We'll have a little break, and I'll put you outside my window. Why not? You can see what's going on. Out my window, cool and bright. Let's see if anybody rides by or anything. How's that? Is that working? Put the box there. There you go. Now you can watch my neighbors all go by. Alright, I'm making my salad. Ah! It's been taunting me this whole time, this salad. Oh shit. I missed out the dressing. Do I have ranch left? I had ranch left. Shit. Yeah. They literally squirted it on the counter. That's what happened. I need to put onion in this fucker anyway. Hey, well, how about some mustard? Mustard salad. Mustard salad. Coming up. Just a little bit. Whatever. There's a bird in there. Oh yeah. So, go. guys probably want to see me toss my salad. No? Maybe not. I don't know. There it is. Don't look at those. Alright. So there is the salad. It's not a diet salad, but it doesn't have any bread. I didn't... Mustard salad. I literally squirted the whole poppy seed dressing on the counter, like half of it. That's okay. I had a little mustard. Let's dig in, shall we? So, I'm trying to get off bread, but I think they put croutons in my salad already. It's been actually it's like wontons. No, Rochelle, I'm not going there. I'm not even going to. This is a family show. The mustard really adds a little kick. I should use the dark mustard. Damn it. Much healthier. There's cheese in here too, which is bad carb boy. But, you know, I'm going to drive later, so maybe that'll help. I have carrot. There's carrot. This is a family show. We really got an hour. I'll play some of my videos, I guess. Because I have new ones. I still have the ones you guys saw the other night. Well, yeah, can't wait to get JJ. I'm going to let the discussion roll when JJ gets here. This is going to be my salad time. Okay. Oh, I meant to put some water in my prime. It's a little too tangy. Yum. Red Meadow, what's up? You know, Rochelle, we don't have to make a list. Doesn't have to keep track. Doing my best here. I'm hungry. I had grapes, damn it. I really, you know what, I'm going to put tomato on it. I got Roma tomato. That's going on. I usually bake the Roma tomatoes first. There were carrots left behind, Chelsea. I got them. So close. Alright, I'm going to put some Roma on here. Just roll the dice.
Kane, am I here? Is this live? We purging?
Let's cook the Roma first. If my counter was totally clean, I would just scoop up that poppy seed salad dressing looking right at me right now. I would scoop it in. And you know what? If I'm going to do Romas, and we're going to call it a lunch, like one delicious lunch, a whole delicious lunch, I'm going to put one piece of bread, you guys. And only because it's good, it's that good Publix bread. It's white mountain bread. Probably from JJ's Turf. Here goes in now. Alright. And okay, what I do is I soak one side of the bread in tomatoes, and then I flip that side over.
I'm not even sure what's going on here right now. Is this real life?
Good. And then the bread is nice and it's not all too crispy hard. You know how sometimes you over toast? You guys ever over toast bread? It's not good. Alright, that's in the nuclear thing, whatever I have. And then, so that's going on. This portion of today's show brought to you by Kane B. Ian JJ Vance. JJ Vance is here, yay! JJ Vance. That was tossing us out.
Oh, thank you there, Red Metal. I appreciate the kind words there on Operation GCD
He's
podcast.
talking. Oh, I can't
appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I can't hear JJ.
Kane's back.
I know why. I gotta fix it. Hold on, my bad.
I was so confused what was going on here. I walked into nothing actually. I was like, we purging, and there was no one here to purge with. You were making salads and
Take a second here.
yelling about mustards and.
Now I hear you. Did you guys hear JJ before? I think you're just. I don't know if you're just taking flight right now, but you're on now. Welcome in, JJ.
Yeah, howdy, sir. Welcome to the Purge.
Thank you. I appreciate you letting me be here. I love this. Let me check out your Dr. Seussian thing that I have backwards. Hold on, let me read backwards.
It's the revised Meowry report.
Oh,
it's a supplemental.
Is it translucent? I didn't notice that.
No, I don't know why that's doing that.
I guess you'd call it opaque. Detective.
I think that's on your end, sir.
Maori. I might have put that on you. I was planning on.
I come in real translucent too. Look, watch this.
Get ready for this, JJ, because you're about to get cloned. I had this planned out in advance. Oh, wait,
Typical.
Yeah.
Typical.
Mm-hmm. It happened. Let's take a look at my back rooms real quick, if you know what I mean. Hold on. I got both sides of the ear thing on. I start sounding like a game show host again. Okay. You know, I woke up again, JJ, the other day, and I was explaining everything to the staff, like I was on the show, like I was still doing the show. And I woke up and I realized I was doing it, and I just kept doing it for like another half hour.
You were in the zone, friend.
I much better in my dreams than on the show, ironically. All right, let's see here. Let me move JJ's guy here. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, man. What's your opinion there so far about this case?
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question. However, I was going to ask you the same question, in fact, because I caught bits and pieces. So my overall opinion is fucking shenanigans, and not the good kind. Because, here we are continuing to seal fucking everything in this case. And instructions that the jury can't hear all sorts of shit. I mean, it's just it's the gaming of this judicial system. In fact, even Hitler's instructions regarding a guilty plea, whether he was going to accept it or not, and documenting that for the quote-unquote post-conviction phase, he phrased that his entire instruction there was phrased in a manner as if Brian Kohberger was already convicted.
Well, they were already talking about the penalty phase and all this business here, and what you missed, just to catch you up to date in case you weren't there, is the basically all his rules, and that he doesn't like surprises, and he wants them to get along and help each other. Man, I ended up cloning myself. This is not really...
I did catch that, yes, sir, and that's precisely what I'm referring to, Kane, when I say that the gamesmanship. So he's once again forcing a larger deficiency on the defense and presenting their case by having them foretell all of their maneuvers. You know what I mean? Because they're obviously going to object to a number of the prosecution's witnesses, but then that then gives the prosecution time to come up with a new plan in which to, they now have the argument from the defense in which the objection consists of, and then they can come up with their counter argument.
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat felt that. I wish I could interact with the chat more. I'm riding the slider.
Holy cloning stuff, dude! I'm out of here if you're cloning me this many times, Kane. What's going on here?
I can't be stopped, bro. I can't be stopped. I got a quick visit to the Hadron Collider in Sweden last night. I was flown there in my Dubai, Saudi Arabian private jet that I also got as a gift from the leader of Dubai.
Oh, I thought yours was from the Sultan of Brunei. My bad. I thought yours was.
It was Bahrain. Remember, yeah.
Did you see that? Did you see that lady out there, Weezer's bassist, the wife of Weezer? Did you watch that video, Cam, of the police shootout with the wife of the band Weezer's bassist wife?
Yeah, I heard about it. I love Weezer too.
I can't think of her name. I'm a big Weezer fan, sure. The old girl, though, she used to be the prostitute, the in-house prostitute for the Sultan of Brunei.
What?
How weird is that? Yeah, how weird is that?
Well, I'm sure they called them "you garbage bitch." It would be more like what you'd hear out of their mouth than the woman of the night over there. They definitely don't have respect for women, which is what kills me about Palestine and these people sticking up for people that would literally put them to death for their lifestyles. Anyway, that's a whole nother topic. But yeah. So basically the opening thing of the court, and it sounded like he was just scolding everybody right from the start.
Yeah.
And he was especially harsh. And right in the beginning, he started to interrupt Ann Taylor, and he actually apologized. It was like it's just his habit to interrupt her and get that in there. I'm having a lot of trouble with the attorneys as far as the audio goes. I'm having to ride the slider. I've pushed it up to almost 20 decibels louder now to get Bill, and so I apologize if there's some spikes, you guys, because Bill is literally, I have to push him up to 20 decibels louder, and then I have to strip 10 away, and I'm watching on my high resolution monitor here to make sure when Hippler talks. So I've been pretty good at catching it. How many JJs?
It does seem old Bill Thompson usually speaks with authority. However, today, yeah, he's very much a church mouse.
What's the new DA's name, for God's sake? Mark Zuckerberg? I can never remember his name.
I believe it's Attorney Schindler's List.
I'm gonna eat my salad now. You do your dissertation. I've been talking long enough. I'm just gonna stuff my mouth with meat.
So I did see that old Hurwitz, Mr. Mark Zuckerberg, as you call him there. I see that he's pulled rank on Nye. On the federal district court judge's son. He's pulled rank on him.
Yes, kicked him right to the back of the bleachers.
Yeah. Well, federal district judges are appointed for terms far longer than attorney generals or U.S. attorneys, obviously. So, not to say some U.S. attorneys don't have lengthy terms. These are lifetime appointments in these federal judge roles. So, even the district courts, right? So, who knows what that relationship is with a hothead, black bag attorney like Hurwitz being sent in from Eric Holder's firm out there in Washington D.C., old Covington Berlin, and they're a black bag operation I've ever seen. When they're up there with like Perkins Coie, Perkins Coie. So Perkins Coie is the I would say the Burlingham Covington folks are that operation's more aligned with the Obama faction, as opposed to Perkins Coie, which is aligned with the Clinton faction. But those are the two powerhouse firms within the DNC operations.
DNC, what?
The Democratic National Committee.
Right. Thank you.
The DNC.
Sorry.
Yep. So Perkins Coie is the folks that had were deeply involved in that Russiagate situation. They actually had an FBI skiff inside their law firm. No one's really ever addressed these matters as far as the violations of national security and, dare I say, treason. But the idea that you would have unauthorized access to top secret stuff inside a civilian law firm, but it's funded by the taxpayers, but not at all secured. I mean, it's just ludicrous. I mean, it's just as ludicrous as Clinton's bathroom server, which if you look at the timing when she was operating the unsecured bathroom server with IP hookups to China, if you look at the time when China got their F-35, so the latest and greatest jet in the U.S. Air Force and the DoD overall, because it's a joint strike fighter, so the other branches have it too.
Well, I saw China's stealth fighter is supposed to be the most magnificent plane on the earth, right?
Yeah, well, you know why, right? They got the U.S. plans, I suspect, from Hillary's bathroom server, because they came out with theirs first. And I have some visibility on this because I sat on the initial working group for that airframes implementation into the Air Force, which we were the first ones to implement that before we went Joint Strike Fighter. I mean, Air Force developed that aircraft, the F-35. It was developed there at Wright Pat, but I was the security representative on that working group. In this implementation of the Air Force, as far as what are the security, so for example, the airframes that got phased out was the F-16. So let's just say you have an F-16 base, and they're going to get a new airframe. Well, this new airframe has the F-35 has greater security requirements and whatnot. So and, it's a louder airframe, so a jet. So like for example, that they had to do environmental studies, like the base in Burlington, Vermont. They had to destroy like a quarter. They had a eminent domain about a quarter-mile perimeter of homes around the airport up there, and the airport's right in the middle of town, so it became a big issue, especially amongst the tree-hugging public up there for the most part these days. The extreme left, that is, not just tree huggers. I'm saying I just use that broadly, but the Looney Tune left. There you go.
Where
they didn't
did
like
you
that at
see the F-25? Out of curiosity.
F-35.
Yeah.
Where did I see it? No, I was just saying, but talking about that is the fact that like you said, China's got a better version of it, right? So I retired in 2019. So in 2017, China had an operational F-35 they were doing test runs on and everything. And we had a $40 billion paperweight.
A what?
A $40 billion paperweight.
Oh, with the F-119?
With the F-35. This is all operational. They're doing test maneuvers. I've seen the videos. The Air Force, however, it developed an F-35, a $40 billion jet that didn't have an operational weapon system. No guns, no bombs, no missiles, friend. It was a $40 billion paperweight at the same time that China is operational with theirs.
Oh, they couldn't figure out how to put the guns on it, huh?
Oh, they can figure it out, all right. What I'm saying is this is intentional malfeasance.
Why would they do that?
There's no way that America develops this aircraft, right? And again, these things are developed through these SCIFs, these secret compartmentalized information facilities. So these programs, let's say you're building an F-35, the people who build that don't talk to each other. These things are in different facilities and different cordoned off areas and through different layers of security. So that's what I mean by a SCIF, is a secured compartmentalized facility. It's basically just a secured room. No electronics in or out kind of deal, that type of deal. But that's what I was saying with the Clintons had one in that Perkins Coie law firm. So it was they were the ones perpetrating that Russiagate out of that operation in the Perkins Coie law firm and the FBI SCIF that was left unsecured, much like Clinton's server, which led to that F-35 being built by China.
So,
but Perkins Coie's on the same level as Burlingham Covington. So when we look at Josh Hurwitz, that's the level of character that we're kind of looking at. Is coming from one of those type of law firms.
Mm-hmm.
Long story short, but I appreciate you entertaining the narrative there, King.
No. Do you think they'll need an F-35 to shut Hitler the fuck up?
They might, dude. They finally got the weapons working on it, but who knows what other problems are on it.
It's like he's weaponized. It literally is. He is always locked and loaded.
Oh, he's getting his scripts.
But going either way, yeah. He has a direction. And there's no question about it. But he is a little, I don't know. Would you say he's setting a tone right now? And from what I'm gauging from Chelsea Whitaker's reactions to some of the things that he's discussing already, it's quite out of the ordinary for a pretrial hearing. Do you see anything like that?
No, I had the same analysis from what I caught the last 2 hours or so. What I caught there, 2.5 maybe, something like that. I was listening to most of it, but so I didn't get to see all the reactions or faces or mannerisms or whatnot. But I saw that Hurwitz bastard laughing quite a bit over there with with the big lady.
Well, yeah, she got a lot bigger, didn't she?
She's looking a little beefy.
But she changed out of her nightgown, finally. I was impressed.
She got that Clinton pantsuit rocking.
Let's look back. Did you notice the frosted tips on BK?
I did not.
Yeah, let's zoom in.
He's gone full Backstreet Boys, huh?
It's not that. It looks like somebody just peroxide. He has a curly top going on right now. I'll show you here. Of course, Heather Fitzgerald's right up there. Okay, there you go. It's weird because they also changed. Excuse me. Hold on, let me get this up. How come I can't get this up? Oh, this isn't that one. I'm gonna have to make you small, bro. Sorry.
Just don't clone me, bro.
I cloned you like 50 times already.
Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. Don't clone me, bro.
This is Florida. We tase people for nothing.
I know. You remember that incident? Yeah. Just because you wanted to ask John Kerry about the skull and bones, right?
Oh, what's that?
That student wanted to ask John Kerry. He was visiting his campus. Asked him a legitimate, very respectful question about. He didn't demand or anything. Didn't scream, holler. He asked about the skull and bones, and then they started, dragging him out of there. And then they're like, they started tasing him. He's like, "Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me." All because and John Kerry the entire time is just saying at the microphone, "Let the man ask the question." You know what I mean?
Wow. That was very similar to something that happened in Moscow at the last "Don't Let Doug Wilson Take Over the Town" meetings. Anyway, Scientology.
Some of that seems performative in Moscow, though, doesn't it?
It did seem like a performance, and it was fun. Well, the next one's going to be in Lewiston. I don't remember if the last one was in Moscow itself. I'm trying to make you small, and you fighting me. Keep fighting me. There we go. Okay.
I must remain big.
JJ's a big guy. He likes a good salad. If anybody wants to cook him a salad,
I'm actually glad to see this episode is not sponsored by type 2 diabetes.
Well, I am drinking a Prime. It's not like I've taken type 2 totally out of the picture.
Nice. Well, it's a good start.
Yeah, no, this is salad day 2. There was a cinnamon roll mixed in with my espresso. Maybe I'm a little Italian.
Yo, that was 17 years ago, and dude said, "Don't tase me, bro." That's fucking nuts.
Wow, it seems even longer than that.
I was thinking it was more like 10 years ago, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, no. If you ask not to be tased, thou shalt be tased. All right, let me see here. I'm supposed to zoom in. Boy, he's certainly sitting very stoically, isn't he? Let's see here. This playing all one. I have to delete this one. This is big. Oh wow, it's out of focus right here. Is my video better than Dinky's too? Oh, you can barely see it.
Looks pretty clear.
This is very blurry. Maybe I should play myself. I was counting on Dinky's to work here. Let me try mine. I gotta go back in the back rooms. Yeah, we had some things to point out about Twiz. We got BK. We might be able to fill the
Twiz is up there, huh? You've heard from Twiz, you said?
He texted me back. He said he didn't know what was going on. But I was texting him like, what the fuck was going on before the trial started, because it started like 45 minutes late. And he's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that was they
might have had some stuff back in chambers during that time, right?
Yeah, it was the closed part of the hearing. And now we're going to get another dose of that. So I wonder, what might happen here is we'll get back from lunch and they'll go to an hour and a half closed hearing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they will at some point here. And again, that's just, it's so preposterous, right? That's what I was saying before. Like, there's an entire, like, area of YouTubes that it's all these professional, lawyer types, right? They're all, licensed and credentialed attorneys or whatnot, and they do all these breakdown of different court cases, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, you play the civil rights lawyer from West Virginia. He's one of these. He's in that field of YouTube, I suppose. None of these channels of these attorneys have any questions of why there's so much damn secrecy in this case. I mean, to quote Steve G, the victim's father in the case here, sealing all these court cases. Well, that's that's for matters of national security, and I agree with him.
Yeah,
So,
it probably is.
The fact that no one asked these questions is concerning to me. It's concerning because it's so obvious, right? It's just so obvious.
Well,
there's not this this is, there's obviously going to be more hearings, but this was the last scheduled hearing before the alleged started on August 11th. August 11th, right? That's the alleged first hearing date.
July 30th is the beginning of the jury selection, and then I don't know. Some people have said that it might be pushed back to November, which I'm kind of hoping, because I'm a little bit short right now on the funds to get there. So if they push it back, it's in my favor.
I do suspect it's going to be pushed back.
And then he's scheduled.
But right now it's August 11th, right?
Ish.
So I just want to point this out. August 10th and 11th is the anniversary of the Manson family murders. Just saying.
That's an interesting note there. All right, folks, that's the show. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Grab your salads on the way out.
Grab yourself a nice piece of meat. So we were talking about the way that Hitler was acting. He is definitely the king of that court, right?
King of the castle.
He literally made a list. Why are my cameras so weird right now? I dropped it like 15 times. He literally made several lists of things that he doesn't like, and he doesn't.
I thought he was going to start naming, like, I don't like nachos, I don't like anchovies, I don't like pineapple on my pizza.
Dude, I had pineapple pizza the other day. It was not bad.
I enjoy it.
Listen, the thing is, he was making these lists, and he started talking about objections. And he said, if you're gonna, he made it basically sound like if you're gonna have an objection to something the other side says, tell me in advance before I even get up there. It's like, how are you supposed to know when you're gonna have an objection? That's the whole idea of a freaking objection. And
right,
like,
that's what I'm saying. He's gamed in it, dude. He's way out of his bounds. It seems.
Like, would you think out of his league too? He was talking about how he did work on the Lori Daybell trial, the original Idaho version of that. And I need to clone myself. Yeah, if you haven't been cloned, Chelsea, you'll never go back. But I don't know. He has invented this lottery system, and so I feel like if I make all this effort and get over there, then I'm not even, there'll be days where quit Twiz in the courtroom, and I'm not in the courtroom, and then I'm in the courtroom and Twiz, you know what I mean? It's still going to be like,
sure.
At least we can get one of us in there.
Did you watch the Delphi trial, how that went down?
Yeah, nobody got in that. I mean,
but every day the state come up with new rules.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's right at Hitler's MO. I mean, he's going to, I didn't like, and if they use this courtroom 3 that they're using right now, I was kind of figuring it out, and it seems like there's about a total of 50 seats squished ass to ass. But if you take into account the victims' families, Brian's families, saving 2 seats for Dylan and Bethany, there was like 25 maybe left for the lottery, and you have all of the country's world press there, all the people that want to see, friends of the families, all this stuff. They're going to have to either move it to like a conference. I think Meg P was suggesting they have like a live watch party at a conference room.
Isn't that what he was talking about? Isn't that what he was talking about? Doing some sort of closed circuit feed for public access at one point? I was confused with what he was talking about. I tuned in like midway on that part.
I think the closed circuit feed was for perhaps somebody over Zoom. No, he did discuss that. He talked about YouTube, and I think it was shots fired. Once again, I think he said something about the Purge and Operation GCD, and how they're tormenting him, and How
they're a bunch of misfits who do a bunch of blow.
Yeah. They're doing piles of blow, and should there be copyright strikes on them for listening to it? I thought I turned off that damn AC. Oh well, sorry Heather, you have to deal with it. All right, you take it for a minute. I'm going to take my 5 minutes.
So, no, I like where you're going with all that. So, there's obviously a lot of gaming going on here with this stuff, but again, back to the secrecy and the lack of any outrage by anyone. So, public on and above these matters of what I assert as national security is what Steve G, the victim's father, asserts as national security. And it seems like somebody probably told him that and it slipped, but the idea that
what are you referring to exactly? I'm sorry, I did not interrupt you, but as far as Steve G.
Oh, I got a video. You want to watch it?
Well, we'll have to do that on a real purge. This is a hearing purge.
This is a mini purge.
I don't have access to technology like that.
He's in that conversation with Ashley Banfield a week or two ago, I guess 2 weeks ago now, and he says to her about, he starts going on a tangent, an unsolicited tangent of this case being sealed, and sealed cases.
Because of national security. Right. Did we lose JJ? JJ down. JJ down.
Oh, I'm back.
Okay, no. Did you notice that he called the projector Elmo? That's what I'm saying. Shots fired.
That son of a bitch.
He called it freaking Elmo, bro. I was just like...
Dirty son of a bitch.
There's no way that that's not a backstab shot at GCD Purge combo.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say he may not like my my artwork.
I love that. It was my favorite. How did you like my... This is a serious purge. Like Heather says, I put a serious thumbnail on there with some creep action happening. Would you any opinions on that?
I mean, on serious purges, I didn't know there was such a thing.
Yeah, well, the thumbnail that I put out there at least was somewhat serious.
Oh, it looked arch. It looked very arch and dark. Yes.
Yeah, that was it. You got the guy creeping off in the background there, and look at this courtroom. When we do the trial, I was going to call this video "Send in the Clowns," and I have about 100. Let's look at them. Let's take a look at them. I have about 100. Heather says AI is my best friend now, and so I've followed her up on that. How are we doing on time, by the way? Is anybody keeping track, Meg? Meg's pretty good about that stuff. Let's see. What do I do? I need to go to the works. That's where it is. Okay, hang on. Works. There it is. So I tried to let me close it. I tried to follow up in your footsteps there. JJ?
Yeah.
Sorry. And do some Susian ones. And then they have so this is a page where you get all these ones every month. Here, let me hold on. I'm done. And
to this point with this YouTube, I just may close up my point here real quick though while you're doing some Dr. Seuss imageries. I'm just laughing at Heather Fitzgerald. She says it's always called the Elmo. So I said we got to let Kane dream. Just leave it alone. And
shots fired.
She's now telling us. Yeah, shots fired by Heather. I know, right? So my point being is that on top of these matters, just the secrecy goes. Like the general idea that these these gaming of having the defense provide all their pre-objections to an objection to the prosecution and the judge, and then to have the jury already being sequestered away from many of the elements that are already being discussed in this case, and these public hearings, right? Lord knows what's being discussed behind in sealed hearings, right? Closed hearings. So
yeah, what is so secret?
Not only what is so secret, but just from the fundamental basic aspect of that, these are public. American America is built on the right to have public access to these court proceedings. We will have no secret courts in America. We now have a lot of secret courts in America, sadly. Not just this one, these actions. I'm just saying, FISA courts, et cetera. But the nonetheless, the idea that no one's outraged, it's basically crickets, it's, again, across the professional community, right, of attorneys that operate YouTube channels that discuss court cases, right, that there's almost no outrage or anything. It's basically crickets in regards to the idea that these things would continue to be secret. Like, again, the public has a fundamental right to know. If the state wants to hide shit, they have to have a great justification for it, and where in which there's been no justification provided for the secrecy in this hearings. They just keep stamping it.
That's why I keep saying, send in the clowns. There ought to be clowns. They're already here, Yup. But I don't know if you caught my appearance. I'm on so many channels. All channels are the Purge now. It's hard to keep up.
Nice. Spread the Purge.
I was on, she calls it, for now, I let her call it Podcast with Peterson. And I asked her the question. I said, as an attorney, do you speak to other attorneys? Is there a way to find out? Remember how we were discussing how Idaho State or the bar has to approve out-of-state attorneys, which is why they haven't had some hotshot come up and step up and defend BK, right? And so I asked her, is there a way to find out if somebody's put in a request to do that? And she said no, but I will tell you one thing, is that most of the attorneys across the nation that I've spoken to and that I've heard their opinions on this case is they think BK is guilty.
Right. Well, that's because the TV told them that. But what I'm saying is these folks that are covering cases who are licensed attorneys who do have YouTube channels, and I'm not firing shots at you. You're saying they're Miss Peterson. You were saying you were joining with her in that conversation. I listened to y'all on that conversation. She's far more advanced than most attorneys I've ever worked with and encountered in my times. Nonetheless, I'm not an attorney, and I'm also not the vice president. However, it's that fundamental that's what I'm getting at. It's such a fundamental aspect that any attorney running a YouTube channel discussing court cases should be concerned with the fundamental aspects of this case. Whereas there is no valid right to the state does not provide any valid purpose for secrecy, and since there's a fundamental right for public hearings, you know what I mean.
Do you think that there's no interest in it because they think he's guilty? They're just let him do it, let him take care of it, let the system handle it.
Yeah, there's probably some of that. Yeah. Sure.
Now I feel.
Not all of it, but certainly some of it.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again: is that Schindler's List? But no, that the people that are getting outraged are the students that are studying it because we want to understand a lot of law schools, Duke, Harvard, Yale, are discussing this case as it goes along in their classes, and I think that they're at that level. You're going to take it home. You're going to study it at night, and they're going to be outraged by what's happening, and we won't see that reaction, unfortunately, until many years, possibly after the trial has completed.
Again, and there could be folks that are questioning these things within these YouTube attorney communities, but I've really only seen two: that fellow there in Clearwater and that Andrea Burkhart.
He has kind of taken more of a mainstream stance, the lawyer, than he was previously. Except for I did see one where he was kind of questioning stuff, but it wasn't.
Again, it's the media campaign, right? So there is going to be a certain degree of that, right? With the propaganda campaign. But I'm not even saying people need to jump on board with Brian Kohberger's not guilty. What I'm saying is the fundamental processes of American jurisprudence are being grossly violated here, in addition to Kohberger's rights. So the fact that no one has, there's such a little outcry for it is alarming to me.
And then you have...
It's obvious. It's obvious at this point, right? I mean, it's blatantly obvious.
Did you probably caught Heather's video. I'm sure she emailed it directly to your phone and said you were sus. But she has the clip of...
What's new?
of Maddie Mogan's mom saying that one thing that she'll say about this court system is it's not about the victims. And I thought that was pretty powerful. Now, of course, that's, again, she's stealing from the vault. We know that that's something that's been around. But now those words ring much louder than, you know, when this case was initially introduced, don't you think?
I mean, again, like, I don't even see how this goes to trial. I mean, I've long wondered how this goes to trial, and the more information that gets divulged and the longer time progresses, I don't even understand how this goes to trial, because, again, Hitler's going to have to really play defense for the state, that is, by shuttling the jury out of the stuff. That's what I saw a lot of it today, was the framework around that, right? Like, he's laying down the groundwork. He's like, we'll have none of this in front of the jury, and he's reminding folks that, he keeps throwing that into everything, because that means that if you try to do that, he's going to remove the jury from the room before he's going to let you do that. You know what I mean?
Well, I've figured out his superpower, and he's got the wristbands like Wonder Woman. So he's just deflecting, and as they grow closer, we're clickety-clack, we're getting closer to the trial, they keep doubling down on the stupidest shit and trying to create a motive. And with these selfie pictures, and now they have, it really blows my mind that they have the gall to talk about the phone records show. He was there.
Are those really selfie pictures? Some of them look photoshopped. Some of them look like somebody triggered the camera on his phone at some point, or somehow, right? Or somehow has access to that.
My mom always did that with her phone. She would just take a picture for herself.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So, like, I don't know that he intentionally took some of those pictures, and a couple of them look pretty photoshopped to me.
Yeah, for sure.
The one where Dateline ran with, where he's looking down and his nose is obviously like larger than it typically is.
Yeah, and it's all
the
grayed
angle.
out.
The angle of the photo makes no sense with his, the arm length and etc.
Well, let's talk about one thing we haven't talked about: this Chevy Supernova and how that's going to be presented. I mean, well, you have the car that's either the lime green Elantra or it's
they said Champagne Supernova. I was like, I don't like those sons of bitches from the UK.
They're really fighting it out. They recorded a new album, Oasis,
right?
And they said, the new album will be released before the tour. And of course, nobody wants to hear a new Oasis album. They want to hear that classic shit, right? But anyway, as soon as they said that, the next day their manager came out and said, there'll be no new album.
Right.
So they told me the kibosh. Anyway, that's a distraction.
I like to throw roadblocks out there for you. Some obstacles.
I dodge it, and then I know if I ask a question, the answer is Schindler's List or Ted Nugent and Cat Scratch Fever.
You're catching on. Yes.
I'm getting to know you, but. Now, where were we?
You spotted my tactics.
Yeah, this is why you're sus.
Super sus, according to Heather.
Yeah, very, very sus. The susser you get. No, but the closer we get to trial, they've doubled down on now. They not only say that it was within 100 feet of the house. And we know that this timing data is fucked beyond belief. And
right. Well, let's look at that. Let's look at that point for a second, right? They're going back to this literally doubling down to 23 surveillance as opposed to 12 stalking attempts, right? For instances, but back to how I was going to say what I was saying before is how are they going to actually present this case in trial? Like, you mean to tell me Ann Taylor's not going to play the video of Bill Thompson's demanding that was if you recall, that statement that Thompson made in that open court hearing about not stalking was in regards to the questionnaire for the jury questionnaire, right? So it was almost like Ann Taylor and gang set him up for that position because he got outraged that they would even have that in the questionnaire, etc. But obviously, again, I think he fell for it, right? But you mean to tell me she's not going to play that video and present that as evidence of the fact that the state's already conceded to the jury that the states already conceded that shit didn't happen?
Well, outside of the hearing, you have Dateline not only saying, oh, he was surveilling them 23 times, they're still including the 12 stalking things. And they're trying to find some connection in the social media. And in Steve G's mind,
but
they literally he was stalking them on social media. Literally.
Sure, but part of that's some of the magic show distraction, because a lot of that stuff that folks see and hear on the TVs, that's never been part of the court case, nor will it be part of the court case. So the reason why they can combine the two is because the state used to say one, now they're saying the other. So, and the media never removes anything from their narrative; they just keep adding on to it, right?
Let alone apologize for the mistake. Oh, we're sorry. We kind of mischaracterized this person. This is our retraction. And so I wonder if he will have a civil case against the media. It's so hard to really pin them down.
Yeah, I think Rittenhouse really set the standard on that, and the kid from Covington Catholic, which that was a generated political attack anyway. The high school kid from Cincinnati, just across the river in Covington, Kentucky, who was apparently standing in front of the fake Native American fellow there in the Lincoln Steps a number of years back.
I don't remember that one exactly.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, well, it was a political attack. So there was a high school field trip from Trump's attorney, so high school in Covington, Kentucky.
Really?
And I suspect that's why that class was targeted by this fake Native American fella who was, beating a drum in this kid's face, and this kid was just.
I do remember that. Yeah.
So that kid sued. That kid. Then between him and Rittenhouse, they set some precedent, some new precedent as far as the ability to sue these large media companies.
So back to the supernova, the green Elantra, his Elantra. Do you? I mean, what's your initial reaction to those videos?
Yeah, it's all distraction. The cars never had anything to do with this crime, so it's all. They've been playing these games. I think they probably have 6 or 7 different cars in those videos, right? It's probably not just one or two. They just found videos of cars and said, well, that's the suspect. So, and I think the primary car you see in those videos is actually that undercover. So they intentionally drove that around town to use later.
That's exactly my point. Is that both Heather and I noticed this is supposed to be a parade of idiots right here. That's what AI came up with for me. The car is so covered in what I call a supernova, or it's like a sun is falling. I mean, because if you're not braking, your brake lights aren't going to encompass the entire quarter portion of the car. You can literally only see that much between the driver and the passenger door at any given point in time. So it's almost like they've eliminated your ability to make out the year, make, and model of this car.
So is the state using that camera now, or are they just still claiming the Ridge Road camera is the only camera they're going to use?
The 1112, I can only imagine that they're not if Dateline used it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm getting at. So, that whatever. I mean, it probably is that green Elantra from next door, right? But I'm saying like that green Elantra's not in every video, right? This is all part of the distraction.
Yeah, it's well, the one speeding away. Okay, there's a car speeding away at 420.
Right.
We can't see that car for shit. Right? What do Chelsea
I'm still not
say?
convinced.
Oh.
I'm still not convinced 1122 is the crime scene, but I'm willing to accept it if they provide evidence of it. But even then, I still don't think that these cars had anything to do with it. The timeline as we know it, I think, is way off, right?
Yeah,
I'm assuming I'm assuming their timeline starts when they know the actual crime ended already, right? So the state's been always putting everyone on a false timeline by saying, look at all these videos of these cars around the 4 o'clock hour, when all in fact they knew that the crime had already been done and out of there by 3 a.m. or something, See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That way, anyone looking at the videos, they're always like the drunk man looking for his car keys underneath the street lamp when he lost them down on the creek side in the dark. They're never going to be looking. They're looking in a well-lit place, but it's never for the right thing. Is what I'm getting at.
Well,
So,
the problem,
there's obviously,
one of the
Go ahead.
problems with the case is that they have no problem with the right hand saying that Dylan walked right by the body in a pool of blood. That was, maybe they were just passed out. That's okay. And then you have, at the same time, the coroner and everybody else describing it as a butcher shop, and she was laying in this giant pool of blood. How do you miss that? How do you? And then I think it was Rochelle was saying.
Kane,
what
you
was she
can't.
saying?
Let's
Okay.
just use your common sense, bud. But you can't miss that. It's fucking nonsense.
Absolutely,
You know
and
what I mean?
so yeah, they
That's what
contradict
I'm saying.
themselves right in their own sentence.
Right. So then you have to understand. Once you've identified that, I think it's imperative to understand that the law enforcement authorities are equally as culpable in these matters as the roommates, because they have let the roommates lie. They've held the roommates not accountable, and in fact they've seemingly fabricated evidence together. Because again, as you're pointing out, the 911 call and statements are complete bullshit relative to the actual crime scene as it's been described by third parties, including my butt. So yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, so none of this makes any sense. So how do you present this case with these statements from other folks like my butt? How do you present a 911 call? You know what I mean? The defense can just call it my butt. Well, my butt testified to this and said this and wrote this in a report, and you guys are telling me that that's not the case, right? Again, I don't know what crime scene photos actually exist of this case. I'm actually willing to suspect zero.
Yeah, or the body cam going in. Speaking
I don't think I don't. According to that January hearing, I don't think the defense had seen that either. The body cam going in.
That would be wild if there's no. They were taking pictures for a week.
Well, if you look, there's 4 different reports of the first responding officers. The first report was Roger Lanier and 4 rookie officers, or 3 rookie officers, right? Captain Roger Lanier and 3 rookie officers. Then it was Gunderson, and then it was Smith, and no one's ever come to any concise conclusion of who was first responding there. The dates and time, the hours in which they responded, with the exception of Blaker and Payne, who wrote in their Blaker wrote in his sworn affidavit. Payne wrote in his declaration that he called an affidavit that they arrived at 4 p.m. The non-notarized. He forgot to call Lucifer Morningstar to get that notarized.
Wait, check this out. Speaking of presentation, Miss Bubbly Waters over there, and I don't know if we've discussed it already or not, put out a really killer video about 4 police officers that I know one of them for sure was what they call grooming now. I think, we did discuss this before, I think. But basically for getting a BJ from this underage girl, or 20-year-old girl, whatever, she was a young girl, freshman in college, and to get out of being arrested for drunk and disorderly. And, if you're in public in college on the campus, is it really, drunk and disorderly to begin with? And then, so he used that. Anyway, so there were 4 officers fired from the Pullman Police Department on November 4th, 2022. And you talk about people with built-up hostility or rage right there. It makes you question, and then it ties in to what did BK find out? Also, was he the one calling these people out because he discovered something? As far as because we know Pullman's corrupt down to the core. I mean, it's just thing after thing after thing with them.
And all of those factors I think are certainly in play here, and they do factor in for sure. Right? Where BK falls into all that is certainly a great question, but the idea that I don't know. I'm just still trying to process some of these activities from this what I witnessed today in the hearing, and again the idea that Yeah, just the idea that the jury's going to be. Whenever they start rolling out all of these instances where the jury's going to be excluded from hearing shit, I'm just like, this is not an actual trial. Then at that point, just on its face, it's not an actual trial.
Yeah, did you hear how he said they're going to use white noise so the jury doesn't hear them? Have you heard that before? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying, dude. And he's assigning them all randomized numbers. Like, it's just. Yeah, all of these things are just to the level and extent. I'm just like, what the fuck is really going on here?
It's funny that's when I saw Chelsea's reactions to it live as we're going along. I kept thinking of your reactions and what you would say when you got up here, and what you've expressed in the past as far as normal operating procedure in a courtroom. Everything seems. I like, as far as talking about the phase 2 and phase 1, it seems, what did he say? He said, well, that phase 2 is actually part of phase 1 for the prosecution. Every trial has white noise. Okay, that seemed weird to me, Chelsea. Don't get excited on, but anyway, let me see.
Well, I mean, and Heather mentioned Agent Balance before, so looking at what they've done with Agent Balance before in other cases and what they're trying to do with him now in a separate case, have him testify, behind in the closed hearings, right? And and again, when you start having closed hearings, and then you start removing jurors from rooms and stuff like that in the same court cases, I often wonder, does the juror ever even see these witnesses, testimonies in these closed hearings, or is it just transcribed through a court reporter and read back to the jury when they come back in the room? You know what I mean? When did the game stop?
I think already.
And you don't. We can't know. We can't know because these aren't public hearings, and they're not public hearings because it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's definitely is. So what they're hiding seems to be national security, right? Something with national security here, and so that makes this case blow up to a whole nother level, between super and supra, or infamous and famous, or the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. It's really crossed the line at that point. If you have this much secrecy, and on the one hand he's allowing the secrecy, and on the other hand, he's claiming that he's putting a kibosh on it.
Well, that's his public purview to make it. Oh, I'm being transparent, but he's behind all the secrecy. It's his decision whether or not it's secret.
Exactly. Let's see where we're at here.
And whether or not it's technically his decision, it's his name going on that decision, right? If someone else has got their hand up his butt, making his mouth move and sign things, That may be true. That probably is true, obviously, but it's still his name on it. The buck stops with Hitler.
Yeah, because he's the king of the courtroom for sure, and he has made that very clear today. That there's certain things that he doesn't like. Let me see where this thing is. What is this? I'm just trying to check on the hearing. What were you saying?
I was saying these hula burgers are delicious.
Let me throw a couple. I'm still not done with my salad I'm working on here. Chelsea's asking about it right now. I couldn't.
No, I think it becomes more and more evident this is matters of national security that are behind whatever's going on here, right? And again, on that note, I would argue we see some of these matters being played out right now in other courts relative to this scenario, right?
Like what?
On its face, it's not necessarily obvious, right? But the P. Diddy trial.
Where, as you say, Trump is going to pardon P. Diddy?
No, I didn't say that. I'm not sure where that came from. What happened?
That was a headline the other day on MSNBC.
Really?
That if P. Diddy is convicted, Trump will pardon him. That's what I saw. Yeah, I guess I probably.
Well, that would be interesting. I missed that altogether. I'll have to look at that.
I couldn't understand what direction that was coming from. I was like,
according to the tabloids, and they get record of it, P. Diddy travels to Coeur d'Alene shortly before he's arrested.
Yeah.
on unknown business, right? Even the
Excellent.
tabloid cited he didn't have any business or homes in the area. They were confused why he took his private jet there.
Well played.
And then he gets arrested, right? And he gets put in the same jail cell as Sam Bankman-Fried. And he hires the same attorneys that are representing Sam Bankman-Fried. Why?
Well, we know Sam Bankman-Fried's definitely got some... Okay, so also another thing about Bubbly Waters, the wonderful Bubbly Waters, she was asking questions about Binance. And if anybody knows... Yeah.
I've heard you speak of this Bubbly Waters before. I know Binance. What you got?
Let me find the video. It's tough to find stuff on her page, and I don't want to lose our place on the court hearing here, but let's just check over there real quick. It was something, and Heather said it was a distraction, but I don't know. Let me see. I thought it was interesting that she mentioned it, and it was like a whole different direction. It wasn't like she was talking about the Gooch or anything like that, but let me get this here. Something to do with... Here, let me see if I can find it. Surveillance, Scalia Special Agent. Here, I think this was it, and it's halfway through. Hang on, right? You guys see that? Yeah.
The allegations were investigated, submitted his resignation effective Tuesday, November 1st, 2022.
This is the one about the cops.
A university investigation concluded that former Wazoo Police Sergeant Matt Kirk violated Wazoo policies regarding sexual harassment, and that he improperly used university resources as well as violated provisions of the department's policy manual. The university investigation found that the sergeant engaged in predatory grooming behavior. Predatory grooming behavior. I think when I think of predator, I think of stalking. Anyway,
Did you say you're calling the cops? What happened?
When I think of predatory grooming, yeah, this is the one where I said the cops were all fired at Pullman on November 4th, 8 days before the crime.
Right.
Let me find the one with Binance. Sorry. That is a good one, though.
You told me about this. I just haven't watched it.
I'll send you a link after this is over. Yet another tactic. Proof. Those. It was a short one. Maybe it was a short. Let me look under the shorts here. No, she doesn't do many shorts. Come on. Sorry, guys. Darn, I should have book-eared that page. Sam, EcoShield. Yet another distraction. Nothing to see here. Was that it? That one. The sharks are out in full force. It's one of these three, because these are the ones I've... Wait. I'll find it, because it's one I watched. It may be this one.
Ready or not, here I come now. Let's play hide and seek. Prepare to be caught. Here I come now. Let's play hide
Kane, I'm
and seek.
gonna take a quick break if you don't mind while you play this video, sir, and I'll tune in and listen.
Yeah, it sounds good, man. Thanks for being up. I'll try to find that spot for you on this.
Yeah, no worries, no rush. I'm just gonna go have a quick smoke and walk my dog, so I'll listen in while I'm doing that.
Sounds like a plan, brother. I'll put the hula burgers on the porch.
I like it.
Yeah, I think this is the video.
Hello there. All right, you guys. First and foremost, this is going to be kind of a weird video because I started out just doing it as a post I was going to put on there, a community post, and I thought, I don't want to do that because I got something else I want to say. Anyway, so I decided to do it this way. So I copied and pasted everything that was on the community post into my notes section, right? So today on my car video that I made about the green car changing colors because of the camera, I got lots of great comments. Actually, there's some really good ones on there. super good. I pinned one of them that's especially important. And if anybody, hopefully Lana, maybe she can get that to Ann. It's pretty interesting. Thank you to the gentleman who sent that. Thrive for Life, I think. Thrive.
How to avoid buying olive oil without polyphenols.
I left these bottles of olive oil in the fridge overnight. Suppose
I can't remember the name. Thrive something. Yeah, thank you so much. So what I wrote on there, I was going to run on my community post. I said, this comment was left on my newest video about the car. Does anyone know if this is code or if it is a key phrase of sorts to move Binance? I will type it in exactly how it shows so you as well can copy and paste. So I did that because you can't copy and paste it from there. I can copy and paste mine if I hit edit, but I can't do it from there. So I had to like actually type it out and all that kind of stuff. And this isn't the first time this has been left in my comments. It's happened three that I know for sure. One of them I did not answer back, but the other two I actually went into ChatGPT, put it in there, and they gave me, they answered it. So I just put that in as a comment, and that's it. I explained to them how to open it, right? So this is what the comment says. So usually when it's a person on here, it's just a brand new account, and it says, thanks for sharing such valuable information. I need some advice. My OKX wallet holds some USDT, and I have the seed phrase, wonder, obey, dial, dash, soon, tank, spike, scout, region, undo, zero, such. Could you explain how to move them to Binance? So I sent this to a friend, and she was saying, this sounds like it's a code, like if they're talking in code or something. I'm like, yeah, I think it's like a passkey type thing because of what I'd learned from GPT prior, right? And so I actually hadn't read this fully because I've seen them before and I just didn't pay attention. So anyway, so she got me thinking about it anyway. So anyway, I asked GPT, and this is what they said. I said, hi there, can you tell me what this means, please? So the same thing I just read to you, I put that down. And chat said, sure, I can explain that. But first, never share your seed phrase publicly or with anyone else. The seed phrase you posted is like a master key to your wallet. Anyone with access to it can take your funds. If the seed phrase you posted is real, you should immediately transfer your USDT to a new secure wallet and never reuse that compromised seed phrase. So now to answer your question, moving USDT from your OKX wallet to Binance involves these general steps. And so they go through these steps. I know nothing about this crypto coin, this Binance, any of this stuff. I know literally nothing about it. Nothing. Only thing I know about it is that it's freaking confusing to me. And why have fake money? I mean, I just don't understand it. I don't understand. Okay, that's just all there is to it. So anyway, they go through this. I'm going to kind of linger here while I talk, because I'm not going to talk all this stuff, because it literally, I don't know, it just confuses the hell out of me. So anyway, they went through this little spiel about what to do, and click deposit, do this, do that, do this, in order to get to the part where you are getting that into a Binance, your Binance, whatever that is, copy the Binance deposit address, copy the USDT deposit address. Binance gives you the selected network, open up your OKX wallet, log into your OKX wallet using the seed phrase. I mean, it's like, blah. Yeah, try remembering those words, you guys. Yeah. Choose withdrawal or send. Anyway, it shows you how to basically do like a regular cash, like a deposit into your bank, right? But different. Different. So at the end, it says, would you like me to guide you through setting up a new secure wallet first? Which I found really interesting that they would actually do that. What I wrote in there was, okay, so that's where I get it. I'm going to go to another picture. So I actually took a screenshot of it. So I'm going to jam over there. So I'll be right back, which will be a flash of an eye. A flash of a what? Flash of an eye? A blink of an eye. That's what it is, a blink of an eye. Of course, I typed it in wrong. I said, I'm covering the Idaho 4 case, and that was a comment left on my video. Well, they said, thanks for clarifying. That helps a lot. In that context, the comment looks like someone, 1, thanking you for your content, thanks for sharing such valuable information, 2, then pivoting to ask for crypto advice, specifically how to move USDT.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mats.
A stablecoin from their OKX wallet to Binance. The inclusion of the seed phrase in the comment is strange and very suspicious. Here's why. No legitimate user should ever post their seed phrase publicly. It is the ultimate key to their funds. This might be a phishing or bait tactic, trying to draw attention to get someone to respond, or test if others will steal the funds, sometimes used in scams or traps. Alternatively, it should be someone very it should be someone very naive, but that's rare. Here's the thing: do they think I need money that bad? Seriously, I'm living in a car. Yeah, I am. But you know what? Here's the thing: I would never do that if I was even on this. I mean, literally, if I didn't even have a car, no way. If I would fall for something like that or do something like that. That's crazy. If you're covering the Idaho 4 case, the University of Idaho murders, this comment is off topic and likely spam or scam related, not a real engagement with your content. It is smart to delete or hide comments like this to protect others from falling for traps. Would you like help spotting more of these types of suspicious comments or filtering them out automatically? That I thought was very cool. I don't know how that was going to play out, and they actually did come back, because I said I'm going to go talk to someone first, and they wrote a comment, and I tried to copy and paste it, and it just disappeared. So they did comment back to me after I commented back to them, and I always thank them for their help, and I always say hello. So anyway, I am going to go delete that comment so nobody gets into it, and also to educate you guys on what this is if it comes into yours comment section, for you to do the same, because this is super important. And here's the thing, you guys, police reports have been saying it throughout this whole case, prior to it and still to this day. All these scams that are going on in Moscow and surrounding towns, they're about crypto. They're about some of them are getting, calling and saying they have a warrant. Some people are calling saying that they're the police or the FBI, or they're doing those card scams. They're doing, you name it, they're doing it. There's scams all over that town, and there's all sorts of counterfeit money going around and everything. So just know that if there's anything that looks suspicious, probably it is. Probably it is. So here's to you guys, for you to be able to take this and put it on yours if you need or whatever. I just want you to be aware that this is probably a scam, and if you get it up on yours, yeah, don't want to.
So anyway, that's pretty wild. We'll get JJ's reaction possibly after the break, or after this next part of the hearing. I don't know how much longer. Maybe we will get him back before they come back, because this might be the sealed part that they're going to come. That's what they did to us last time, is they threw the sealed part in, I think, after lunch, and so they kept us hanging for another hour and a half, and there was an hour and a half in the beginning of the trial also that was sealed as well. So let me make sure I've got my audio filter on here while we're at it, just to be ready when they come back, just in case. Not while Bubbly's playing, it'd be like 1,000,000 decibels here. So I'm going to go up to 20 on this effect, and make sure that I shut that down to about half to start off with. So what was I at before? I had it at 18 decibels, and I was hovering around 5, between 5 and 3 for Hippler, minus. So it was 17 plus decibels for Hippler, who's right in front of the microphone which I don't. Did you guys catch when he was doing this one, looking through his hands again? Did anybody else notice that part of the trial? This guy is just so wild. He's such a wackadoo. And yeah, it does appear that Zuckerberg has kicked Nye. Nye is very much in his place now. He was just very demure and silent back there now. He's literally been kicked to the curb, it seems like now, because the big dog's moving in, right? So, yeah, I just thought it was very interesting that it was Binance that was discussed of all things. And the reason that we bring it up, if you haven't caught any of the purges lately, the Binance company is related to Sam Bankman-Fried, who was taken down there. I guess it was Binance or whatever company that is related to a small bank in Moscow that's related to Scott Green, allegedly, and also P. Diddy was in town right before. And so there's all kind of national security implications, and even Steve G has alluded to it. And I don't know, maybe they think we're wackos and they're just playing along and putting it as a distraction, but I doubt it, because why else can you call for putting all this security on information? And 2 hours of sleep in 70 hours, Tonka, wow. Do you guys have sunlight there right now or whatever? Let me see here. So I got, all right, that's about ready, I guess, when they start here. Let me do another refresh. I wonder if I should call Twiz real quick. He's probably got 50 billion people texting him right now. I'll leave him alone for now. Let's see here. I'll ask him if he can call in real quick, and we'll see where we're at. Call him in. Chelsea was asking me where my emoji for Twiz was. I said I'm holding it out till I get made a mod in her. She's very, very selective on her mods, apparently. Twiz is the golden boy, though, so he gets to be a mod over there. Not that I'm jealous or angry or anything. Now, sun for about 18 hours a day. Is that more than normal, right? I want to say the sun comes up here at about 6 now, and it doesn't go to bed till about 8:30, almost 9 o'clock. So what's that? It's about 13 hours. So yeah, okay. So you get 2 cycles, right? You get no sun, and then 40 days a night, 40 days a day, whatever. Right? Is that right? If I got that right. Oh boy, they're really putting it. Where you at, JJ? Save me. Help me. I'm going to end up picking up my guitar. Here, I got the harp I can play.
Jam away.
We got JJ Advance.
Sing it. Play the blues. Kane plays the blues.
Yeah, hey, welcome back. Did you check out that Bubbly Waters piece there?
You ain't leaving the stage until you sing us the blues.
I ain't whistling Dixie. I don't have enough hula burgers here to get anything really good out. What did you think of the Bubbly Waters thing there?
No, that's interesting for sure.
Yeah, I knew. Recap the what was the small bank there in Moscow that Binance was connected to, laundering money?
Yes. So FTX and this creepy French fella named John Chalopin went into business together and bought Sam Bankman-Fried and John Chalopin bought out Farmington State Bank in Farmington, Washington. It had been created around 1898 when the town was started, and it was a local banking community bank with 3 employees. Sam Bankman-Fried and John Chalopin come in. Their deposits go up 1,000% overnight in that bank, looking at their FDIC reports. And they appear to be doing a cash for crypto scheme, if you ask me. I mean, the feds have been pretty quiet about that since it happened. The feds so they changed the name to Moonstone Bank, and the feds bust that bank, I think December 22nd, 2022, December 21st. So right after we hear the name Brian Kohberger, the feds roll in and bust that bank, right? It was big news. So no one knew that they had purchased that bank until FTX was forced to file emergency bankruptcy on November 11th, 2022. And that was as a result of a merger between Binance and FTX. So Binance was a crypto exchange like FTX, Chinese owned though. And they were going to purchase FTX in a buyout. And the merger was being conducted by Scott Green's old law firm because they're deep in this whole crypto regulation. And that plays a big part in here too with FTX and what they did to buy this bank. And the fallout from the purchase of that bank once it was found out that the FTX had purchased it because they broke a lot of rules and violated a lot of laws, and they were able to do so in Washington because they paid off the banking regulator for Washington to change the rules for them so they could have crypto and regular banking under one roof. It's an FDIC violation, though, which would be found out later. And that Washington bank regulator was hired as the chief legal counsel for Moonstone Bank. He would later resign on January 6th, the same day Kohberger returns to Idaho. So that's interesting. But back to
Moonstone
November 9th.
Bank, thank you. That was the question I had as far as Moonstone is the bank.
They changed it to Moonstone. It was Farmington State. They changed the name to Moonstone.
Farmington, but that was the one in Moscow, right? And
it was in Farmington, Washington, 45 miles north of both campuses.
So
back on November 9th, though, is what caused it with Binance. So Binance was going to buy them out. But what Binance did was they bought up. So part of the crypto exchange, they had their own token. So instead of a stock, right, in a company, FTX's value was basically regulated on their token or contingent upon the value of their cryptocurrency that they made, right? They were an exchange, they had wallets, but they also did their own cryptocurrency, right? And that was essentially their stock. And Binance owned like 30% of it or something like that. And on or about November 8th, they sold it. And then on November 9th, they were saying, oops, we're no longer going to buy y'all out. Y'all are not worth anything. So it was a very arbitrage, subterfuge type environment there with buying up your opponent's stock value essentially and then selling it overnight to force it to crash and then saying, we're not going to buy y'all out afterwards because suddenly you're broke, you got to file bankruptcy.
Sounds like the River of Phoenix purchase, right?
Very, very similar, right? Very similar. So on November 9th, shit hits the fan. Scott Green's law firm was they both FTX and Binance were previously regulatory clients for Scott Green's old law firm. However, that firm was also handling this merger, and the head of mergers for that law firm resigns on November 11th, the same day, 2 days after the merger fails, and the same day FTX files bankruptcy. And you may be thinking, this is 2022, Scott Green left that law firm in 2019. But I would argue that's irrelevant because in 2018 is when they started paying off that banking regulator in the state of Washington. So the plan was hatched, the wheels were in motion back in 2018, and Scott Green seems to have just been playing his part of that by moving into the area to manage these operations, in my opinion, in 2019.
So what it looks like to me with the Farmington Moonstone thing is what you're saying is they were trying to give crypto a brick and mortar place, which would be much easier to flow money in and out to money launder, right? Is that correct?
Precisely.
Thank you. Okay, good. So, what do you with the bubbly waters piece? What an interesting clue, or to her, maybe to try to lead her down the right path because of all the things.
Yeah.
If you're going to talk about seeding crypto, you would talk about Bitcoin or Doge or one of these other, other than something related right to FTX, right where we're talking about it. Like literally, this came out, and we'd finished our show that we did, one of our 18-hour purges, and then went, and we were just getting started. Unfortunately, we had to quit, guys. So sorry.
We're just getting started at hour 18, huh? Holy smokes.
And then she released this video as a warning to people to be careful. If people leave this in your chat, it's a scam. So I don't know. What's your initial reaction on it, I guess?
No, I mean, I think you make an interesting point. about sending her down a path of paying more attention to this crypto stuff, because it sounds like she made some pretty broad statements that there's a lot of crypto stuff around the town situation there. I agree, and I've had similar comments left in my chats, specifically on shows I've discussed the Idaho Iran or Idaho Contra crypto frauds going on there. So not only did Moonstone Bank get raided in 2022, July of 2023, Hex was brought under a similar Ponzi scheme of charges. Binance was, I think, brought under charges, I think, in March of 2023 under similar charges. And I'm missing one.
When was the Hex
one that got
one,
charged
did
as
you
well.
say?
Oh, John Jalapeno also got his bank down there in the Bahamas got raided for money laundering as well, in I believe August of 2023. So all of these banks and crypto exchanges have been busted for money laundering in and around this circumstance. A lot of it seems to be swept under the rug, and a lot of it seems to be falling upon the head of Sam Bankman-Fried as the fall guy.
Well, when you have such a big distraction, says Sam Bankman-Fried, and you start talking about what he was doing in the Bahamas and all of his extracurricular activities, something like Moonstone or Farmnancial or whatever there is going to seem like small potatoes as a headline compared to the
right, but it's part. No, you're right. You were spot on there, Kane. It's part and parcel though to their entire network of money laundering, right? So if this was the for example, if the floodgate was to open up on this situation, well, then that's going to open up the floodgate on a lot of shit.
Yeah, they're very good at keeping stuff suppressed and out of the public's eye anyway. And so people that are, bankers and this type of thing might see this happening. It might be in Forbes magazine, page 75. But as far as the regular guy in the street goes, they're not going to realize that this activity was happening. When did you say that the Hex thing went down? Was it after or before?
Yeah, that was July of 2023. Now, okay. he just got cleared of those charges, but that's what I'm saying. This shit's getting swept under the rug, and he just got cleared of those charges in February this year, February 28th, 2025. Richard Hart. So, and I think the Binance folks paid off a fine. Moonstone basically paid off a fine, or the debtors court proceedings or whatever. I think that was added to that was a fine for all this stuff up there at Moonstone to FTX's ongoing bankruptcy proceedings, which, the same goes for, I think, Binance. I think they paid a fine. And I think John Jalapeno down there in the Bahamas and Miami, I think his bank paid a fine as well with their crypto exchange as well, or cryptocurrency. But they all got busted for money laundering. So John Jalapeno's Deltec Bank and Deltec Bank money laundering, I think that was August of 2023. Disregard May of 2024. And then they just settled as well in February of this year. Deltec settles with a $13 million settlement with the U.S. Justice Department. So, again, stuff is getting swept under the rug.
Whoa, bro.
Small fines are being paid by parties and things are being, business as usual. Now, is this because they stand to be witnesses in this similar situation, so no one wants them talking? So they're willing to strike a very, very reasonable settlement on these matters? That's what it seems.
Because obviously they're unrelated by any means. Yeah, I think a good Heather video with her potato pop-ups and the whole thing would be to see when Steve G switched from wearing the Hex hat to wearing the cross. He's born again all of a sudden. If it was around August 23, it seems about likely to me, in my mind, in my vague recollection of that progression, it was definitely Hex hat and then cross. And it was like overnight. Wow.
You are correct, sir. And he wore that Hex hat in numerous national interviews in December and into January.
Yeah, where people thought that he was trying to promote it for his own benefit. And, it may have just been a hat he had laying around. But then again, you have to remember something else I've said with Steve G is he will tell you that he is the type of person that makes his opinions known. And whether he's allowed to or not, he's going to do it. And the wearing of a simple ball cap could be a breadcrumb. Who knows?
Well, sure. Just like the death penalty T-shirts, and he's actually said he's interested. He's deeply involved in crypto stuff. He's admitted same. And his son Steve number 3 is a computer science fellow. So, and given his age group and background and education, I presume he's deeply into crypto stuff.
Who was it that
Who? It's the owl chorus.
Now you got me in Susian mode again. Who was it that posted the picture finally? Was it Heather Fitzgerald of them in the Firing Squad t-shirt there? I think it was.
Yeah, I believe it was Heather.
For fuck's sake, Fiziana. Let me see here. Oh, you're doing well with the verbiage today, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate your effort there.
I try.
It was a post, right? So let's see here. You know, I somehow wood chips got all over my high resolution monitor. I put
It's a bizarre conundrum you found yourself in.
Look at this weirdness. Check this out. I put Heather. Oh, I put Pittsburgh. and then it said, "Did you mean Fitchburg?"
Yep.
I have her as Pittsburgh.
Exactly
in
what I
my
meant.
phone. Oh man, AI. Okay, let's see here. Welcome in, Miss Potts. Nice to see you. Last 24. Good to see you, Amanda Smith. And Mommy Ball is here. I appreciate you joining us for the best audio on YouTube. Amanda Smith, welcome in. And if you are new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Join on in the chat. Meanie's not here, so she's not going to bite you. I don't know what happened to Meanie. She has deserted me. And many of the other chats, too. Here's her dog. What was I asking about? Was it Schindler's List?
You were asking him what was on my menu for dinner this evening.
Oh, what do you have cooking? A little bit of Thompson chops?
I killed a couple fresh Muppets. I'm going to grill some fresh Muppets over the fire.
Are you going to have some Payne and Hippler?
Wild Muppet.
I've had a smorgasbord of Idaho and Muppets today. It would be better if he was hugging that Muppet.
We're surrounded, Kane, by Idaho and Muppets.
Yeah, we are. We're panda deep in these guys. Let me see who else is here. Tonka Trucks. Hello. Darlings, Miss Potts. We miss you. I guess she's making her comeback.
Have you met Witness Protection Larry?
Wow, he's really dressed fancy. He's got the shoulder pads in there. I think that we're in the closed part of the hearing, JJ. I've refreshed it about 15 times. So we gotta keep entertaining the troops, I guess, here on our own. If you don't mind.
No problem. So let me introduce you to Witness Protection Larry. That's not an issue, sir. So this is a literal mafioso, convicted felon for racketeering, etc. He runs a quote unquote prison consulting business. This is Heather Fitzgerald's favorite character. They keep rolling him out to describe these shitty elements of Brian Kohberger in prison, how he's not going to ever be able to leave his hole and stuff like that. Just a lot of nonsense. But he seems like a guy they literally hired from Central Casting. So, I mean, this is what he really looks like. Well, it's another cartoon rendition, but
you know how when they're looking for weird or ugly actors, they have a whole agency for weird and ugly. I forgot what it's called. He's right out of there. Possibly a Scientologist. He has sort of the feel of it to me. A Scientologist.
You never know, because Ashley Banfield, in my opinion, is on my list of secret Scientologists.
What were you saying?
There could be more of them around here.
What was Witness Protection Larry's background?
He's a convicted mafioso, felon, racketeering, etc.
Wow. And they brought him on to News Nation, no problem, and of course she had to cut him off.
He's been on a number of shows. Yeah, he's been on there multiple times describing the...
Really? Okay, so that's all an act. That's just an act.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, he looks like he came from Central Casting. I mean, he's a fucking goon of all goons.
That is great research on that. Thank you very much for if nothing else, clarifying who Witness Protection Larry has been all this time.
For sure.
And racketeering.
Have you met Muppet Bill Thompson?
JJ, why do I feel like if I went over to your house, you'd be like, yeah, come on in this room first. Meet my Muppets. Here's
No, well, I've been working on a Muppet book of this whole fairy tale narrative that the Idaho authorities are claiming went on here. So these are the characters I'm obviously making for my children's pop-up book here.
I'm telling you, the Idaho 4 case pop-up book is going to be a #1 seller here on the Purge, I'm sure, and I'll throw you some little burgers for it. But the thing is wait, what was it? Did you see? I don't know if you noticed. I was on Chelsea. Oh, who's this guy? Oh, is that Bloom? That's Blum. Yeah.
Oh yes, sir. That is. You are correct, sir. That is the Muppet Howard Blum.
I don't know how you do this. This is great. They got the code right and everything. And that idiot expression.
Right?
I write the songs that make the young. I wish you could move it with your hand. We need to get an actual working Muppet for JJ so he can give me a tour of his house and introduce me all to him.
Oh, shit.
Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. That's what we do here. Binance and Muppets, folks. That's how we roll. Let me keep what was I talking about? I just said refinance this page. Oh, I made, you can do this. Oh, who is this guy? Do I have him?
Oh, that's Detective Brett Payne.
I have him off the screen here. Hold on, let me get him into focus. Doesn't like you to touch stuff. There. Oh, it's Detective Payne. And
it's Detective Brett Payne.
It's a mix of Grover and Elmo.
Yeah, I got his bald down piece correct at least, right?
Yeah, oh, you definitely nailed it, and I think the height is exactly right. And somebody's like, never trust a short person in power. I'm like, hey, give me a little power. You can see you trust me. But you have this where you feed it into the Muppet machine. I have the one where you can feed it into, like, take a picture and you put it in the ATM slot and it sends you out a picture with you as an action figure. So I did one for Heather Fitzgerald. I did a Barbie, and down the road, way down the road, I'm going to do a Barbie Jeep for her. But I have Heather Fitzgerald, and unfortunately I can't show it without her permission. Okay,
I'll be right back. I'll be right back, sir. I gotta go check on my dog real fast.
Yeah, please.
I apologize there.
And anyway, I told her she can play with herself. It was funnier when JJ was here, because we like to pick on Heather. She's always picking on everybody else. Now I'm all about myself. I hope his dog's alright. And make sure you say a prayer out there, folks, for my Trisha. She is looking for O positive blood. Oh, did I dox her? Anyway, yeah. So please, she is. Last I checked, in the hospital, and then Steven had some kind of thing in the whole thing. So she's going through it. We appreciate it. The Gruff the Crime Dog. Yeah, they're definitely. Twiz never called in, I don't think. He must be in the courtroom or something, or having lunch. Does anybody know if Albert went down there for the, or up there? Excuse me, I'm just choked on a carrot. I totally would have blamed Chelsea Whitaker for that. Oh, she has O negative blood, Miss Potts. I have O positive. That's what I meant to say. I don't think she needs any blood. But she was low on her red blood cell count or something. She had to get a transfusion to get her count up or whatever. It was crazy. And her stomach was in her esophagus. So they had to do surgery on her, and I haven't spoken with her since. Maybe I could probably call her right now. They're Heather. They're definitely in the. I almost called Heather. They're in the secret, hidden part of this trial right hearing right now. Let's see if we can get Trish on the phone. Yeah, it's weird. It goes right because she's out of service or area, or the hospital blocks it. So I don't even know what hospital to call to get her room. Maybe she sees that I call though, and we can see it because I haven't seen her. Have you guys seen her in the chat? I haven't seen her in the chat either. So yeah, very interesting things. If Heather, that would be a good research for Heather Dick. Is if you could find out exactly when he stopped appearing with that Hex hat and the fall of Hex or whatever they got caught money laundering. Very coincidental timing. What a shift. Now you're not a money guy, you're an angel. You got the angel halo hat. He sends messages, I know that he does. And there always seem to be contradictory. Like, remember in the beginning, I think Jen played the video of him calling Hitler Hitler. And he didn't like him and this and that. And now all of a sudden he's his best buddy. So it's like, I don't know. Well, you're here 1 minute and you're there the next. Yeah, we're still in the penalty phase of this hearing. Let's look at Pippopotamus. Pippopotamus, everyone. Boom, 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 boom. Let me hide Grover McPain over here. There he is. And so I said something to Heather. I don't know. Whatever I said pissed her off, and she sent me a picture of Pippopotamus licking himself. And she's like, he's literally licking his own teeth. It's not easy being entertaining for this long. JJ, where are you? Let me bring JJ back. Hold on. JJ, are you there? We have JJ from Larry Potato Head Witness Protection. Dude, you better watch what you say about witness protection, Larry. There was a guy when I worked at, and I guess I can confess this now, and I fell for it once. I never would fall for it again. But he was, his name was Frank. Was it Frank? Yeah, Frank. And he lived in the nearby condos from the beach liquor store I worked at in San Diego. And he liked to take to the drink or whatever, and he was weird. He was a weird guy. So I'd been working there about a year, right? And this isn't an ex-girlfriend story, but that's tied in. But anyway, one day he's like, "Yeah, you just let me. I'll bring you pasta because I needed food because I eat all the time." And I'm like, and he's like, "Just let me just turn your head while I take a couple of these airline bottles that we had, as an impulse buy on the counter." So he brings in this thing of pasta with like barely any sauce on it, no meat, nothing. He goes, "Here you go. No bread." And he starts filling his pockets like it was Christmas Eve at the Dollar Tree. And he's like, "Okay, there you go. That wasn't so bad." And he was a witness protection guy for sure with the mob, hiding out in California. Oh, maybe I gave him up. No, he's long dead. That was 30 years ago plus. Anyway, so yeah, he was old then. But they never lose their mob character. They never lose that persona. That's who they are. They grew up that way. It's ingrained in them. And he was one of So yeah, I never did it again after that. I felt bad, and I paid for whatever he took, I think. There might have been a summer or two where I had a girlfriend or two, and we took those little cans. They're, what are they? Martini in a can, and Jack and Coke in a can. A couple of those might have wanted in my backpack. But I've never will steal again. That was when I was a kid. Now I'm starting to sound like Sergeant Friday up here. Hey, you start getting bored, all the confessions start coming out, JJ. JJ, where are you? Save me from getting arrested. I do have some apple pie over there if Leptine is still with us. I don't know if... Not everybody can dedicate a full 8-hour day or whatever. This is going to be... Let me see. We started at 9, say. It was 9:30, but 9, 3... I'm at 7 hours right now. And it's supposed to end at... So this should go to 6:30-ish, if they ever start again. And it would be nice if I checked in on that, wouldn't it? Let's see. Hopefully, I think JJ's dog found another mongrel in their yard, or a varmint. Very well could have been a varmint. I don't know. So yeah, we're spinning here. I don't know why you guys... Oh, it's just a black screen deal. There it is. Wait, do I have this right? Oh, it's you. She said... I never thought I'd run out of jokes until today. I might have had a little too much prime. Holy crap. There we go. Alright, let's see here. Now, I don't know how Chelsea does it every night for 15 hours. Chelsea's just like... Blah, 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 blah. That's my imitation of you, Chelsea. I was listening to your beautiful song, though, the other day. That was kind of nice. Yeah, maybe I'll come up with you. I want to have Miss Potts on, though. I'm glad you're here, darling. I was going to ask you, and maybe Willie or whatever, like we did the last time, if you want to do a recap of it. I'm going to do it separate, so it's not such a tragedy when I have to cut this up and take all the... Was that JJ? All the breaks out of it. JJ, is that you?
Yes, sir. Greetings.
Greetings,
Apologize
my
for the
friend.
inconveniences there.
Welcome back, my Mr. Binance capital of the world. How are you, sir?
Appreciate it. I had some deliveries, and an Amazon delivery driver who didn't want to get eaten.
Oh, that's always good. We weren't sure if you were fighting varmints, mongrels, or delivery guys. Did you?
I was listening still, for the most part. I had my earphones plugged in still, but did I hear correctly? Is witness protection Larry calling in?
I was trying to have Twiz call.
Oh, okay.
No, that's Frank, and he likes to bring you penne pasta for liquor at the liquor store. Thanks, Miss
Okay.
Potts. Yeah, that'd be good. Looks like Miss Potts will be joining us later, JJ, to do a little
Oh,
wrap
nice!
up.
I've been looking forward to her hear more Miss Potts thoughts. I know she.
I just like to
she's
hear
been
her talk.
on the IR lately.
She could honestly just read recipes. I'd be like, yeah, I'll leave this on. I'm gonna vacuum, whatever. It's like
I enjoy her sarcastic analysis of the case.
it doesn't
so
even have to be that.
I
Though is my
appreciate it.
point, JJ. You're missing the point. Damn it, you ignorant slut. No, I'm
I
kidding.
understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I appreciate her sarcastic analysis, and it's been missed as far as her injuries go,
yeah.
as far as her being able to weigh in on some of these matters.
Well, I figured she wasn't going to go down to the pawn shop and buy a new computer. What have you got here? Anyway, I was going to say that I like her Dollar Tree shopping trips, even though it's for makeup and shit. What the is that me? I do look like that. I keep wondering if
That's
they're...
Buffalo Jared, sir.
Oh, is he back? Is he free in the woods?
Well, he's never really left, has he?
He's looking pretty clean for being out there for as long as he has been. I'll tell you that.
Right. That's my cartoon imagery I made of him.
That's very good.
My former almost PR rep turned stalker turned multi-state transpocalypse attacks killer.
Right. Yeah, so if you don't know, yeah, JJ was, but this brings a whole new happy feel to the whole case with the...
Right? Yeah, I try to make it more chipper, right? That's the original image, right? So I try to, make it a more whimsical environment that I must deal with.
Yeah, happy days there. He's the smiley face killer. Oh, that's what we were talking about, where we left off last time that I wanted to get right into with you. I meant to give you no quarter, and you were talking about SK down in Austin, and then you remember when I brought up the long haul trucker thing the FBI was investigating because bodies just keep piling up in the side of the road along these trucking routes? You remember discussing that with me?
It's funny you mentioned that. After you said that to me, the YouTube gremlins were listening, and they recommended me a news story from like the local CBS affiliate in Cincinnati talking about that same subject. And I was like, what the fuck? That's weird.
That is weird because I haven't seen anything about it since or before. Before I knew about it, but going into it and then after, it's like it's cut me off. But they're in your phone, huh? They put a. So what did this? What
yeah,
was
how you talk about something, you get a suggestion on your YouTube things or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, and it was from like 4 or 5 months prior to whenever you mentioned that to me. So it was like last summer, maybe was the article, maybe something like that. But the it was just weird. I never heard of it at all, and it was a local. I moved back to Ohio last, I don't know, October. So I completely missed it. You know what I mean? As far as any kind of local news went on the subject, and it didn't seem to be. I don't recall watching the video more than like 10 seconds, but it is saved and I'll find it. But it didn't seem to be a new murder or something that triggered the news story. So I'm not sure what triggered the news story.
That's wild. Yeah. So Miss Potts is asking me if she's going to be on through Video Ninja. You have a new computer. It'll work fine. JJ, show yourself for a moment if you don't mind here. It's working fine. See, we have all the details now worked out, Miss Potts. The only thing is when you first come on, you'll have to give me a second to get the echo cancellation.
You want me to come back on camera?
Yes, please, so I can clone you. Is that the lady from Something About Mary with the dog?
Right, with the hot dog skin? No, that's Buffalo Jared. That's old Buffalo Jared again.
I was going to say, you're looking hot there.
I've turned that into some funny imagery though.
How easy it is. Now she's got this new computer. Everything will be fine. Wow. Wow. You went deep and hard on this one. Look
right.
At that. Kermit looks really. The origins of Kermit.
That's
JJ.
Buffalo Kermit, sir. That's Buffalo Kermit.
Sorry, my apologies, Buffalo Kermit. The origins of Kermit was, I believe, a Canadian gun shop, a Canadian grocery store, where Jim Henson was a teenager, and he was doing this animation, and he did an animation of Kermit, and the whole punchline of the thing was, if you don't go to this grocery store, pow, pow, and he would take out the other Muppet. And that's how it got its start, with this violent beginning for Kermit.
That's interesting. I did not know that. I know that Jim Henson's a real creepster. Any man who really plays with a bunch of puppets, let's be honest about the situation.
Hold on, I got a phone call coming in from Clearwater, Florida. Let's see who this is. Hello?
Hi, is this Kane?
Yes, it is. This is Detective Filcher?
Oh, Pincher.
Pincher, I'm sorry, yeah. Welcome in. I happen to be live right now because we're covering the Idaho 4 case. Would it be okay if I put you on the air?
Live on the Purge.
Oh, you can give me a call back when you're done.
Oh, well, this, okay. Now that I have you, I don't want to lose you. It's just
I can carry it. I can carry it, Kane. You take the call.
Oh,
okay. All right, my partner's going to carry the show. Let me talk to you. I thought I'd given you the wrong number. Thank you, JJ. Take over for a minute. So I wasn't sure if you're going to call me back because I went to the gas station and I'm like, to get the discount, you have to put the
So if you folks here at the Purge are not familiar with my former stalker who was adamant about me hiring him as my PR representative, the the transpocalypse assassin they self, I guess, Buffalo Jared. He supposedly sits in a mental hospital in Bridgewater, Massachusetts today. If you all are familiar with the Tales of the Bridgewater Triangle, that's a spooky place. So Bridgewater Mental Hospital sits right in there in the infamous spooky Bridgewater Triangle. Buffalo Jared, though, he tried to hire me to hire him, very adamant, for basically a year. Once I didn't need a PR person. He, contacted me on Twixter, started following me on there, commenting on stuff, DMing me, and I'm like, all right. 4 months later, I took a call. I'm like, all right. And I was only taking a call to try to stop this dude from contacting me. He didn't want to take no for an answer. And, fairly reasonable call. I was pretty forward with the man, although I wanted to understand how he found me, and first and foremost, and how it's about that he decided so adamantly that I needed a PR rep. And a lot of that story that he gave me was bullshit, but I entertained it.
I don't know if you're familiar with the Idaho
nonetheless,
case
I don't think Kane realizes he's not needed. So fast forward like a couple years, and then last May 2024, I see the name pop up my Google News feed or whatever. I get an alert, Jared Revisa. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And he stabs a man in Connecticut. Turns out that 72-year-old man was apparently his boyfriend, twice his age almost, but apparently his boyfriend. Well, more than twice his age. Shit, I think Buffalo Jared's 28. So. This dude was 72, old enough to be his grandfather, but apparently they were banging. This is when I encountered Buffalo Jared, he was engaged to a equally as creepy female. She was all over his PR marketing website. So he had this PR and marketing website with offices in Greenwich, Connecticut, I believe it was, in Beverly Hills, California, and he had articles about his PR firm and stuff like that, and what I would describe as vanity presses. Some sort of, local, like Beverly Hills Magazine, for example, ran an article on him. I mean, they've since deleted it, but I got the screenshots and whatnot. And I think that's more of a vanity press. I don't think they're like, oh, let's do an article about this guy. It's like you pay that company to write a piece on you or whatever for local clout and marketing purposes. It's something to say, well, I'm in Beverly Hills Magazine, So, I don't know if he told me that, but I remember doing before I finally broke down and had a conversation with the man, I remember doing a deeper review of him, and I realized that he worked at the time, at least had previously worked before his PR stuff, between college and PR, was working at the family business, which was this business. In fact, the Revisa sports hypnosis business is world-renowned and famously known today as helping the Chicago Cubs break the curse of the GOAT and helping them win the World Series. So that's Ken Revisa. That's Buffalo Jared's great uncle. His father worked in the family business too. His father's a sports hypnosis guy still today. Ken Revisa since passed. That business is closed, but his father still maintains essentially the family business, as well as a sports psychologist and sports hypnotist. So that's a creepy career field, if you ask me. I don't know what goes on in that area, but it ain't good. It can't be. And just look at Buffalo Jared as an example. So he stabs what turns out to be his 17-year-old boyfriend. However, they met because the man hired him to be his PR rep. He invented a new rake. I agree. It sounds as ridiculous. It looks as ridiculous as it sounds. A new yard lawn rake. Not really an innovative invention. Nonetheless, that is how these two met. And apparently then they started banging. I don't know how that works, but if that was Buffalo Jared's intent with me, I assure Buffalo Jared he was barking up the wrong tree. Probably on both accounts, because I was never going to hire him as my PR rep either, but he convinced this Bruce Feldman character to, and then they started banging, or however that works out, I'm not sure, but
what the hell's going on
an Airbnb
here?
You back?
I'm back. That was Detective Swan. She is the cold case detective. Listen to this. Dedicated 40 hours a week. I called her Felcher, but it's Pilcher. She's the detective 40 hours a week dedicated to this cold case, this double unaliving on the street where in the neighborhood where I used to grow up. Are you familiar with me talking about that?
Yeah.
She followed up with me because I went down to the Kohberger Police Department the other day, and I asked her if she would. I'm live right now. Would you like to be on the show? And she said no. And then she said the only reason I called back was because I thought you had a lead for the case, and so she wouldn't set an appointment with me to do something on camera, unfortunately, and she wouldn't give me any progress that they've made in the case either. And then she referred me to somebody else. She's going to text me the phone number for. So as soon as I wasn't a guy with a lead, it got real standoffish real quick. I think I caught her off guard with that. So maybe she'll soften up a little bit and we can get together in the future. I don't know, but I'd hope for a little bit more out of that. And I asked her, one of the questions I threw out that was able to get out is that, does she think it's odd that this police department has put what looks like an act of investigating together, as opposed to Clearwater Police Department that has a detective on the case from 10 years ago, 40 hours a week.
Sure. So they didn't want to give any statements on the matter, huh? Just an open investigation.
She did not want to add any. She thought I was just somebody with a lead. So I said, no, I did.
Right.
She was. I did hang out on Flushing as a kid. I had somebody that pretty much lived next door to them that I used to pick up every morning to drive to school. So I don't know. I said, I don't know. Maybe if we talk, I grew up in that neighborhood. If we talk, get together and talk, maybe something will fly out that I didn't even, because that happens sometimes. But anyway, so now I'm probably lead suspect in the case. I think
I was about to say, dude, you better turn it up. You driving a launcher? You got eyebrows, dude. You just called it in yourself, dude.
I did call myself in. I just totally Rick Allen myself, dude. This has got.
I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah, you got to be careful in Moscow, Idaho. You really do. The Clearwater police have been harassing me already for years as it is. Let's see, we're still getting nothing on this. Boy, they're really sealing this this live hearing here, aren't they? My goodness, how long has anybody keeping track? And thank you everybody for hanging around and sticking out, and JJ for being here. I really appreciate it. And fuck my life, Miss Potts. I love that. AP Fox. No, Miss Potts. Judge Hip. What was the message Judge Hippler had for her?
Well, I think Judge he's pretty much reestablished that message today for the general public, and that is, y'all don't worry about it. The fucking jury can figure it out for themselves. Y'all go fuck yourselves.
Is that okay? You have reworded it just a little bit. You fine-tuned it. I love how nasty Grover works with. Who is this character we got here? JJ's taking us through his secret back.
Well, I thought that's actually Buffalo Jared was wearing a NASA shirt. I added the UFO in the background and turned him into a Muppet, but that was actually at the site of the murder home there when he murdered his boyfriend / client, and who invented the rake. And then when you came back, I was telling that tale. So he murders this guy, and this is the location there at the Airbnb in Connecticut. This is 2 days before the murder.
Wow.
Obviously, he wasn't a Muppet. There was no UFO there, but I showed the original picture just previous to that. He's wearing like some pink thong. He's got a midriff shirt on, looking real Buffalo Jared like. Whatever these pants are, he was actually wearing those pants. Anyhow, he stabs that dude a bunch of times. Then he goes to again. This is 2 days before the murder right here, the murder spree. Stabs that dude. Then he drives about an hour north to Braintree, Massachusetts. Goes into an AMC movie theater. Slashes 4 young girls, 2 teenagers and their 2 younger sisters. Runs out of there screaming. They were in there sitting down watching a movie, and then he gets in his car, drives down about another hour southeast of there to Plymouth, Massachusetts, down by the Cape. Goes through a McDonald's drive-thru, waits in the McDonald's drive-thru, orders food, pulls up to the window, grabs the food, instead of paying money, starts stabbing the employee with the knife and like the arm in the hand. He's not happy about his food, pulls around front, pisses on the front, gets out of his vehicle, pisses on the front of the McDonald's. One of these eyewitnesses said he looked like Buffalo Bob from Silence of the Lambs. I don't disagree. And then he goes inside the McDonald's, runs behind the counter, stabs a different employee, gets back into his car, drives down the Massachusetts Parkway, and allegedly crashes in a high-speed pursuit in a single automobile rollover accident.
Do you think he's intelligent enough to be a Ziz?
I do. And the Ziz worked for NASA too, didn't they?
He's got the look, the look of
No, this dude's very bright. Don't get me wrong. He's an athletic freak of nature. He was on a lacrosse scholarship in college. But I mean, he touted himself as a world-class skier. What I can say is he had enough photos on top of mountains that I believe that he did a lot of skiing. You know what I mean?
Well, when you talk about skiing, he looks like he climbed the side of a Eagles cocaine mountain to me. You know, in like 15 seconds.
He reminds me of that James Bond assassin. That albino motherfucker. I'm sorry. That albino mofo.
No. No, that's Kojak Bang Bang. You're talking about Chevy Chase and
oh yeah, you're right. I am talking about that. That's
yeah,
you're right. What's that one called?
I forget. I always forget the name of it. I just call it Kojak Bang Bang, and everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Foul play.
Foul play.
You are correct, sir. That is the guy I'm
thinking
of.
Who got foul play? Who did that? Well done.
Oh shit, Dudley Moore was in that too, huh?
Yeah, he's the ultimate villain. And when you look at Brian, they are literally using so many aspects of his ASD to make him a villain, to make him the boogeyman. And it stands out so clearly once you see it. You know, and they do that in the movies where it's one thing. Let's see if we're back. No, we're still offline. This is a crazy pause, bro. What do they really have to talk about as far? Okay, make sure that the jurors' eyes are taped shut, and that they're blaring white noise in their left ears. I mean, it was like, what are they telling them to do with the jury instructions?
Well, you wanted to talk about, while we're waiting here, I see Nick's in the chat. You wanted to talk about the SFK stuff down in Austin. Nick's well versed in that stuff as well.
Right. Yeah. Oh, Nick's here. Cool. Yeah, come on up, Nick.
Here's an interesting fun fact. So the individual, the notary public known as Lucifer Morningstar, works for and uses the Idaho address to maintain an Idaho voting registration, despite living in Washington and working at Washington State, living in Pullman. Uses the address of a real estate a lady who owns a real estate property company, and seemingly this individual does notary work for her as well. And she's a research assistant at the University of Idaho. Her name is Tenley Burke, and she is the daughter of a esteemed NASA scientist, rocket engineer, and former assistant director of DARPA. Now, one of the smiley face killer victims in Austin in recent years was the son of the current director of DARPA. So there's a little high weirdness for you.
DARPA is like more of a research kind of area of...
Yeah, that's the spookiest of all spooky technologies. That's Defense Advanced Research Agency, Research and Projects Agency.
Okay, DARPA. Yeah, so it's the James Bondish MS-16 or MS-16 technological dark black area
for sure
you don't touch, and there's got to be a lot of it going on around here, more than I thought, because
here's an example.
I did see an NSA employee in line. Let me tell you this story real quick. I have an idea for one of my crazy ideas is a bathroom store where you have like a card and you can go and you can take a shower and you can put these in those shipping containers. And so all you need is, in a larger city, like, whatever city, it doesn't have to be a large city, is you can put the shipping container and have 2 showers and 2 restrooms, right? And you can wash up and change clothes. And that way, if you have an emergency, if you ever been stuck in traffic, and then all of a sudden you had to go and you had to use some disgusting 7-Eleven. So anyway, I had that idea in my mind, and I saw this guy from the NSA. He had an NSA badge, and we're standing in a line at 7-Eleven. And I'm like, have you ever been in a situation where you had to use or the bathroom when you were driving around or something like that, and you just thought it was the weirdest thing anyway? So I didn't really think about it at the time that he worked in the NSA, but I imagine with MacDill Air Force Base being right here, we probably have a lot of alphabet soup in our area, don't we?
Yes, sir, big time. So when I was stationed there, I did some temporary assignment at CENTCOM headquarters, doing security at the building there. So that is the MacDill is an Air Force base, and it's a mobility command, meaning they do a lot of cargo stuff. There are no fighter stuff, large cargo planes and transport stuff out of that base. But they do have some special Air Force special forces there, and they do maintain the Central Command headquarters. So Central Command is a combatant command, meaning it has its own 4-star general in charge of it, and they're in charge of the entire Middle East operations.
Well, that became when Schwarzkopf was the general. It became Central Command at MacDill, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's about when they reorganized it in that fashion.
Mm-hmm.
So I was down there in the early aughts. When was I down there? I don't remember. Must have been 2000. I was down there twice, I guess. 2001 and 2007, maybe. Anyhow, I don't remember who the general was in charge there, but I mean, my point being is there's a lot of ins and outs, right? So maybe NSA goes there because that's Central Command headquarters, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, NSA doesn't have an office there, but I'm saying, like, they may have a purpose to go there for meetings because of the CENTCOM headquarters, right?
Yeah, no, obviously one kind of strokes the back of the other in some cases. I assume that DARPA, because we have a lot of, I've been doing those pop-up lives, and I've been pointing out some of the government contractors that are still in the area. You have General Dynamics, you have Hewlett-Packard, you have Honeywell, and you have, not DARPA, but Draper. And they're all right out there in the open. There's no... like Hewlett-Packard has a moat around it and a fence and all that, but you wouldn't even know.
Let me tell you about some
Draper
spookier ones.
What's that?
If I may, let me tell you about some spookier ones.
Oh yeah, please do.
Have you heard of Burke and Elmer?
Negative.
So they're a major contractor for DARPA and the CIA and these black projects. They also are the folks who mapped the human genome.
Okay, yeah, I'm interested.
If that's not a scary enough thought for you. So the Human Genome Project was something that was done in the late 90s, and Burke and Elmer was the folks that successfully mapped the human genome in that project with the federal government. They're like I said, they're a contractor. They do CIA, NASA, DARPA stuff. It's their wheelhouse of operations. I would put them on the shade or the spookier side of these defense contractors. You named some good ones there. Some of the bigger ones, right? Honeywell, Rockwell Collins, Lockheed, all these organizations. But you have some very more particular spookier ones. Another one would be SAIC, where they actually split off Science Applications International Corporation, I think. They actually split off into 2 companies in recent years, and one of them became Leidos, which was their IT side and all their servers and information technology stuff, and they moved that one literally to the CIA backyard because that's all their contracts with that side of the business was with the CIA, right? That's Leidos.
What kind of when you say they're shady, or what kind of ops are they into?
I'm not so much shadier, but just spookier, right? We don't know, right? It's as far as spookier, right?
Sure, but you want to talk about another company that's kind of off the grid as far as being a government contractor is Motorola. And they've been in it to win it since the very beginning of all this shit.
So speaking of DARPA and secret projects that they develop and whatnot, and just an idea of the kind of technology they develop. So they developed something back around 2000. It became publicly available to the military around 2015. As far as like, you know, other tier 1 units, really, you know, like special forces and stuff. I'm sorry, tier 2 units, like tier 1 units like Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. These are the folks that were this item was developed for, right? Their use, and it was not widely used across military applications for many years. Just I want to make that point so folks can understand that even though some folks in the military may know about some technology, there's other components that don't, even though they use it every day, right? And that was this night vision device. And it's a thermal night vision device, right? So it's most folks are familiar with like the Predator and like the infrared, right? Thermal, right? The IR thermal, which shows you heat signatures, right?
And supernovas, sure.
Well, this operates on the other end of the IR spectrum, and on the shortwave infrared, right? You can see through any environment, or there's a big.
Wasn't a Chinese scientist at the forefront of that when you're talking about the cloaking technology where you
up on
look
the
at it?
shortwave IR.
IR, okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Didn't interrupt.
So it basically detects mass, right? So one thing, one other thing is when you look through any kind of thermal or even a night vision device, this combines both of those qualities. You can't high wave IR, not the short wave IR, the long wave IR. The heat signature stuff. You can't look through a window, right, with that stuff, or night vision. But with the shortwave infrared night vision goggle developed by DARPA back in 2000, you could do it just exactly that. Now, over the subsequent years, it became a smaller device to the tiny monocular device that's often seen using combat today. You know, like a small, very monocular thing.
I call it the Luke Skywalker monocular. Basically, right? What happened here? Where'd JJ go? Okay, so yeah, they also have the FLIR cameras. So if you're still listening, I wondered. Now the FLIR cameras are thermal, from what I understand. I think that the information that they give us now, it's a lot of public stuff out there, because these are private companies running these things for law enforcement, as far as TAC gear goes and stuff like that. When you start talking about the drones are equipped with these thermal cameras called FLIR, and in certain situations you can see through walls with it. And Rockford and I were getting into it the other day about why, I don't think that the reason that they took lead out of paint was necessarily because Johnny was eating lead chips. It was more along the lines of they didn't want for them not to be able to see through your house, because the lead is the only thing that's going to start X-ray. There you are. Stop X-ray. Have you ever thought about that before? Oh wait, we don't hear you. Hold on, wait. We don't hear you on the show. I hear you. Let me see what's going on here. Did I clone you? I didn't clone you. That's weird. Wait a second. Why can't I hear you? You're up. You're out. Try coming back in, bro. I don't know. I'm sorry. Now, Miss Pot, you're just making... Come on, make it easy. Look easy. So Miss Potts comes on the show later. For God's sakes. Alright. Yeah, you didn't pop up on the screen either. That was weird. Let me put him on browser. Maybe he's half browser. Oh, I've got him over here. Maybe that did it. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, here he comes back. Let me put the link in the chat there. Yeah, thank you, Meg P, for doing that. I appreciate that. And let's see here. Did Dad stop it? Did not. Just in case he doesn't have the link, there it is. Nick, if you want to join us in this conversation, that'd be great. Also, as well, if you're still enjoying the Idaho for Hearing podcast that is not about the alternate suspects, like I put at the last minute in the title there, hoping that we'd get some, and then I watched Ms. Potts' show and saw that Hitler had already shut that discussion down for the day. Yeah, you can see through brick, no problem. That's not a problem. The things that they use, Tara, with being able to see through walls is not just the thermal. They have also a Wi-Fi triangulator, and they can see more or less everything that's going on. They get it's not a detailed version like they see your butt or something like that. It's like they can see where you are in the house, and they can see like a stick figure moving through the house and where you are, this type of thing. But I'm sure that they do it. Now, they do have portable X-ray cameras, and if you've ever watched even the mainstream media, regular local news, there was one point in time when they were starting this new campaign against terror that nobody was familiar with. They announced that the FBI or whatever was going to be using these vans, and that they had X-ray cameras like you would have at the airport that could see through your clothes, but they would be pointing them at traffic to see if you were carrying anything as far as rugs go, or money, or bodies or weapons, I guess, at that point. And so it's a portable X-ray cam. It takes up the size of a van, but they now have them more portable. JJ, was that working for you? Laser focus world. Are you're coming back here, or is it not working for you? I could try a new browser window. It could be me. You down with OMP? Yeah, you know me. I don't know what is taking Hitler so darn long to come back here, but there's what we got so far. And I've been refreshing it as we talk here. So I don't know. Must be really. Have I heard back from Twiz? Let me see. I don't know why my phone doesn't ding, because the volumes are all over. I must have turned off the. Hello, Open Mind Perspectives. Nice to see you. What do you call it? The notifications might be off. I don't even know where my phone is. But anyway. No, I don't think he was done. He was just coming back because we couldn't hear him. But that's fine if he wants to step down for a while, give him a little break. We're going to have Miss Potts on hopefully here after the show. I'm going to do a separate live, and we'll get some snark out of Miss Potts and her impressions on the hearing today. Hopefully everybody's been able to hear everything clearly. I'm doing my best with Bill Thompson. I'll tell you that right now. He is mumbling beyond mumbling. It seems that maybe by having this Havertz guy or whatever there has put him in a more... I hear you, JJ. Is that you? Let me see if JJ's better. Negative. Alright. Well, it says we're on air. That's good. Anyway. Oh. What? No, they braked for lunch. Thank you, Miss Potts. I appreciate it. Meg P. And they were gonna do a closed. Thank you, Tara. Tara bought herself a membership. Congratulations to you, Tara. That is a first. That's the first time I've seen that. Good for you. That's well played. Well played. Excellent. Yeah, if you want to support the Road to Moscow, the memberships are 99 cents. I think what I'm going to start doing is doing my pop-up lives on the members only, just to give you an incentive to be a member, and then a couple more things here and there that I throw in there as far as the memberships. If you remember, not too long ago, we weren't sure of the fate of the channel. Fortunately, that's all been cleared up, and I'll show you. I'll prove it to you while we're at it. And there's Pippopotamus. Is here. The slate has been cleared. Over here, I had 6 copyright strikes from one person at one point, and I wasn't too pleased about it. But they, unfortunately, and you know me, I do everything at the last minute, and I procrastinate, and I put it off to the last minute even to figure out how to do it. And there was people that were very helpful to me. Thank you very much, and thank you, Tara. Now Tara gets it for Tarak. I don't know if Tarak is still in here. He was here earlier. It's Tarak Steelhawk. That's definitely a Marvel name. That was the show last night. Hey, JJ is back. Speaking of your show last night.
I apologize. I got a couple of hula burgers lodged right here.
Did it go into your esophagus? It goes back up to your esophagus. Yeah, problem. All right, cool. You're back. Awesome. Let me just double check the hearing. Yeah. So the last we heard, they were at lunch. Meg P was saying they were done for the day, but I don't. Hopefully.
Yeah,
not.
It's because I told you, just a few hula burgers caught in his esophagus. You know what I mean? The Pope.
They covered in dirt from the basement floor, and he doesn't have any coffee. He's not like me. I try to give you something to wash it down. I'm so loud. Sorry. Oh, loud. Quiet. I'm trying to talk over this stupid air conditioner here, and if I turn it off in 10 minutes, it's 80 degrees in here. So, yeah, no.
Right.
Welcome in, Tara. I don't know. I don't really keep track of the YouTube streets other than what happens to me for clearly no reason. But it looks like the Purge is forward and onward. So everybody, thank you for being here and enjoying our time. And we have this marvelous ghost here. I guess that's why I translucent you, is because you're my co-ghost.
I'm a ghost.
And so maybe I should put you back.
Nice.
It doesn't seem right without a co-ghost. If I can do it. I don't even know what to do anymore. It was a one-time
What'd I miss?
Well, we had the phone call from the lady. You were here for that. I should have given her my channel name. I think I freaked her out. Did I put it on the wrong thing?
Dude, you just put yourself on top of that suspect list, bro.
I really think that
you're suspect number one.
Nah, I think I'm gonna be okay. I drive an Elantra, for God's sakes. Why would I insert myself into a case like that?
You DoorDash, you drive an Elantra? Exactly. Why would you insert yourself
I
there,
did
Kane?
tell her that if we got together, maybe something would fly out. The fuck was I thinking?
I'm telling you, you hit so many red flags, it sounds like, in that conversation.
I did. Were you listening? Could you hear the whole conversation pretty much?
We all heard it. We all heard a lot of it, at least.
Oh, gee. And I was like, I thought the show had started. What is...
Dude, your conversation with that detective... Yeah, your conversation with that detective was more suspect than the senior citizen sex doll that Alan Dershowitz had in the background of a 60-minute interview when he was trying to convince the world, oh, Prince Andrew doesn't diddle kids. He's a normal guy.
I didn't even tell her that I had a YouTube channel. I just said, we're live right now.
We're live right now. And I was like, oh, what's going on here? What is this?
I was really hoping to get her on the show, and then she actually called me, and I recognized the number. Oh, I probably left the phone. Oh, here it is. I recognized the phone because I've called the non-emergency line before, and it always comes up with a 444 number. Anyway.
The only way you could have made that more suspect if you just ended it by saying, so it's basically 4 a.m.?
Oh, man. Yeah, she definitely wrote my name. I thought I'd given her the wrong phone number because, it's a new phone number, and I got a couple of the digits wrong when I went to the gas station to get my discount, and I almost had to walk back out to the car to look at my phone to get my phone number. So I'm like, oh, I probably did the same thing with the police officer that was supposed to call me back, so I never expected her to call me back. This is like 4 or 5 days later now that she called back, and she's like, no, I have to refer all calls to Detective da-da-da-da. And he's the sergeant or whatever. And apparently they're not very interested in talking about it to the public, and any information, you can go fuck yourself. So that's what I got from her.
Well, it sounds like they're going to come fuck you here soon with some questionings about a murder.
Way too many questions. I think I asked one too many questions.
That's what I'm saying, dude. So I had a buddy, one of my dudes, a number of years ago. He was dating this woman he met on, I don't know, some dating app. They're living up in Michigan. And, I knew he was dating this new girl for a few months or whatever. They went to like a basketball game, like a Detroit Pistons game or something like that. And then, and they'd been dating a few months, and then he never heard from her again. After like a week or two, he was like, dude, I called her, no answer, yada, yada, yada. And I was like, dude, he's like, I'm going to call the police though and let them know. I'm like, dude, the last thing you need to do is call the police and let them know. Call her family, find her family, whatever you got to do. Whoever, he didn't know her family. He's like, track down her family, do something. Call a friend if you know one of your friends. I was like, do not call the police and tell them you're going to be suspect number 1 on their fucking list of this woman's disappearance.
Always, yeah, any kind of boyfriend situation. Hi, Joey Agrella. How are you?
Yeah, and he meant well. He wanted to come up like, dude, but I saw her, we went to the Pistons game. Like, yeah, that's the last thing you want to tell me. Yeah. I was over there at the Pistons game, and then, I dropped her off. Like, oh, okay.
She never made it home.
Please continue.
Incriminate yourself some more.
Yeah. I said, here's the other thing you do, bud. If they call you, you tell them you have no comments, and if they need to have you any questions further, then you will direct them to your attorney.
I wonder if she is capable of tuning into my YouTube live and figuring out what channel.
Dude, she's probably watching it already, dude. They got a team of officers down there watching it in the conference room.
They're
like, yep, this is our guy. Look at him. He's got a hat on. He drives an Elantra.
He knew people that lived on the street, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my last contact with this person, I don't know that she was ever even my teacher, really. She was just, I don't remember taking art in high school, but she did live on the street next to the guys I used to pick up and drive to school. Like right next door.
I would say that's your story. You're sticking to it, sir. But my recommendation would be plead the fifth. If they have any questions for you, tell them you have no answers, and if they have any more questions for them, direct them to your counsel.
Listen, I
am not your counsel. I'm not an attorney. I'm also not the vice president.
Listen, that's great advice, DJ. But I still want to follow up with this interview with her, and if she does change her mind, and if the group at Clearwater Police Department is watching right now, please. Consider me for an interview with Detective Pilcher. That would be great. It's just interesting because it's so many connections to me without eyebrows, without an Elantra, lime green or not. And door dashing. I'm a door dasher, apparently. That's what I was told the other day.
That's what Twiz always points it out to me when we're talking, when we're making you suspect there on back and forth on Twixter. We're like, Kane's suspect. He's got eyebrows. He drives an Elantra. He door dashes.
Aren't my eyebrows that prominent?
No, you just have them.
Oh,
that's the problem.
Okay.
You just have eyebrows. If you had no eyebrows, that'd be a different
sometimes.
story.
If I don't shave right here, you got to get the razor at just the right angle. And I have one of these bridges on my nose, so I might get a cut. I got in a cut a time or two. Where were we talking about? I was trying to get back to the sunshade on the Elantra, and I've yet to get an answer out of you as far as that goes. But
well, again, we can look at that video. We can see that it's been tampered with. It goes back to these leaks, right? These unofficial leaks, from 911 calls to videos, etc. Like, these shits are part of the distraction. They're being manipulated. The narratives are being manipulated with manipulated evidence into a manipulated fashion to manipulate you to think Brian Kohberger did it.
Yeah, because the average person in the street's going to be like, oh yeah, there's his car, he's speeding off. They're not even going to notice that. But my question to you, I don't think we got a chance to finish it, was you're somebody that stared at surveillance screens from time to time, right? And to you, do these headlights, do these brake lights, these taillights look excessively bright for a typical infrared camera resolution? Oh wait, we lost you again. What happened? We lost you. Hold on, wait. I know what happened. I clicked away from the thing. Okay, talk now, please. JJ? I lost you for... No, you're not back. Oh, no. What's going on? I can hear you myself, but we can't see you in the chat. I can't hear you. Hold on. Let me see. What did I do? Did you turn your mic off for a second or something? There, maybe, no? Hold on, let me put you at the tip top here and see. Yeah, no, we don't hear you on the show. Try the same method real quick if you don't mind. Is it over? Heather's saying the hearing's over. Well, then good. Then my job's done. Negative. Yeah, I'm going to shut it down anyway, JJ. Everybody's saying it's over. I thought we were on... The last we heard was lunch, right? So I don't know how everybody knew the hearing was over. But we're already at 5. They're at 2. Huh. I guess... I'm sorry about that, JJ. I don't know what happened. You have the 2 best Muppets yet up right now too, and I'm dying to show them. Let me try this. Let me try my own end here. So the hearing is over. Your girlfriend fell asleep waiting for the hearing to come back. Hold on, let me see here. What did I do? What is this? Browser. Okay. Control volume. Hold on, JJ. I'm sorry. Let's see here. Yep. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, JJ, for being here. I've had enough. Anyway. Oh wait, we see something. It's asking me to log in, which I don't even see on my screen. That's wild. Alright, so they're not coming back anyway. Good night, everybody. I'm going to let... Maybe I'll do Miss Potts tomorrow, because I do have a regular Purge show and everything. So if I'll hopefully I can book you tomorrow... What is Friday or Saturday? When I'm on, just pop in if you're there. No big deal. So everybody, thank you for being with us. JJ, thank you. Nick, Chelsea, Heather... Miss Potts, everybody, Meg P, love all you guys, Joey, Miss Mario Ball, thanks for being. Hope you enjoyed the show, and hope you enjoyed the hearing. I can't, sorry. Okay. Well, we'll work on it. We'll work on something. All right, I'm going to end that here. I'm going to let the chat roll as I always do.